Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How you doing today? What a week. What a week we have set for today. Or, well, what a week we're starting today. I guess we didn't set the week for today, but the week is starting up today. It is the final week of trial. The final week of trial for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And oh boy, have we got a spicy day planned. I assume that you guys have seen my trailer video. If you're on YouTube anyway, you've seen my trailer video that lays out what we're up for today, which is Johnny Depp coming back to the stand at the hands of Amber Heard. It almost sounds like a bad movie plot. She's calling him back to the stand. It is absolutely the wrong idea. It's absolutely the wrong idea. Should not be happening. It is a very poor choice. But it is what it is, and we are here for it. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to get the old news feed running. The old news feed running. So we are ready for this thing when it starts. Do we have the one? Nope. Okay. Just looking for the appropriate feed. I'm surprised Sky News is not live yet. Oh, how you guys doing? Did you get some rest, hopefully, over the weekend? I hope you did. I got some rest, and then there was some rest that I didn't get. You know. Okay, come on. What do we got? Well, I guess until something better happens, we've got the I'll have Law and Crime pulled up in case anything happens. I prefer not to use their stream because I think they're a bunch of bitches. I mean, for lack of a better term. I mean, there might be a better term, but I don't know what it is. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, we do have this going on here. It looks like the judge will be in just a little bit. Okay. Last thing I need to do, I need to send out a couple invites here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Keep it kind of cozy here. I'm not going to invite everybody to the stream. Just just a few people. Send a message here. Whew. I don't know who got in yet. Tug is already on. Tug is streaming on his own channel, so Tug is invited to any stream over here. But he wasn't gonna do the streams over the first couple weeks. He was here, and then he decided to start, streaming the thing on his own. So that, so there we go. Okay. How much has your female audience increased by covering this case? A bit. Last I checked, but not infinite. Not infinite. Okay, we're gonna find this. Find this anywhere else. Except Court TV. Court TV has too much branding on there. It's like it's up in your face. You can't see anything. Oh, we'll just watch and see what happens. There we go. Here's the one we're looking for. Let me get this volume cranked. Got to have good loud audio so the court's not overpowered by whatever weirdos like me we get on the panel. Max you out. Max you out. Crank this up. Here we go. Let's put this on. Let's put us on blast here. There we go. Okay. We're all set. Now, as soon as people join in, we will have we'll have ourselves a show. I believe Mr. Branca will be joining us at some point. And oh my goodness. Welcome to Legal Vices.
Hey, I it was just like playing Dark Souls. I felt a summoning sign coming up behind me, and so I thought I had to answer it.
Welcome. Yes, welcome. And also welcome, Andrew. Oh, of course.
In the presence of another legend.
As soon as he gets his headphones in and gets his mic turned on. Okay, while we wait for that, let me hit a couple of these chats that have come in.
And while you're doing that, I'll say hello to other Andrew. I'm just meeting for the first time.
Okay, yes, you're Andrew as well. A lot of Andrews in this.
I'm Jeff. I'm here from other Andrew. So
oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
yeah. He's over in Korea with Legal Mindset.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, very
taking
nice
advantage of being awake early and sort of being new to this whole process and sort of staying in my lane. And
for sure. Well, I feel obliged to caution you guys. I tested positive for COVID a couple days ago, so if you want to put a mask on, I won't mind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So. No. Breathe in my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, we finally got to take them off in Korea 2 weeks ago. It's not going back on.
Jazern JSRN says, does time include closing arguments? No, the time that each side has remaining is not including their closing arguments. They will each have 2 hours total for their combined closing arguments and rebuttal. And in this case, because there is a counterclaim, they will each get a rebuttal. Amber Heard will finish last. Her rebuttal is limited to the rebuttal for her own case. If she gets to have that case, they have not actually, once they rest, there will likely be a motion to dismiss or a motion to strike the claims of Amber Heard, because they've got a real deficiency on damages and on the idea that Johnny Depp actually published a statement through Adam Waldman as a spokesperson. That's why Johnny's coming back to the stand today, I would guess, is because they need to get a fact, just one fact for the jury to resolve, to allow them to find an principal agent relationship. And if they don't do that, it's subject to dismissal by the judge. And if that happens, there will be no rebuttal for Amber Heard.
Imagine being at this point in the trial and being in this position, because they literally have no facts right now. So I mean,
odds they're going to
if you have one,
answer?
You're okay, but because it goes to the jury. But if you have none after weeks of trial, holy cow!
But are they going to get an answer out of Johnny Depp in 8 hours? Is my question.
You're
Johnny Depp, right? Well, It'll be like the Simpsons, the Corey hotline. Thank you for call. And
Right. And the likely answer to any of the questions that would elicit the required fact is objection, Your Honor. That calls for privilege, attorney-client privilege.
I think it's even worse than that. I mean, it's more dangerous than that because Johnny, in his replies, could open doors to topics that could be covered on cross that aren't currently open. I mean, this is incredibly dangerous.
Yes, that's the problem is they have to elicit facts sufficient to get before the jury, the principal agent question. But on cross, his team can go anywhere that is within the scope of direct. However, this judge has not been strictly enforcing limiting cross to the scope of direct. The couple objections that we've got beyond the scope, she's overruled all of them.
And Johnny plays a role in the scope on direct, right? In his answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he does. So they're going to have to be very aggressive trying to control his answers to yes or no. It will produce more of those little back and forths that were very popular for Johnny Depp, very endearing. The jury will probably pay a lot of attention to his testimony where they really haven't been paying attention to the video deposition testimony. And the danger, as you said, is they could go anywhere. What I recorded a little 3-minute trailer video for this and pointed out that if there's any deficiencies in Johnny Depp's case perceived by his team right now, the cross-examination allows him to address those with almost impunity. I mean, if they believe that there's a fact that Amber Heard brought up about the abuse that Johnny Depp needs to counter or clarify, for example, her toe in the door, all they have to do is go, Mr. Depp, at the East Columbia building, which way did the doors to the bathrooms of the penthouse open? Well, they open in, like most modern buildings. And then her whole narrative about like trying to keep Johnny out is gone. It undoes it because it shows that he's in the bathroom and she is trying to burst in there and he's closing the door to keep her out. So anything like that they believe needs to be cleaned up, that gets to come in on cross. They get to direct him straight to it because it's cross-examination with leading questions.
Here comes the judge.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
We have some exhibits to hand out.
Oh, that would be fantastic. That'll make Jamie.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, look, the judge is like a little angel in the sunlight.
Yeah. The Blues Brothers. I've seen the light.
Shane Bad says, hey, remember that night Joe was wasted and painted like a Smurf? Good times. I do. Eric Alexander, justice for Johnny. Cormoran, justice for vodka, baby.
All right, we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay.
So I know
Pepperoni
Joe is in there somewhere, but he's not wearing his ball cap, so I can't recognize him.
He was in his pre-game show when they were standing in line. He had the suit and his ball cap on. So.
Oh, gosh. I think DUI guy is probably in there with him. He has a Metallica shirt on, which is awesome to wear to court. Pepperoni Mamelon says, I came in a box. Matt B, hey, Nick, how far away do you think Elaine was from saying nothing Amber says is offered for the truth of the matter? Shame Bad, when South Park makes their Depp trial episode, I hope they include all the law tubers. Oh, that would be really funny.
Yeah, that would be, oh my God. Assuming they do call Johnny, who do you think's going to do the direct, Elaine or Rottenborn?
I hope it's Elaine.
Me too. But
I hope it's Elaine, but Rottenborn would be the smart choice, so it's probably going to be Elaine.
Yeah, that's that's probably going to be Elaine.
Oh, look at this! Look at the compare and contrasting outfits that Elaine and Amber have on today.
All right, your next witness.
Yeah,
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right.
Boo.
Oh,
Johnny.
Dr. Dick Moore. Dr. Dick Moore is being called to the stand.
This is so Dickensian. We have Rottenborn and Dick Moore.
He's got a
large
Viagra
black bear
tattoo on the back of his hand.
Yeah.
I wonder if Amber Heard is fuming even more at hearing how much Elaine is getting shut down her depot in the depot. Yeah, no kidding.
All right, yes, sir.
No kidding.
Morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
That's not
Can you
from
please
today.
tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore Jr.,
Oh, Dick Saltmore. Great.
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder, physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997.
Depp's wound smell of vodka.
So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery.
You examined
before
Amber's
starting,
hands. Did you
practice in
find
my
a
first
bunch
year
of
as an
micro
attendant.
fractures consistent with a boxer?
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6.
That was-
I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate
1 or
studies, Dr.
6
Moore, can
is
you
weird.
please tell the jury
Yeah.
a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
This is going to
So
take
I
forever.
attended University of North Carolina at Chapel
Here goes an
Hill.
hour of their
Graduated
time
in
on this excerpt.
1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and I graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
Reminder
Did
to
a
the
5-year
chat while he
orthopedic
goes through his
surgery
CV.
residency there.
Johnny
And in
Depp's
1996,
team has
I went to
18
Duke
hours
University Medical
and
Center
30
did a
minutes
year of
left.
fellowship
left.
in hand, upper
Amber
extremity,
Heard's
and
team has
microvascular surgery.
8 hours and 10 minutes
and,
left.
And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as
Lacrosse.
the director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical practice since 2000?
Yes.
And before that when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine or pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon.
could have
But
done
I
it.
wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
I like
Patient
hand jobs.
population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection
That's correct.
leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different. There's
Well, the
trauma,
technical term.
tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular
hand.
element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons.
Or
And nerves and
is this guy
vessels
going to try and refute Johnny Depp's
retest the
finger
digits.
cutting story
and
again?
hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed?
I mean, I'm sure this guy's a real doctor, but he comes across like someone you meet at a
When you
cocktail
perform
party who's
surgery,
actually a
that
car
makes
salesman who wants
what
to pretend he's a
assessment
doctor
you
for the
make
night.
cause of
Well, we call that the hand.
So cause is a big element. So it's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those.
Johnny Depp gnawed off his own finger to get that wedding ring off.
Yeah, laceration caused by a razor blade, and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger.
Hi, everybody. It's Dr. Dick Saltmore.
The manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. Farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now.
The Duke Hand Club.
Hand Club. Seriously.
I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic
the Order
Surgery,
of the Hand,
and of the
is that like the Order of the Foot from Ninja Turtles?
American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your
Doctor, when was your first hand job?
Yes.
Yeah.
how many hand surgeries ballpark would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
Got to get into it.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if
like
you
the
pass the oral
Supreme Court
examination,
of
then you're
hand
board
cases.
certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was over the weekend. I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
Have you published in your field?
I have.
In peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed? Just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
Are you sure?
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
On
And
paper?
so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some
But
text.
this guy's never actually seen the injury, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Just a picture of it.
That's all you need is a picture, right?
Yeah.
There were
Heavily edited
communications amongst
He has
Mr.
the
Depp
records
and
from
his
Australia, apparently.
physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Objection, Your Honor. He's not an expert
Dr.
on
Moore, I'm
text
going to
message
ask you some
communication.
questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed
But I mean,
relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
his texts have nothing to do with.
When I ask you
the
those
specialty
questions,
of
do you
the
agree
injury.
to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
Over.
Bleeding, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that,
It was hanging over the edge of the bar, wasn't
type
it?
of a crush injury, we would
Yes.
anticipate both
There's
injury
no
to
crush
the
injury.
fingernail,
There's no crush
and
at all.
other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and
Sure.
just break down a few things?
So you'd anticipate injury
You
to the
said
fingernail.
hand
So without
resting
that,
flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think
No.
the demonstration was with the hand flat
no,
like
that
this.
was not the demonstration.
It was not.
That's-
across and maybe even curled over the edge of the
Yes.
bar like this.
Which side was
No, it
facing
curled over the
upward? Which
inside
side of
edge of
the
the
hand?
bar.
Back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
Oh,
Correct.
good one.
Fair.
Thanks.
And what is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar. Okay.
No, the palm.
my
or
God.
The
surface.
direction was
You
Mr.
idiot.
Depp's hand resting on the bar.
Not the palm.
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury: crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the X-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on X-ray that we saw. The fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters. So there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
Can a 1.75
And
liter bottle hurled at high velocity cause a crush?
What
injury
was
to
the basis
fingertip?
other than
Well, it could.
what you've read and heard, but from the
There's
from the
cross.
pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail.
No.
And the nail was really not injured. And so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up?
I hope he says Palmer side down about 15 times so I can have my editor just
page
super cut it
26.
together.
Ask for permission to
That's
publish.
content.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this one of the images that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us in relation to your
That does have
expert
the
opinion
top of
on
the
cause
finger.
of Mr.
It
Depp's
does.
injury.
By the way,
Tell us what you
receiving
see in this
damage.
picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate.
What are they actually saying? The palmar side?
He said it too.
More of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact.
Palmar aspect of the hand.
You
There
can't
you go.
necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
That's correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
I love looking like an idiot.
Thank you.
Well,
The way he said Palmer,
Dr. Moore, I
the
believe
first
you
time it
mentioned just a
sounded
few
like
minutes
palm
ago that
or.
there were other pictures that showed.
I think the way the doctor is using it and the
More
way
of the
Ron
nail.
Born is using it were different.
is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And
A bad day right
explain
there.
to the jury
God.
again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah. So it's again, the mechanism
Didn't come in from
described
above.
would
It
have
came in from the side.
almost certainly led to severe nail injury. I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there, there would almost certainly have to be injury.
He's not going to lose his license, folks. The way they frame this is
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the
If those
nail intact,
presumptions are
and yet
true, his
caused
opinion's correct.
injury from the tip of the finger underneath.
They're just
the
not
nail.
true.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Why does it
Now,
matter?
we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago.
Does this
I'd
case
like
hold
to show
water?
you DX360, please. And Your Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time.
It's a lot of time for like one fact. of
Are
this
these,
case.
is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And they're going
And,
to come at him on cross because they already know his
Michelle,
opinion
if you
here.
can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Sorry, 09 and 10.
Page
2
09
pages.
and 10. Could you go to 10 also? So
3 questions. Did you witness the angle it was thrown at? Did you treat the injury? Did you examine the injury?
Dr.
Yeah,
Moore,
we have 6 more hours than you.
what are these?
No, now it's going to be more.
These are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain
So-
to the jury what you see?
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level.
It would be nice if they were displaying the time the defense Amber's team had left.
This is
down, right? Like an hourglass.
Have the little chest timers going.
Commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could create
doesn't say anything.
in this setting. It
the
would
answer
be
is
a
yes.
fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces.
Bottle and
So,
table.
Type injury.
Bottle in a bar?
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I
There's
just want to
testimony
step back
that
for
his
1
hand
minute.
was- his
Michelle, can you
fingertip
pull
was
up the next
scrubbed
page
out.
of the X-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from X-rays, can you? I know that this when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. Where the Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
Did they inspect his clothing for glass at the doctor?
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, This wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an
A lot
avulsion.
of ambiguity in this testimony.
Which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So
Maybe it
often
wasn't
with crush
lacerated.
injuries
Maybe it was
and-
crushed.
I wonder
by
if
the
he's going to
bottle.
use the phrase to a reasonable degree
you'll
of medical
see,
certainty,
tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where
as
the
opposed to
tissue
doesn't quite
actually
look like.
pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown?
A thrown
off
vodka
the
bottle,
finger?
a vodka bottle thrown by a
In the
maniac.
way that Mr. Depp describes.
No, stick with the
Again, I
original
think that
question.
The description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Published to the jury.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Cross-examination.
Still a waste of time.
30 minutes.
30 minutes they couldn't afford.
They got through it pretty quick. Give him some credit.
Are they just going to say he lied about this, so therefore he's lied about
Morning,
everything
Dr. Moore.
else?
Good morning.
Yep. Get him, Camille.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
And I wouldn't want to be the guy.
Here it is.
That's not entirely accurate, is it,
It's
though?
not accurate at all, is it?
No. His description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
That's not what he
Isn't
said.
it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well,
Even
yes.
hanging over the bar, it still
Well-
leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the-
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true
Yep.
that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in
That's
fact,
good.
you
He
knew that
lied.
when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He
It's not-
clearly
no, it-
indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
Overruled. Yep.
Overruled.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I
Oh,
misstated in
Oh,
one
he
of the
looks bad
descriptions.
here. Look at
However,
him.
that does not
He already
substantially
broke him.
change my opinion of.
Don't act uncomfortable. Don't act uncomfortable. Wow.
She broke him already.
Isn't it
Yep.
true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And
As
you
we say in
considered that
Korea,
in rendering your opinions today.
love you,
correct?
Camille.
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from
Wow.
between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but
oh wait,
It
you
was
can't
off
recall
angle, yes.
specifically.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Why would it have struck the top of
Mr.
the
Depp
finger?
described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour,
That's correct.
and you were deposed in this action for several hours on March
Spicy.
22nd, 2022,
That's correct.
and your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's
Go,
correct.
brother.
I thought you were going to say $5,000 an hour. I about choked.
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Right.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with
I was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia. No.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces. Yes?
Yes.
Would you call a vodka
And a crush
bottle
injury to a finger
in a
can
bar?
occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object.
Humana.
I think that I
Keep
can
trying.
I can say with confidence that
speculate.
the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance
I
of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a
Just
non-specific
answer the question.
answer. I mean,
Why are you evading this?
Again, I
It's
can't
unnecessary.
determine the exact object, but
Simple
I
answer is
can
just no, I
determine
can't.
that
The answer is
it's
no.
likely that it was sustained in the manner described.
So no.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is
And that's that.
inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's
There
injury.
it is.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You're not answering the question, bro.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, a simple knife
This is a great
laceration
question.
wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in
Because this is Amber's
accommodative fracture.
theory. You cut it off with a knife.
Now, a
being
chopping
ruled off right
type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
And you were under oath, correct?
correct,
The
And that
kill.
was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
correct.
So tell us what the deposition says.
I would not want to be cross-examined by Camille.
Say Palmer one more time.
She
That's
is
right.
on fire.
I mean, she opens up with this inconsistency with the hand laying flat, twice demonstrated in court. I mean, that was crippling.
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page
Unforced error.
163 of your deposition,
No wasted time here.
specifically line 17?
She's currently an associate. She needs to be made partner immediately following this trial.
Oh, she should be, yeah, immediately, yeah.
Yeah.
163?
If she
She
doesn't,
needs
it's
A battlefield
Ask-
commission right now.
Yeah.
if she's not made
Actually,
partner,
apologies,
it's
164.
Vasquez Law opens the doors next month.
Oh, hell yeah. I would do something wrong just to have her be my lawyer.
Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or
Cheers.
again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor,
But
I
I-
would object as to the
What?
incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below.
Shut up.
He's picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect. Oh.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
well,
You can
well,
waste some more time.
Yeah,
Dr.
waste
Moore,
more
there's a
time.
question pending. Thank you, though.
Shut up, Dr. Moore. I need you to stop talking now until I ask you a question.
So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
No? Good
My
question.
testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think that
Imagine having paid this guy
probably
$5,000.
the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
But
the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they
Oh, yeah,
this
wow.
is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and
Your
ask questions on
counsel.
redirect.
This guy.
Right now,
You.
let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
You reviewed Dr. Cooper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
What?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, he said he observed his deposition. So his deposition testimony is in the scope of his expert opinion.
Now, just irrelevant side note here. I happen to have accordion doors on my veranda, and they specifically have little rubber padding on the side so you don't get your finger crushed when the damn things close.
I can't believe neither side has pictures of this particular place in Australia and whether or not it even has accordion doors.
Well, it was now set up as a quarantine camp, so obviously it's unavailable.
Like you'd think that back in 2018 for the prior to COVID that Amber Heard's team would
let's
have
start over.
or
It's important the jury
oh
hears
no
this.
wait.
So informing your
Oh.
opinion, did you consider
lost.
Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him.
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition.
Convenient for you to forget
Available.
it now.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see
Ooh,
any
why
of
not?
Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
Why
If we
aren't
could
you
please
aware
pull
of
up
this?
Defendant's Exhibit 1817.
Could you speculate on why you're not aware of his testimony? Would you agree that this information about the injury would be relevant to your analysis?
I'm waiting for. Did you ask if there were any more pieces of evidence available to be reviewed for your medical opinion?
Yeah, that
would help.
Yes.
you would agree, wouldn't
Instead of
you,
black
that
screen it.
if there were
There
injury,
we go.
any information pertinent
go.
to the injury or about the circumstance about
Have you
where
ever
the finger
seen
was
this picture
found would
before,
be
Dr. Moore?
relevant?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Oof.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
This is
Do you see the bloody
devastating.
tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Jesus, she's
the-
just pulling his guts out now.
Yes.
The ghost of
You see
trials
the blood
past.
drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this
Like
evidence?
watching a
when
wolf
rendering
eating a
opinion
still
about
living
how Mr.
deer.
Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
I have nothing more for this witness.
Yes, sir.
Depp v. Heard week on
Wow.
the Discovery Channel.
That was great. That was very efficient,
Exhibit
clean,
1817.
quick.
That was just
That
shown.
wasted what, 5 minutes? I mean, maybe max 10.
About 10
And
minutes.
can
yeah.
you
2 to 1 them.
blow up
2 to
that
1 them.
what Miss Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please. Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can take that down.
There's no fucking way you can take enough.
Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do
Is-
remember that question.
Thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
Objection. He's not an expert on
No.
texts.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's
He's never seen House, who says never believe the patient.
And again, if you picture your hand up with a
he already
either a
testified that he
closure of the
didn't
hinge or
wasn't
closure of
using
the
an
door,
honest history.
palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that.
Why would it
tissue
be
away
in
a similar
tissues by
fashion.
the bar?
But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only,
Overruled.
thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay. The question is on page 164, line 4, but
I'm
you
gonna
can't rule it
testify
out
for you.
completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right, thank you.
Call him as a
right, your next
rebuttal
witness.
witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel?
Rottenborn did an okay
All right,
job
that's
trying to
fine,
rehabilitate it. But when your
Yeah.
first question is about how you mischaracterized what Johnny Depp said, that's the first thing the jury hears.
That doctor is now officially Dr. Handy. I'm sorry. That's
Oh, his name is Dr. Dick Salter Moore. Honest to God,
Handy.
yeah,
Dr.
and
Handy.
he was testifying about hand jobs as we were. Oh, man, that was a big so what burger, basically.
It means nothing.
Well, I mean, did you see this photo pertinent to the injury and the circumstances described? No. Did you see this one? No. Well, then how do you base your opinion? Well, when we have someone come in, we assume they come in with an honest basis. Well, Johnny Depp has also already testified that he answered dishonestly to the doctor. So what do you got? I mean, what purpose is that? And when they bring Johnny Depp on cross, they can go ahead and shred that guy's version of the events. I mean, very quickly, actually. So we'll see. Okay, let me, while I have me here, let me read this. IFID, it makes sense that you'd buy a Lincoln Navigator black label so you can be delayed and of questionable persuasion wherever you go. Have you considered structural reinforcements to withstand gun impact? Just a thought. I have considered that. Yes. Not Me says there's an actual bruise kit towards the bottom left of the sleeping Johnny Depp melted ice cream mug photo. Look at uncropped versions of the pic. Love your channel and all your hard work. Very cool. Maybe they'll point that out to the jury. We'll see. Sal Katarinicia says, hey, Nick, congrats on 420K. Been watching since the Vic case. Appreciate the info and learning a lot. When Amber's time is up, does that mean they're not allowed to object to anything when Depp's team is doing their questioning? No, they can still object. Objections and sidebars take neutral time if they take any time at all. White Alakazam, hey, Nick, just checking. You got the figures they got to the P.O. box on Wednesday. And also make sure to look at the bottom of the base on them. Yes, I did get the figures. Thank you. I'll pull them up maybe at lunch, or I'll pull them up on a night stream. Thank you very much. Mendoza, thanks, Nick. Been following along with you since Potter on the home stretch with this one now. Oh, yeah. Karen, but not a Karen, McPherson. I've been watching Joe in the line. In Australia, jurors who work get $106.30 per day if the trial goes between 1 to 10 days. If the trial goes for 11 days or more, they get paid $247.40 for each day thereafter. If you're unemployed, you get $106.30 a day. I wonder what Virginia jury duty pay.
That's per day though. So what does that break down hourly? That's not a ton.
Well, you know, $12, $11 an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I guess. Well, if it's Australia, it's funny money, right? I mean, so
Yeah, that's about $3.50 an hour. Yeah.
In Virginia, it's $30 a day. $30 a day. So good job on that. Jury duty for 6 weeks at $30 a day. What a sham.
wow.
Hold on, just my window just got wonky. Just a second. Here we go. Gabe Clawfred. Hey, Rackets, you hear the Queen of England wants to knight Johnny Depp. Rip Amber in the UK courts. No, she doesn't. Wait, what?
The line holders actually make a lot more money than the jurors.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Line holders are balling, man.
Yeah, I mean, you'd pay that line holder $250,000, $500,000. I mean,
they were offering 500 per person during Amber. So
yeah.
And we got Johnny again today potentially. So.
New Age Cox says, "Is it true that you have been caught doing blackface, Mr. Ricada?" I wouldn't say I was caught.
Wow.
Would not say I was caught. No, it's a long and fun story. I'll tell it to you sometime. Daphne Lansborough. Yeah, I was in Drexel face specifically. Daphne Lansborough. Thank you for the donation. Quantum Bit says numb nuts. Well, thank you. Boojalicious 3 morning knows father. Could you please explain rebuttal? Why does only plaintiff get one? Because that's how it goes. Why are additional witnesses called? In case something came up during trial that they, need to address. I mean, that's the point of rebuttal.
It's because
You
this guy looks like a
tell the
crypt
jury
keeper.
your full name and business address.
David R. Spiegel. I'm a
This guy looked
physician.
like he was a line holder.
I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue,
Dude,
Isn't
where's
it
your
true
brush?
that you
Virginia.
became a physician so
part
you
of
would have
Eastern Virginia
access to
Medical
the
School.
morgue?
And what is your occupation?
I was going to make like a Frankenstein joke there, but you beat me to it.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital. which is
Anyone wearing a
teaching
crucifix
hospital in
around their neck, their
How many
chain
years
suddenly
have you
heated
been
up when he walked in the
practicing
room.
as a psychiatrist.
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in
Didn't
1993.
this guy go back to the future?
So from 1993 to
Doc!
today, I've been in physician practicing.
So that's almost 30.
Werewolf.
Yeah.
Werewolf.
Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical
The
practice.
tongue thing he's doing is weird.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient
tongue.
care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
Reverend Jim Natowski.
And
goes
what is
medical.
involved in a comprehensive
dude,
Can you
24
explain a
hours, dude, 'cause I don't
gigawatt?
sleep.
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing historical information that you receive from collateral or other
He
sources,
does sound like Christopher Lloyd,
Yeah.
history,
and looks like it.
you get whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where we're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis.
So Depp wasn't actually, his mental status isn't up for
may need or not
examination in this. So is this about Amber?
The treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients, probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So we'll talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call,
So important.
On either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice.
For me, especially.
For me,
I have substance abuse problems.
obviously.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
All the drugs.
And how frequently do you
Well, then
treat
you shouldn't put them
patients who
together.
suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by
Are you familiar
causing
with a
stroke,
comb?
such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how
Isn't it weird that not one member of Herd's legal team would have had this guy brush his hair before he took this? Like they wouldn't have noticed out in the corridor that his hair's effed up.
Probably 50%.
He comes across like a lunatic.
Suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
What percentage of men complain
again,
about it?
In the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence. And, you know, they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overall. Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
And
I'm also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
okay. And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified?
Necrophilia.
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatrist specialty.
Okay. So you have 2 board
Yes.
certifications. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any
On
other.
cross, the first question should be, when was the last time you slept?
It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. You get
1996.
tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go through
I've taken
continual medical
52 of
education,
those tests.
throughout the entire period.
She looked sad today.
What the?
She's watching her case go up in flames.
Ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this is throughout. This occurs always throughout.
She's got Xanax eyes.
If you could see inside her brain, she'd be
Are you
using
a
a
member of any
flamethrower on the whole court.
organization?
I'm a
Please tell the
member
jury.
of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So yes, so teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents, to the third, second, and first year medical students, as well as a fourth year medical student lecture as well. So I'm constantly teaching.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing?
Hands-on.
Hands-on
I
training.
can't keep my hands off.
With
Hashtag
psychiatry?
me too.
Oh yeah. So again, I'm teaching.
I mean, how
at
hands-on
bedside.
does a psychiatrist get? Was he doing cavity
Obviously,
searches?
But I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient.
I use all 3.
That's, important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students.
Isn't it true that
So
you sound like a
every day
1950s
is a
chain
teaching
smoking
and
female
explanation
receptionist
session to the,
named
students and
Marge?
residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia?
I'm sorry, Nick's in
School
court at
as
the moment.
acting
I take a
chair?
message.
Tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
Have you published in your field?
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts.
This
and
is really
I
where
have
you
my own book
don't
on
want
catatonia,
Elaine
the consultation
doing this,
liaison
'cause
setting.
This
I
guy's
have a
CV
book
should be
chapter
done
on,
already.
This is dragging, and I know it takes a while to establish foundation,
current
but this is
contemporary-
precious time they don't have.
Cerebral disease.
Takes extra time to establish this guy's an
I'm
expert of
also in the
anything.
Dissociative identity disorders chapter on
Wow.
a wiki book.
On your
And
wiki book?
Have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes. So I'm a reviewer I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief at this point of clinical neuropharmacology.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach
But this guy hasn't examined Johnny Depp, right?
medical students.
I mean,
Not that I
those
know
are
of.
really speculative.
So
I think
fully
his
aware
mental
of
state isn't an
not only
issue
what I
even,
teach,
so they
but
can probably
what I
object to
see
it.
in the emergency room and the
If they start going
consultation
into
and
it.
patient
Is
setting.
this more
You can only-
drug stuff?
Have you published
only
and
speak
lectured
generally
on the causes
about
and
drugs
effects
and
of
alcohol.
intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, two
He's going to
articles on
establish
the
that
effects of
drugs and
trauma,
alcohol cause
and in
intimate
that
partner
trauma
abuse,
was
I
intimate
guess.
partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you
Do they have
familiar
Hallmark
with
cards for that
causes
these days?
Intimate partner violence.
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's
Johnny
multiple
Depp
explanations
does.
that cause intimate partner violence. And if I kind of just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about
I think it's
repetitive
imperative for the jury to know that
behavior.
I've never
over
had an
periods of time.
intimate partner to violence, but
And
I would
the type
if I
of
did.
abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for
Repeatedly not
somebody
having dinner on the
in
table at
party
6.
to maintain some uneven element of control, or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets
Describes Amber perfectly.
of partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act.
That's
but
the
there's
real
more
risk
to
of
it
this
than just
witness
The actual abuse act. Abuse act's important,
on cross.
but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor,
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his
Nice.
qualifications.
Mm.
Okay.
This should be fun.
This guy is their expert assassin. So I'm curious what he's going to
So
do.
you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very
Keyword general.
narrow to say it's just a medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20. So it's
Is
20.
it true you're being paid for this testimony in vodka?
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experience intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying?
Clinical
Is that what you're
trial.
saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, oh, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I reviewed
So real medicine.
on partner violence to get 2 review articles. Yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely two different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including.
So the answer is still no.
Temporomandibular disease deals with this part of the jaw. What is
temporal mandibular disease? Deals with problems with the jaw. What is temporomandibular?
Temporomandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of
Does he have all of his teeth?
where the oral surgeon cannot.
Sure, it is. You can show them to you.
As people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, too. Thank you.
To be fair, they're not his teeth.
There we go. So
they're from his patient.
You haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder,
It's getting defensive.
I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall.
This guy talks like the
intimate
guy
partner violence
who
is
designed the
part
RV from
of
hell
trauma.
and Tango and
the
Cash.
answer to the question is any individual who
By this guy's standard, he's an expert on everything because he's done trauma.
Suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands
Suffered
of
from
childhood or it be the hands of an intimate partner.
Right. But you
sounds like Jimmy Durante a lot too.
Half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing. I don't know if those numbers add up like that because I'm
good.
not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice. That's
Good, important difference.
So, again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Stop being defensive, you weirdo.
You listed 60 references.
Because it's voir dire.
I guess you said 80 now and publications.
And I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed app, go to PubMed right now on Google.
Oh, this guy's burning
PubMed
himself
Spiegel
down.
DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's
This is like
around
some
80.
paladin lawyer that runs out
What's
on
on
his
my CV is
Why'd you say around
destroy
80?
witnesses.
most updated
Yeah.
version because
You
I
know
still
the
publish.
exact number. Why'd you say
since
around
the
80?
CV's been given to you, sir.
When he's done, he's going to have to trade this
And
suit back to the herd team.
Not
for his
one
blood.
of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you
Throw a
say it's
ping pong
on
ball
my
in
CV,
there.
I will believe
You never mess
There's
with
a lot
the
of things that's not
CV.
on my CV.
Yeah, but
And
you're not asking to be
associated
an expert
with
on
any
those
professional
things.
literature on IPV.
He's not going to get qualified.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir?
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do.
Well, they have a separate name for it.
it.
There's a separate medical term for it, so the profession differentiates.
Thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
There was no way they were going to not qualify him.
Dr.
But that
Spiegel,
was pretty fun.
At our request.
And you got all that in front of the jury.
And it rattled
That
them.
was brutal.
Just go ahead. and
rattled
So
them.
it's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians, medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial.
He's qualified as an expert in neurotic
And
defensiveness.
I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms
Shit,
of
man.
emails, audios, videos?
Yes. So I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing right of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Okay, so real quick to the chat. I know people are saying he's, over objection. Yeah, I mean, but this guy is going to be qualified as an expert on intimate partner violence in basically any U.S. court. I mean, he treats patients on a daily basis. He testifies with intimate partner violence. It's part and parcel to trauma. It's a subset of the parts he's writing about. Yeah, there are probably better experts, and that was just elicited on voir dire, even though they didn't need to do it. And that's the important thing. You could have found, and you actually did bring, an intimate partner violence expert in Don Hughes already to the stand. Now you're trying to ham-fist this guy in. His qualifications seem a little bit lacking, but really, if you brought this guy in, he's going to be in pretty much any courtroom. They're going to be like, yeah, I mean, this guy's got thousands of hours of experience treating people with intimate partner violence issues. I don't think that there is any particular problem with it. But again, having that voir dire go where you get to question his ability and then tell the jury we wouldn't accept him. Well, now if the jury's on Johnny's side or thinking about it, they've now discounted whatever he's going to say. It was very well done. Very well done. But no surprise that he's being admitted in this one, in my opinion. I don't know. You guys may disagree.
No. I agree that he's going to get admitted, but they did a great job of tearing him up and like I said, rattling him, making him look kind of like a dick, frankly.
Yeah. Well, and if that's how voir dire went, Cross is going to be hilarious.
He was already getting really snippy there.
Right. And the questions are going to be, well, what did you, similar to the last expert. So you only reviewed things that were favorable to Amber Heard because that's who's paying you. He said snippets of the UK trial. Well, you reviewed snippets? Like what snippets? Which ones? And the critical questions. You've never spoken to Johnny Depp, have you? You've never evaluated Mr. Depp, have you? No. I'm only going off what Amber Heard told me. I'm excited for Cross, but yeah, just so people don't think that the judge is being biased or partial there, that this is the expected ruling. I'm surprised they've voir dired him. So that was good. That was good news. Boojalicious Wait. Yeah. Could you please explain rebuttal? So rebuttal is the thing you get to come back and clean up anything that was brought up by the other party's case in chief that maybe wasn't brought up on yours. You get to address that by bringing in some additional witnesses if you have time. Plaintiffs generally only get one because the defense gets to respond to the plaintiff. It's just a little extra time for the plaintiff to respond to defense. In this case, they will both get rebuttals on their plaintiff's issues, so her counterclaim. Why are additional witnesses called? Because again, something could be brought up in the case in chief that needs to be addressed that you would not have anticipated ahead of time. Why didn't Binger choose not to bring in more witnesses in his rebuttal? Binger didn't get no, wait, he did get a rebuttal. All of the witnesses in the Rittenhouse case that Binger would have brought on rebuttal were terrible for his case. All of them. You have.
Do you remember my question?
Like Zelensky.
Did you review the
reviewed
deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry.
And-
Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about
based on what Heard told you,
other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury. One other thing, when we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to.
I think we get it.
Because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior,
burn all the time.
Yeah, keep talking.
people
Keep talking.
look online and say, "My gosh, I have all 7 of these," right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't,
Sustained. Next question.
okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the
That was a
jury
favor for the herd team.
conclusions you came to with your
No kidding.
opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience,
I want a
based on
cage
my
match
coaching
between this guy and
experience,
Curry.
my teaching experience, that
So does
Mr.
he.
Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time.
Bench, you
First of all,
playing
based upon
Minesweeper.
your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking
Wouldn't it
about
be a shorter list to count the drugs not used?
ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are
He's going to
talking
take his
about
shoes off, start using his toes.
benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin or Ron. And we're talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes. But again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here
Really?
to talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen.
So it's generalized testimony.
Every
Great.
day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry, bad things happen. Not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance
So your
abuse are
testimony
not titrated.
is that
They're not regulated.
all people
by
on
the
substance
FDA.
abuse
We
will
don't know what
have
we're getting. We don't
intimate
know how
violence?
much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not.
So you have no control.
It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
We're
When
all
Mr.
abusers.
Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
What's he in? What substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you
he-
explain to the
leaving
jury
your-
what that is?
Overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's overruled. Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which
testimony
movie,
was that.
me about that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that.
You imagine?
Additionally, like I
But
said,
he testified they had music playing.
You can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If you're thinking,
how do you know his baseline? You've never.
I'm not talking about it again. I'm getting older.
It's just odd that this is coming in.
To 25.
This is a waste of time.
But I'm talking about it so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play, and that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not be able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved.
I hope it does.
And
black this
Cheers.
blocks that to an extensive degree. The individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcohol blackouts happen every time? So no, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different?
This is describing Amber.
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection, relevance.
Yeah.
Overruled.
An example of someone
combining
else.
the
Let
two
him burn
subs
time.
together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have
You aware of a
severe
stroke that
movement
Mr. Johnny
deficits or
Depp
severe
suffered?
language deficits.
No.
They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at minimal, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So the risk factors, if you
Somebody
would,
was drinking $10,000 worth of wine a month. Might that
and
contribute
there
to blackouts
are
and
many
domestic
of them.
abuse?
I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people.
It's human to want to touch a
when our
corpse.
brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on
Looks
them.
like this guy's medication.
Even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors
on cross,
combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced, we have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have.
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
Dr. Spiegel, what, if any, effects would pomade have on the hair follicles?
Just taking a break.
Wow. I mean, this guy's going to get lit up on cross. He just
Who do you think's
basically
gonna do it?
testified. Well, it's the slow talking guy who voir-dired him is going to do the cross.
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
the paladin guy that just rides in out of the mist to destroy the expert witnesses.
Yeah, well, that's the way they've been doing it the whole trial. Is
All right,
anybody who
let's take
does
a
it,
break till 11 then, and we'll come back at 11, okay?
whoever's
Thank you.
doing injections is on cross. They
Okay.
get the witness.
And
So, yeah, I mean, this guy's effectively testified so far that anybody with a substance use disorder is going to commit to intimate partner violence in some way. They will do it. I mean, it happened to all of us.
This is
Anybody,
this
anybody.
crazy theory that like drugs per se lead to horrible, despicable behavior just because you're using drugs. And we're still asked to believe this fantasy that Amber Heard was not using drugs herself. And also he mentioned alcohol, literally alcohol abuse for a woman who has a $20,000 a month wine, addiction. It's not looking good for Amber.
Yeah, I mean, and this guy's an obvious hatchet man. I mean, that should be coming through, and it's probably coming through to the jury when he turns and exposits about other other people. Well, I've witnessed in other patients, they had micro strokes, and I'm used to micro strokes personally, but in this patient, I'm talking in the brain. And the simple question is, have you examined an MRI of Johnny Depp? No. Do you know anything about whether or not he's had a stroke? No. Is it in his medical history? No. Okay. So what the hell was that? Like, so what the hell was that? Well, I wanted to talk generally. We're not talking generally. Wouldn't you agree that your patients exhibit specific symptoms that are specific to patients, and that every patient has a different profile of mental issues, a different profile of substance use? What are you laughing at?
No, it's just that's exactly right. It's like, do you
I
treat
thought you
your
saw
patients?
something in the chat.
No. I ignore it. Listen, Nick, I know better. You know me. I'm an OG here. I know not to look at the chat when I'm trying to be serious. But no, I'm just thinking it's like, isn't that the point? Is that like patients are specific, right? Do you treat your patients generally? Do you just hand out pills when they go to the door and say, take 2 of these and call me in the morning?
Probably
No,
not.
of course you don't.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. They're burning a lot of time. She says she has a lot left to go. I mean, they've already killed 30 minutes, I think, on this guy at least. I'm
Nearly
kind of
2 hours total. How long was the cross examination of the last guy? 10 minutes. So it's been an hour and 50 minutes they've burned.
Yeah, they're really eating up time here, and I mean, that's fine. It'll be funny if they burn the rest of their if they're left on rebuttal with like 2 hours. It's
going to be hilarious.
It's incalculably damaging. Because just bring in anybody to eat up their time. And
Well,
then
they've already
run with
got a
whoever you
day
want
and a
after that.
half. They're already a day and a half ahead. They could talk for a day and a half and not allow Amber's side to get in a word edgewise.
Yeah. Man, that's or they're gonna have to risk not crossing someone in the anticipation that they'll have to cross someone else. So somewhere they're losing time every single minute. So but yeah, I'm really excited for the cross of this guy, because the guy who did voir dire, he's the guy who's crossed most of their expert witnesses so far. He has this weird kind of wobbly way of talking, and I think it makes the experts think that he's dumb. And I think that's why he does it. I think that's why he's the guy who does cross on these guys. If I'm not mistaken, he's a partner at the firm and like one of their litigation experts. So he's like a guy who does this. He does this in the big important cases all the time. And so far, like what he did to the numbers guy, the social media numbers guy, was brutal. And so you can expect something similar to come out of this one. But I mean,
already the jury has to be thinking, so what? What's the point of this?
Right. It's weird because we can't be in the mind of the jury, but they do have to be wondering, like, why are we listening to this guy talk generally about this stuff? And he's already testified on direct that he didn't examine Johnny Depp. And that's going to be one of the first, parts of the questioning. You didn't actually examine Johnny Depp, did you? No. So you're only limited to whatever notes were given to you by Amber Heard's team about Johnny Depp. and her testimony about it and your personal observations of him on video at specific times, right? Yeah. So you've never talked to him about his substance use disorder. How many drinks of alcohol does Johnny Depp have currently? You wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know actually if Johnny Depp was on cocaine right now, correct? Well, I might be able to, but you wouldn't know at all because you haven't talked to him, because he hasn't told you. You rely on people's individual self-reporting of substance use in assessing their disorders, don't you? Yes. So without actually hearing from Mr. Depp what his substance use is at any given moment, you aren't actually aware of what it is at any given moment. Isn't that accurate? Yes. I mean,
also, he's conflating causation and correlation, right? I mean, sure,
Yes.
maybe it's true that a lot of people who engage in domestic violence are on alcohol and drugs, but it's also true that the vast majority of people who enjoy alcohol and drugs don't engage in domestic violence.
Right. And it's also true that people who engage or who use alcohol and drugs or develop use disorders do it for purposes like stress or other dealing with other sort of traumas or life factors, which also correlates with domestic violence. So again, you have these, they have lots of attack points here to go off of. And I'm really waiting for Cross. Like that's what I'm excited for, because, you know, they've researched this guy. They clearly went through his publications. They know that what he's written on intimate partner violence is actually pretty weak and pretty limited. And if he starts opining too much about it on Cross, they'll probably nail him on it. You've never written on this subject.
Yeah. Have you ever had a drink, doctor? Did you engage in domestic violence after that
That's
drink?
a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And they've already triggered him just by asking basic questions about his CV.
His CV, you never doubt the CV. They get so touchy about it, especially Duke students. I'll tell you that. Go Tar Heels.
Well, the best Duke student is still Matthew Harris. The greatest Duke student of all time. No, so this guy, I'm just excited, but yeah, he's touchy on his resume and qualifications, which, you know, they should play into that. He's got a lot of pride in what he's done. He doesn't have pride in just basic appearance, which is baffling. Like no, Elaine should just go up. Elaine's a cat, right? Like she should go up and just lick that thing down onto the, flatten it out on his head, right? Put that thing down. She should have done that on his way in. Why didn't she?
Well, no, that's the thing. I mean, he just comes off, unfortunately for him, as inherently unlikable to me, which is a common trait with every single witness that has been on Amber Heard's team, including her own legal team. They're unappealing, they're grumpy, they're angry looking, they're unkempt, and it just comes across bad.
Yeah. Guys, people who are saying get Joe in. Normally we don't get them in during the little breaks because they don't have a ton of time. But I'm sending multiple in-court people the link for lunchtime. So hopefully we'll get some jury reports from anybody when they have time, to do so. Joe's on the list as well. Be anxious to see what he's seeing on that jury. Was someone going to? Okay, never mind. Saverns Jax says #LegalTube 250K plus live. Another 250K plus live on Twitch. Stumbled onto Asmongold, who got reeled into it by his chat early in the trial and has streamed it since. Fascinating / funny insights. Whole other world. Oh, I mean the people watching this. Oh, wait, what is this? Joe.
What?
No.
He's got the connection there at the Virginia courthouse is terrible. So I'm going to go on until he actually talks.
He's on 2G right now.
Geth Ralkin says
he's on OG.
He's got like a 64 baud modem hooked up to the computer.
Check out the split screen vid of Whitney's cross. Elaine is the theater mom in the wings, nodding and mouthing in sync with Whitney. Oh, that's good. I saw a video the other day of David the grab ass Shane, Amber Heard's PR guy, who's been repeatedly accused of grab assery, making motions like this to Amber Heard during her testimony on video. So that was pretty interesting. I don't think they're going to bring it up, but because all they do is they'd get him excluded from the courtroom, but it was It was pretty obvious. And maybe actually, I haven't seen him a lot since then, so he might have been excluded from the courtroom. Zinaps. My name is Nick too. So every time someone says Nick, I look up hoping no one at work sees I'm watching this. Lamau, thanks for covering this. You guys make things entertaining. Oh, thank you. Chris Moore. Who in the hell is this dick? Lol, a hand doc from North Carolina. Random AF. Oh, by the way, I got a DM from a hand surgeon while that guy was testifying.
Oh, wow.
Real quick, let me just read what he says. It's very short. I'm a hand surgeon, seen so many injuries like this, and this could happen exactly as Johnny described. So, of course, on rebuttal, they could call a hand surgeon to come in and do this if they really felt like they need to. That would be interesting. But, you know, we'll see. We'll try it again. Joe, I don't know if you're going to get in, buddy. There's too many wine moms there at the court. They're all using the bandwidth. Let's see. Next, we've got Roy Stover says, objection, this doctor is boring. BN, I've figured out how Amber can win this case 100%. Let Johnny land one solid shot on her for the jury today. And if she can show up tomorrow looking completely perfect, case closed. Let me get the rings.
An empirical experiment.
Walter Deadman, do you think people nicknamed him Salty Dickmore at one point in his life? Maybe.
That's his name.
I think the real, again, going back to the cross on this is going to be, what was I was just, oh, the thing, you haven't done any studies on intimate partner violence at all, have you? You're making very broad assertions about how substance abuse correlates with intimate partner violence, but you haven't actually done any studies on it to sort out that correlation, have you? No.
And one thing I learned about Joe when I heard he got down to Virginia on a bus is I never knew Joe's wife was a bus driver.
Actually, I thought he got helicoptered there.
Yeah, didn't he?
The weather prevented it. Hey, Joe, what's up? I can't patch you in. My computer's being stupid with phone calls, unfortunately. No, can't hear you, but relay to me real quick what your opinions of the jury are, and I'll tell them to the chat. This bootleg is shit.
Put him on speaker.
Mostly checked out. Jurors 6, 7, 8 are paying a little attention to this guy on the stand now. Okay, so you said there's 5 witnesses on Amber Heard's team waiting basically to be called? Okay.
Seemingly like they're going to be new witnesses. That doesn't even count Johnny Depp. And you got to ask yourself, if they burn a whole day today, it's going to be at least 5 to 6 hours. It seems like they're probably going to eat up here. So
yeah, they're already like an hour and 45 minutes down.
Well, some of it was cross from Camille, which I thought actually her cross was better than anything.
Cross was 10 minutes.
I thought it was better than her cross of Amber. That was a great cross.
Her cross was phenomenal. It was only about 10 minutes though. We were kind of keeping tabs on time. I mean, that's it. It was only about 10 minutes, and then you had 5 minutes to 10 minutes for the voir dire of this guy.
Well, the voir dire probably counts against Johnny, but anyway, I'm going to let you go. So we both got to run up. During lunch, I'll try to check in and find a better spot with reception so I can join in on you.
Sounds good, brother. Have fun.
Take care.
Peace. Okay, so you guys could hear that okay?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
In case he has to call in again and doesn't have reception at lunch, we'll do that again. So I'm glad that worked. But yeah, so the other thing he said while he was just talking to me before I let you guys into our intimate partner communication was that, the jurors are largely checked out still. Couple of them are paying attention to this guy a little bit, is his impression. So whatever that means, again, that could mean, honestly, and this is something to consider, that they decided for Amber Heard a long time ago, and they just don't want to hear anything else from her side because they don't need to, right? Like, that is a possibility that the jury just doesn't need to hear anything else on this case because they've decided for Amber. They could also have decided entirely for Johnny. Or they could just be bored because they're entering the 6th week of trial. And as many people have opined, this is two rich assholes screaming at each other. And these jurors can't even go to work during this time. So they might just be pissed. So who knows?
Especially $30 a day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they probably get like one of those gas station deli sandwiches. So that's nice. With the ham and the processed cheese product.
You're the judge of the previous trial. The lunch didn't kill you today. That's good. Welcome.
David Kagi says, I thought this guy was going to tell us he was an ENT. Nope. A guy who specializes in hand jobs. Turd the herd. Mr. Slendy, the oral examination of Dr. Moore, Dick Salter, MD. This sounds like Amber Heard's next leading role film title. Oh, no. No. Skeleton, who else is suddenly having a craving for hot dogs? Shellbell. Oh, that's probably when the wound photo came up. Shellbell says, no wound photos before coffee, watching from California. Oh, man, it's early for you. Oh, God.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
Real quick, this is a hilarious tweet from a DUI guy. I saw somebody in the chat pointed out, and I want to read it real quick.
Yeah.
We tweeted out, by the way, the lady that cut into number 75 this morning and then cut into number 1, so she cut the line, shows up at morning break and says, I love you, Johnny. Our souls are connected. And what are you going to do if that baby is yours? She is forcibly escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiff.
What an idiot.
I love it. I love it. Only in a trial like this. Only in a trial like this.
So then the question, do they have people waiting? Is it like when I go to Legoland now and they limit the people in the store and I have to wait? So there's like a little rope thing. There's a bouncer. He's like, all right, you're in. And he clicks the little counter thing. I hope so. Okay, here we go. We're back. Judge is back.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes,
Your Honor, can we approach before the jury?
Okay, sure.
Gates of Above says he said shattered. So in other words, crushed. Yeah, I think the doctor's testimony about the bottle was completely mischaracterizing the nature of the wound. I don't think they testified that the glass sliced or lacerated the tip of the finger off. I don't think that was the idea. I think it was the idea that the bottle crushed into the finger and did that sort of pinching injury he talked about and then shattered afterwards, which you don't want to ask that open-ended question on cross because he could just say no or whatever. But to me, that seems like a reasonable possibility of what happened there.
It was also never testified that it came down from a vertical angle.
Right. It would have come across from the side. That's what and Camille was saying. It came from an off angle. I would have maybe followed up with, so you'd agree that it's possible that it came in from the side rather than straight down, right? Or that it's likely that it came in from the side rather than straight down.
Which would also logically support the finding of the bottle in the corner of the bar where it came in from an angle, slid down the bar, and ended up in the corner by the wall.
Exactly. So let's see. Is this DUI guy right here? I think so.
Yeah, that's DUI guy. Yeah, that's him.
I assume Joe is sitting there.
Well, I'm looking for the hat.
Yeah.
He's not wearing a hat in the courtroom.
No, they wouldn't let me that.
Well, they've let cosplayers in, so why not a hat wearer?
Snuggle Struggle says, anyone that spent years messing with glass can tell you glass can do some very odd things when it shatters. More so when force is added. Is this an expert about glass objects and their destruction at high velocity? Lancelot, didn't the doctor that treated the finger say it was a wound of velocity, not crushing wound?
Dr.
According
Spiegel,
to
before
Johnny,
we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said. Direction.
You can trust me.
I'm a
Now, you
doctor.
indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed.
Because he talks slow.
Like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be
Maybe he's just thoughtful.
Concentration.
This
He's under
jury
oath.
listened to Johnny
all that's
Depp.
going to happen in terms of
This portion of the testimony brought to you by Gatorade.
having to the speech process. If you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s, and it probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse
These people
control?
live in Virginia.
So during the deposition, or, or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification. Okay, delay and reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
By the way, my Virginia
And
quip was
you
just
may
that
have
in the South, people
subsumed
talk
this in,
slow.
but what,
They're
if
used to
anything, did you
slow
observe
talking
relating
people.
to
It's not
erratic
an
behavior
insult.
based on the record?
Yeah, I mean,
It
I think
it doesn't
again,
mean you're stupid.
talk about erratic behavior. Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have a right to go to wherever.
Is that a Gatorade or his pee bottle?
But the
Both.
texting that were involved in this in terms of
It's
erratic
actually
behavior,
formaldehyde.
was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language?
No, you're Dr. Spiegel. You're not Frida.
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay. All right. I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Okay. So it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
he can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from the
sustain the
hearsay.
objection.
How do you lose that?
Wow.
Exact
Yep.
words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Or
exact
just-
words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan.
It's a
He
potty
had
mouth.
multiple tests,
How did
texts.
you not get that in as an adverse party
Multiple-
statement?
I don't know. That was so weird.
Things that Dr. Cowan
What
were
an
doing in therapy. It was, like I say, it was without
Testimony like this is the reason I drink to excess.
Be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with
The jurors are
positive,
passing around a flask.
lots of therapeutic.
Objection
I
hearsay.
want to black out this memory.
I think he's keeping it more general.
I'm
He's
working
rely-
on it.
He's entitled to rely on it. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever.
Doesn't sound
It's
true at
just
all.
The expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think
Did you hear
we've
any
seen
tapes of
in
Amber
terms
screaming at
erratic
Johnny
No
Depp?
kidding.
much of the psychological and the physical
Play him again for him on Cross.
maltreatment.
First question. on
Objection
Cross.
beyond the scope of the
First, I
question.
understand your testimony is about Johnny Depp, not Amber Heard.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those
The flower crew
typical
just came in.
and age related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59. Okay, I will tell you that the age-related
He's
changes that
59?
occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss.
That makes me
Meaning
feel good about
they'll
myself.
occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
Amber Heard also took
But
Seroquel, by the way.
What effects may it have? And this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah, please
So
explain.
the
that.
effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, thyroid dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed.
He was prescribed
so
it.
it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection and speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be.
I wonder if substance abuse is more common among victims of domestic
substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients of substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin gabapentin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said,
well, you're under oath.
In a substance use disorder population,
you don't know.
It has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression.
Mass killers often breathe oxygen.
There are people that are lucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was waiting for the objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value.
Why would you be looking for an objection?
That's weird.
The advantage is you're using
it has a street value. Isn't the effect on Johnny Depp?
Despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death.
That's a serious problem.
That's more than a strict problem.
Adderall, correct?
Did Mr. Depp
Can you
suffer
please
death,
describe
in
to
your
the jury
opinion?
what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall
is
a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of cut downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are not potentially, which are abused.
This is the guy next to you in the bar. You just look at and say, "Shut up."
That's what the substance use disorder patient has, and you
shove him off a stool.
With someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk.
I really am a doctor.
You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay, you start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic.
Amber Heard.
These are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use.
You might start believing that James Franco and Elon Musk are banging your wife.
Significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend. Anywhere reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire.
And
that's all.
Fire.
That's his expert testimony.
That's a medical diagnosis.
Playing with fire.
Relating to those, did you draw any
Dr. Smeagol knows about fire.
To a reasonable degree of fire,
who
certainly.
met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependent for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson.
They're just letting him ramble. This is awesome.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, so that's asking for the record evidence for this.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes no.
Is the woman in white knitting back there?
Or medical effects, and I think that's pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff.
On both your houses.
And when you are just getting someone.
Hey, is that Joe back there in the upper left?
Objection, Your Honor.
Upper left?
Yes, it's Joe.
Where at?
It's highly relevant.
Less irrelevant.
Very top
Above
of the
Beyond the
screen.
scope.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
Man, he sat pretty far away from Camille. That was a
Well,
mistake.
Tell
He's just
me
looking a
more
little
about the
kempt for
relationships
me. I didn't
between
recognize him
substance abuse and IPV.
Yeah. So again, that.
Oh, Chalet's in the dress too today.
And you are.
Yeah, she's not
You
looking
may
bad.
be able to control the risk
She
factors.
may be
for IPV.
color
Any
coordinating for
of us
attention purposes.
may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to. Okay, when we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix,
The way this guy talks,
your brain can no longer do what
He's
it's
a doctor
supposed
for the
to do.
mob.
It's supposed to
Everybody is
prevent
just
you
on the
from
edge
doing
of
this.
beating their wife
Quite
at all
frankly, because
times.
it's wrong.
Fuck off.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history
How
of
do you know that?
hurting himself.
I haven't heard this testimony.
I
before.
know
There's no
when
evidence for
the
that.
actual event
At all.
happened. There was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off.
Objection.
So if you're asking me, can
Mischaracterizing his
someone
statement.
who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol?
They'll eat him alive on
or
cross on that.
cocaine, or the rest? The answer is
Objection
yes.
beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property. It can be financial, which is part of that.
Some Duluth model bullshit.
Verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors
Okay.
of partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying,
Let's see where these go.
we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Sounds like Johnny.
Yeah, you think?
Subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wife syndrome. And some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone
That's actually
that
not
they
true.
actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, just hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair
So self-serving.
what's happening.
I love it.
Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of physical violence by Mr.
Just
Depp?
listening to him is hurting my
So,
voice.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Yeah, you got to approach on that because what I don't know if he knows what objection to use. I don't know what you use here, but they're trying to testify to the jury what's in the record, and that's not his job. The jury's job is to determine what's in the record. It's a completely improper question, in my opinion. In your opinion, is there something in the record for domestic violence? Now they go, see, we have it in the record that it's in the record for domestic violence.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
He's assuming facts in dispute, right?
yeah. And
Of which he has no knowledge.
Right.
I mean, again, on cross, you could just say, paint the hypothetical of Johnny Depp without mentioning his name and say, does this sound characteristic of a victim of domestic violence and their symptoms? Yes. Now name that person Johnny Depp and wait for the objection. Leave the Matthew McConaughey. Now pretend she was white, right? Like leave that in there. Just do that.
Pretend
To
it
this
was
guy.
Johnny Depp.
Snuggle Struggle says anyone that spent years. Oh, wait, I read that one. Let's see. Restless Medic. If this case doesn't make Camille's career and make her the highest powered lawyer in her circle, will be a tragic disservice to her. Chronal. Hey, Nick, 3-year viewer, first-time shiller. Hey, thank you. If you like fantasy novels, check out The Green Eye Guardian. Worked on the lore, writing and editing for 5 years, and I'm excited it's finally published. Available almost anywhere. Green Eye Guardian, guys. If you like fantasy novels, check that out. Let's see. What do we got here? Joy Mace. My ex broke my hand punching my hands against my head when I was protecting my head. Yes, the vodka bottle could have caused that injury. It is a crush injury pinned between two surfaces. He's not a forensic pathologist. Yeah, I mean, again, the jury, that's the funny thing. Like when this guy's, when all these experts testify about stuff, the jury is still like, they're not idiots. I mean, they might be, but they're likely just normal people. And normal people sniff this stuff, and when it doesn't pass the smell test, they know. This guy testifying about how incoherent Johnny Depp was in his deposition that they haven't seen, but they watched him on the stand. And if they thought he was coherent there in court, which I would argue that someone using lots of metaphor, using at times hyperbolic language, responding intelligibly, making quick-witted quips on the stand, that disagrees with the testimony of this doctor. And they're going to be going, yeah, we didn't see that, though.
I mean, Depp spoke better than this doctor.
Yes.
Right.
More intelligibly for the jury, right? This doctor is just going everywhere. His pacing is quick. He's just losing a lot of people.
I was going to say, that's not a great standard to overcome, speaking better than this doctor.
My tweet was Johnny Depp is 58. This Crypt Keeper psych is 59. The psych is 200 years older than Johnny Depp.
Yeah, it's only from the blood of the young he's drunk. Yeah. I mean, that's the only way.
Imhotep.
Rona Bunch says Camille just owned Dr. Moore. She did. Walter Deadman. Abe Vigoda is still alive and a doctor. Trent Thoreau. I was watching an unbreaded clip the other day, then a live stream church service auto played after, and I never watch religious YouTube. It was hilarious. Lucas G. Question: when you testify to honest basis, is it common for patients that you treat to lie about domestic violence injuries to protect their attacker? Oh, so yeah, so that would be a question to ask him. When you testify to honest basis, is it common for patients that you treat to lie about domestic violence injuries to protect their attacker? That'd be a good one. Daniel Gammon, literally the only people who have testified in court in person are being paid to be there by Amber. That's insane. Cubus SC7, does he have the same hairstylist as Bernie Sanders? Let me tell you about the corporations. Tina Lewis, this guy looks like he belongs in a Stephen King movie. He does. No, he's in one. If you've seen, I think it's The Cat's Eye. He's the old man that owns the black cat that kills everybody.
Well, that makes sense. Hold on. That's why Elaine is his best friend. There's the missing link.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Dan Waters, you have testified as an expert witness for Miss Heard's legal team several times before, correct? Correct. Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to say that you've been very handy witness for Miss Heard's team? Dan Waters, can Ahmad ban him for that forever? No puns here, please. The Dragon's Treasure says the Griff King, weak Legal Bites is set to dethrone you, and she started with only 30,000 subs. You are about to lose your crown. Will you let Legal Bites defeat you? Chat, go to the Dragon's Treasure and fight back. So I guess go buy some tea or whatever.
What have you reviewed that
he got wrecked
with the risk factors for IPV that Mr. Depp related to Mr. Depp?
Or I should say she got wrecked.
So risk factor review that correlate.
Elaine fucked up.
So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this
demonstrated.
Dr. Spiegel.
Demonstrated where?
Rather than giving
the
the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Okay. All right. Gotcha now. All right.
In terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's.
As of 17 minutes ago,
Very
it's being reported in the New York Times
early
that Kate Moss is
on
testifying on
in
Wednesday.
Yeah, everyone's blowing me up with that.
2012, around
Oh, yeah?
2012, 2014. Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
so I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's didn't answer what you reviewed, please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and
again, it's Amber
harming someone.
He's describing Amber Heard.
The main purpose of, again, to maintain and control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression.
Like chasing someone into a bathroom?
Insults. No. Intimidation.
Like demanding that they not run away from your Harridan screeching?
Holding things financially against someone. Jealousy rants.
Belittling them?
Proper.
Oh, you were on 21 Jump Street.
All that is involved.
Emasculate.
A nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved.
Would suck my dick qualify as that kind of behavior, doctor?
Maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career?
Objection
Would that be
leading.
a factor?
Yeah,
Action leading.
So yeah, trying to control someone's career, that would be under financial.
It's clearly a
trying
leading question.
to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And
so is being in a relationship.
Record evidence correlate to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse.
Based.
So the record evidence, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening. Destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture.
Where'd you get the blood?
Well, that would be good.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Okay.
What a coincidence.
And
This guy's going to get destroyed on cross.
what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So the patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
No, let him do
He's
this.
explaining the narcissism.
What narcissism?
Can you explain
Again,
to the jury
it's Amber
what's
Heard.
involved
They're
with
talking about Amber.
narcissism as it relates to
Who's
the
more
risk
narcissistic than Amber?
partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control. Okay.
High cheekbones.
Rapid shifts. Okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power. They worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement.
Would someone diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder exhibit similar symptoms
Need for
to
praise.
narcissism?
So that would go under narcissistic.
I just don't know what they think they're doing here.
IPV.
This is stupid.
What if any what if any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration, need to be admired is part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder.
There's
Yes.
no testimony
Being
that
envious,
Johnny
fit
Depp
within that?
needs to be admired.
fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Objection.
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are.
If he was a plumber, would she be with him?
I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is.
She was only with him because she'd heard he'd been in 21 Dump Street.
I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree, this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What the?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
This whole trial's out of order.
Trial in terms of narcissism, narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr.
Trial
Depp
itself.
was
This is a narrative of the mainstream media.
Stay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was.
This is going to be a
pulled
headline
the rug
tomorrow.
without-
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what he's sustained.
Abusing the judicial system.
Can you
I'm
explain
out
what
of
you mean
order.
by this?
You're out of order.
This
Respectfully
proceeding will
approach.
go- this
You gotta
court case
approach
will
on
go
this.
through.
There's an objection, sir.
He's
you-
looking confused.
You've got to approach on this because the implication that exercising your right to bring redress through the court system is symptomatic of narcissistic personality disorder without a finding of vexatious litigation is highly improper.
Yes.
And extremely prejudicial. And I would ask that it be stricken. I mean, I can't believe that that was allowed to go on, frankly.
What other conduct is in the record evidence
I mean,
that
it's insult to the
correlates
court.
with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of the trial would be in order to
Not in terms of the trial.
gain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person.
Describing
think
Amber more than
that's
Johnny.
Another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
The guy who let everybody
Yes.
live on his dime has no empathy, apparently.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon.
Like, I didn't punch you, I hit you?
especially during especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you were talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, you know, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of, quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the variability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, you know, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Okay. And is there record evidence that you reviewed
Amber. Play the tapes
correlates with Mr.
Cross.
Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
There's severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, you know, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm
How about the term projection?
Gaslighting. Partner violence and the risk factors.
Again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be
I want to see Camille pull out like a Bowie knife and a sharpening stone.
And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable,
like a steak,
emotionally labile. Okay, you see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you, who's very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner, violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that's part of the, that is
their name is
the occurrence of the, like it's the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
What a circular argument.
I don't understand the objection.
Him claiming she's the problem is proof that he's the problem.
Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims aren't perfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and
That's
start
Amber justifying her bad behavior because of something Johnny did.
By and large, that's not what's going on here.
Of course not.
Mr. Depp. Behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
Behavior was
There's
consistent.
an objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And
So
go ahead.
there is something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the lines of observation, imitation, and reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would.
No negative
So
consequences. So when
that
you're the
theory
victim
is,
of the
interestingly,
violence?
it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual act. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage, in therapy from Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred, recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule,
The
please?
Barry Goldwater rule?
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency.
Yes.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what was happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment on what their diagnoses are. And
don't believe your eyes, ladies and gentlemen.
That should not be done by professionals in these
But this guy didn't actually
Does it have any applicability here?
observe Johnny Depp.
No, it does not.
Objection.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
rule
want to
was.
approach?
Yeah, actually, I do want to approach Your Honor because this motherfucker didn't diagnose Johnny Depp. He can't. He hasn't actually looked at him. So why?
Yep.
This is what they're trying to head off. They're trying to mitigate the fact that he's going to go up there and it's going to say, you didn't actually observe Johnny Depp in a professional capacity, did you? You just looked at some recordings that they gave you, didn't you? You've never interviewed him. You've never talked to him. That's what they're trying to mitigate right now. But he's effectively trying to ham-fist in a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder when Johnny Depp's mental state is not at issue in this trial because he's not suing for mental damages. The only reason Amber Heard's mental state is in here is because she is suing for mental and emotional damages. So she got interviewed by both sides. Psychiatrist. That's why her mental state's at issue. But Johnny Depp's isn't. This guy should not be able to introduce a diagnosis at all. He could say he has some behaviors consistent with, but that even to me, that's a stretch, but that's going to get in. I mean, that did get in. But them being able to shred that on cross and her trying to mitigate it ahead of time is silliness. In my opinion, my humblest opinion. Hunting Orion says this guy drove up in a DeLorean, didn't he?
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does the Goldwater rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you.
How is he an expert on what expert witness testimony is and isn't? Like what the?
So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I look, then expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professional,
a lot of stuff,
a lot of professional evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings.
Objection. This guy's just bolstering his own credibility.
A whole lot of things that directly.
Well, you attacked his CV. He has to rebut.
Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give
And again,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice. That
Objection. He's not being evaluated.
And both times, Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that wasn't going to happen.
Did you volunteer to bugger him too?
The court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
There's the words we need.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Commence the destruction.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But
I apologize for what I'm about to do you.
I like to tell you my name before I fuck you.
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court
I'd buy you dinner first.
asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court
Agreed
ruled on
with
it. I
you.
don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No.
No.
Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not
Oh,
want
you know better, buddy.
to go on. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right. I said the court did not require it. Right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was.
All right.
Wow. We're off to a great start here.
This is going to be a fantastic follow-up question to this is, did you review Miss Heard's, were you asked to review Miss Heard's diagnoses or any of it?
All right. So
do your impression of a deer in
the
the
last thing
headlights
you
again.
talked about
Rats.
was
He
the
lost that
Goldwater
one.
rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of. Yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
You can bend them.
More of a
You
guideline.
know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion?
Ooh, a man who's trying to figure out where he's ultimately going with the question.
Let me read this and see if you're familiar with it.
Oh, this is good.
It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
Ooh.
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
You don't know? Aren't you the expert?
Aren't you a
However,
fellow from that organization?
diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony.
No, it
without
wouldn't. You have to examine the patient.
evaluation.
Exactly.
As we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically.
Sir, are you an
rendered
expert
null.
on witness
Null and
testimony?
void.
Basically.
Exactly.
in fact,
Exactly.
Contemplates that issue, doesn't
Oh,
it, sir?
shit.
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question when you're reading me those statements.
How do you know the answer if you don't
No
know?
question.
The response by
doesn't
the
even know
other
the rule.
side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Incorrect.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to,
How
again,
would he know he's in the rules of his
this
profession if he
whole
doesn't
thing
know what
whatever.
the
You
rules
might
are?
as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings, because that you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said.
That's great. Let this guy do this all day.
Then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records.
You
Insurance
can't.
companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records where they're
Correct.
doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, we're essentially saying
a professional opinion if you
unless
actually
someone has
talk to the
evaluated
person.
it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
Nope.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second.
Wow,
What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry
Expert witness
would be
testimony is
especially
about
hindered. And
generalities.
we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's
I
not.
don't have to follow my professional guidelines.
I don't agree with a lot of the Utah State bar rules, but I still have to follow them.
Inconsistent with the Goldwater rule.
Yeah, my first place inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that.
Really? It's only for presidents?
That's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public.
Really?
What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is
Your
saying.
Honor, I'd ask to
based on
disqualify him as a
exactly
witness.
What you read, and I'm just telling you what you are
Move to
saying.
disqualify
That
him.
rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir,
I'd move
is
to strike him.
did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA.
What does that mean?
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not,
Ron, order the witness to answer the
because there's
question.
an expert witness before me. There's an expert witnesses everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging.
Move
in
to
an act
strike
that the APA
him.
clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
Holy shit.
You agree that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinion you're unethical?
Again, I'm saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert.
Are you now?
Witness, and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole
What am I watching here?
testimony again would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
presidents, yes.
And the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true.
Oh my
I
God, this
told
guy's
this morning, I believe, about my
moron.
intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation.
Unless the court orders it.
Seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do,
you don't have to interpret anything. You just read the rule.
Therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
You're doing fine.
Why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether this principle of medical ethics.
She's laughing
have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No, as an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes
that's
or no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right?
Oh my God.
Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history taking, examination,
just read the
and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut,
what is your opinion based on that? Because psychiatry said your area of expertise, right?
Personality traits is not a
You
diagnosis.
said substance use disorder.
Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that are brought to me,
He's
which are
providing a
not
non-expert
diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then
If I heard was going to have a psychiatrist, this would be the guy.
Saying I acted unethically on the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to perceive that expert witnesses are unethical based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. I'll go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying how they're interpreted.
Okay.
He knows
I don't
he's
recall.
Let's start with the
destroying this
easy
guy.
question.
I don't recall ever seeing anything
That was
quite
pretty
like
easy.
this
Go
in
ahead.
my life.
You're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions.
Okay.
You are not rendering any diagnosis
Sua
whatsoever
sponte.
of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Artie.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no to that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality trait.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is tied, has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer.
Breathing oxygen has correlation with IPV.
You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and you can get an answer that's addressed to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is,
what about histrionic?
Every
what about borderline?
Resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said.
No.
What I said,
I'm pretty
sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see
of course.
cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits.
This is great.
Where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Twice.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder.
Here we go.
Risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
It looks like they brought in extra bailiffs in the back of the courtroom.
It's a risk factor, but less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Well, now I would answer.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Oh, but no.
Yes or no?
Continue.
Which
Yep,
was
keep
his only
going.
one diagnosis of Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are. I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is
why not?
that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
That is straight out of the news articles that were over the weekend about imperfect victims.
Yep.
In your opinion today, that you thought
Trust the imperfect victim.
Well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Clearly not.
Under doing, you're saying
even know the APA rule.
Ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with someone you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't
great.
read the rule.
Then
Okay.
you move on. You don't
Say
know the rule.
no.
Yeah.
But you make me look stupid.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
God, I'm just waiting for the referee to
Baseline
stop
for
the fight.
processing speed?
This is a great question.
For analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be what
He's
I
guessing.
have seen him interact in public. I have
still
seen
watching him
interact
on
with
movies and
others.
TV?
I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
Good Lord.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said.
You
Then I misspoke.
Apologize?
Make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second. I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay. Because
Look at Camille.
Compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like
can't.
I'm judging yours right now. You're judging mine. We all judge process.
Scripted, memorized
baseline
statements
are what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now.
I have
is
never
not slow.
judged anyone's
Now he's
processing
diagnosed.
speed.
We judge
attorney.
processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals.
He should reveal
in
he has a
movies,
learning
did that
disability
affect
and
your
his
analysis
processing
of
speed
processing
is slow.
speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What? Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you. You see him in that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
What the? Look at these. What the fuck is he doing? What is he doing with these lips movements?
Yes, you have to answer the question.
Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, whatever it was. But no, I did not.
All right.
Holy shit.
You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right.
Is there a mercy
With respect
rule in
to
cross-examination?
You know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about
Just know that actors memorize scripts.
Actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have
Oh
no
my God.
idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. See the smiles in the gallery? People are trying to hold in the laughter.
Look at Johnny. Yeah, all right, whatever, man. Sure, go
Camille's
with
like,
that.
I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing.
Doing your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Does somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Oh, I think. Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. Probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was.
You
and
tell
I'm
us.
trying to think back, Okay. And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So
Of all the experts in the world,
I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's
this is
coming
the best
in
I heard you could come up with.
Europe for
So
a
good.
deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight. The night
Notice the level on that Gatorade bottle is dropping a lot faster on cross than you did on direct.
He's about to add to it when he
Hold
pisses
on.
himself.
Or a trial that you're involved with. I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot are misdescribed.
No, again, if I said it in that, if you just read one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't really.
Yeah. Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
What?
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that. I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your
Oh my God.
practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people in my practice. No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described.
I'm starting to feel
people as
bad
idiots,
for this
correct?
guy.
You gave me 9 hours of deposition.
Oh,
And if I said
no.
the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some
Yep.
evaluations you made
Oh,
relative
God,
to
this
his
guy's
functioning.
Digging
You
himself
would
straight
agree
into
with
lava.
me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay.
Oh, that's not
I
true.
believe
Doctors are late
it was
constantly.
in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline.
Yes.
Are they escorting someone out of the courtroom?
It was my understanding that at least a portion of that
For
testimony
laughing, probably, maybe.
that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation.
Just answer
all
the
time
question.
with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls. I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derive.
Do you agree that you
this
should have processed
without
a little longer
ever
on these
once
answers?
talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him, because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said.
Do you have
And that was
narcissistic personality disorder?
irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory is 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you missed 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive.
Short of that, in someone with an admitted abuse problem?
Why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol. 35 minutes talking about drugs and alcohol. Am I right?
I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on a test that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little
He has
bit
more?
about
You have more
this word you
knives
kept
in the
using,
sheath?
correlation. You know the word, right?
yes.
Correlation and
It's like
causation.
a Hollywood gun that never runs out of bullets.
Correlation, no, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right. Lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony and to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mm-hmm.
Your suggestion,
Get 'em.
all of us, is you're just looking at as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I am not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
Right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No. Again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it. They're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what tells us.
But you did
if they
a whole
have it,
litany
they're
of
likely to
risk
develop it.
factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV
The only answer is no.
Substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said.
I'm not saying anything.
I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic.
There we go.
So
and that's
absolutely
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The
Now
answer
over
is
50%.
So there's 49%.
Yes. As you said, Not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
Wait a minute.
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Yeah. Yep. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Other risk factors.
God, somebody
But again,
throw in the white
You're
towel.
talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say
the
is
question.
more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So that's all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right. You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So along that line,
right,
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder.
What are
So
you
the
basing
answer
that
is
on?
less than about 10% obviously do not.
What study is that from?
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies that yes, show studies say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Dead air. RX Joe says, when did Lurch go to med school?
MDMA.
Let's talk MDMA.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of
Scientific
ecstasy
answer.
for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So,
but the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to
Wait, he doesn't know what a senior dose is. How does he know what a low dose is?
Tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's the symptom.
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay. You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one apps has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine, something we talk about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA pellets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel.
He was going to try and say Johnny Depp.
That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well.
I think I did.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions
can't
for
diagnose them with
Adderall
substance use
and
disorder.
quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also
You're not answering the question, bro.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that
Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because it doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct?
But what does that have to do with the street value?
We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing.
What's it have to do with this
Unfortunate,
case?
but uncommon.
Nothing.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
He didn't have vomit on him.
No.
He was passed out in
Nobody
the
saw
chair.
vomit. There's no vomit.
No.
Drugs you testified
was
about.
It was ice cream.
That one's
Yeah.
also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
Choose writing a note that says it was
Yep.
ice cream.
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its
Yeah,
used
what's
for?
its indication?
And
Its
he's laughing
indication
about
is
it.
for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off label for pain. It's used off label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, 100%. Right.
Yeah, sure.
And you made reference to a picture.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Choose no.
Around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Oh, shit.
My God.
Who told you that?
You talked about the
No,
fact
keep
that
going.
Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
Ah, damn it.
I was, yeah,
You were
I mean,
told.
I read that, yes.
Why would you let that go?
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No.
No, it was music.
Music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
oh shit.
if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines,
Would that
So
change
it's not,
your
no,
analysis?
your
it's
opinion
sketchy.
as to his cognitive
Premises are
function.
correct, and the premises are not correct.
He was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was.
How do you know
Read
he
it.
was?
How do you know?
What? That may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music
Seems smiling.
during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function. Isn't it?
It's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at.
Maybe
I'll
for
put
you.
that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr.
That's
Depp.
not the
But
fucking
Mr.
question.
Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. Doesn't even know actors rehearse.
You don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Oh my God.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's
Elaine is going to walk up and shoot this guy in the back of the head.
somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my
Your Honor,
lines,
can my
I would
entire
think it was
testimony
cognitive
please be
deficit.
stricken?
No,
let me go
and maybe I'm
home?
wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get
Maybe you're wrong in your
lines fed to them
professional
through
opinion.
earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like
Sounded
you
to
said,
you.
I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to
I mean,
act.
I've never seen a pirate with an earpiece before, so
So what was the question?
I said if you give lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
sir, do you know Jack?
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece.
No, I don't know Jack.
Maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that.
Chug the rest of this Gatorade.
Given the entire score, the earpiece.
Glug, 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 glug.
Yeah,
But-
and
but-
there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah,
In the
but
absence of
what I
evidence.
found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
It's not
And,
in the evidence.
It's not in evidence. Yeah.
It's not evidence.
You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Whether isn't he dead?
Yeah,
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
He said did.
I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
Amber Heard's about to throw a vodka bottle at this guy.
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then,
Oh
ladies and
my
gentlemen. Again, do not
Jesus, that was a murdering.
your testimony with anybody, okay?
And they're not done.
He's going to off himself in the parking lot.
I mean, it was a
This is bad.
snuff film.
Chug,
Holy
chug, 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 chug.
There we
chug.
go.
Speaking of vodka.
Oh, Lord. Chug, 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 glug, glug,
Interested
glug,
to
glug.
hear what Joe says about how they were taking this.
I mean,
I'm waiting to see a little red laser sight dot on his back.
155. Oh wait, lunch. I was like 155.
Lunch, yeah,
That's
it's lunchtime.
my brain broke.
That was painful to watch. I feel genuinely sorry for this schmuck.
Dude, I don't.
No, I don't
Not
either.
at all.
No, he's a
brought
douche.
up-
I mean, I would not feel bad for this guy at all.
Well, I mean, in the way that I see somebody just like wailing on like a dog with a stick repeatedly for an hour.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh. I mean, that was
brutal.
That's
I
he's
thought
the
it was
bottom
gonna
of this
be-
emblem.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, someone should Photoshop the cross examiner's head.
And then
there,
on
and
top
then-
of Dr.
and then-
Nosferatu.
Yeah, the doctor down there. Oh my gosh, that was devastating. So I thought it was going to be bad because there were just some indications that it was going to be pretty bad based on his direct. But that was, I mean, that was one of the most devastating cross examines of the case. And there have been some doozies.
I'm primarily transactional and shipping accident recreation thing. For the people with more trial, have you ever personally witnessed an expert testimony go this bad?
Yeah, I have. I mean, sometimes they just
Wow.
go bad. But I mean, you'd think with the money at stake here, they would have been able to come up with somebody who, even if it, on the merits it was just as bad, presented better. I mean, this guy presents like a complete douche.
But that's also been the consistent expert standard for Amber Heard's side. I mean, they had him, Dr. Karen, Dr. Handy. I mean, none of these people are eminently likable. These are all really dislikable people.
And they're so standoffish. You need to, your expert should be able to sit there and endure like an attack on their reputation, because it's the other party's job to go ahead and say, yeah, but you're not an expert on this. And then you can calmly say, well, people often confuse these things, but in our field, these things are overlapping and correlated. And so one leads into the other. And I certainly have tons of experience dealing with and treating domestic violence victims. Instead of getting butthurt about someone dissing your CV and then coming off like a jackass for the entirety of his testimony, he was so combative. And it's like, what were you doing?
Offensive. I mean, it's just listen, I do a lot of expert consulting, and I just call the shots as I see them. And if there's stuff I don't know, I just say I don't know. If there's limits to my opinion, I just share what the limits to my opinion are. And if that's not 100% favorable to the client who's paying me, that's too bad. That's just the way it is.
Maybe they brought this guy in to bolster Dr. Hughes. Well, look, I mean, I know you guys hated this chick, but this guy's way worse.
Or just to put him to burn hours on cross-examination.
He was testifying on everything, though. He was an expert in everything, every single area of medicine, psychology, and the law. That was the stunning thing to me, is he's literally sitting there giving this appellate argument on what expert testimony should and should not be. That's just mind-blowing. I've never heard somebody try to do that, a medical expert, or on the stand. It's ridiculous.
I love that he just destroyed him by reading the rule. That's all he did. He just read the rule from the APA. Is it, do you find that your testimony under this rule is unethical? Well, I mean, if that's how you're going to take it, then yes, it was. It was unethical.
If that's what you're saying, my ethical rules are of the professional organization I'm a member of. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, because I don't read that stuff.
I mean, you're an expert witness. The guy looked like a fool.
He's bringing his own SV charges against that lawyer for that savage rogering he just got.
I mean, that was woof. We'll see if I've got links out to a couple people in the courtroom. We'll see if they pop in.
I saw somebody mention in the comments a Theodore Edgecombe trial where they brought in that ex-cop, the expert witness, complete train wreck. Yeah. There's many other examples like that.
That one was brutal. I would have rather been that guy than this guy, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy looked, at least that guy was just like a pretend, like he was a pretend expert on a pretend subject.
This was a legitimate expert who said the exact same thing. I didn't look at everything. Oh, this is bad. Wow.
I think he missed. I mean, when you have 19 tent stakes in the ground and you go to just stake the 20th one in, I guess it doesn't matter that much. But I do think he missed a good opportunity when he said, I was told it was vomit. So you were told. Now you're not going by what you observed. Now you're not going by reports. Now you're going by what you were told. Who would have told you that?
There you go. That's the question I want to know.
Yeah.
Who told you that? Oh, Elaine told you? Was that what it was? Elaine? Was it Amber? Yeah.
Yeah. I see a comment in the chat that says, oh my gosh, you guys are so funny and your commentary is hilarious. If you are enjoying the commentary and the trial coverage, please go ahead and click that like button. We had 65,000 people watching.
Wow.
So go ahead and do that. And not just here, but wherever you are, whatever YouTube stream or video you're watching, if you like it and you actually are enjoying it, please click like. It helps immensely more than anybody who's not doing this all the time may realize. So we really appreciate those stupid little thumbs up matter to us. So like, it's the only thumb up that doesn't go in your butt that we like. Tater.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Tater says, with a big donation, thank you, says, objection, what's the point of this witness? Dude looks like a corpse woke up just to turn up here and waste time. I mean, I thought he was a time waster until cross-examination. Then it turns out he was a train wreck. I can't imagine any juror.
He was a gift to the Depp team.
I thought their biggest, I have to recant my video maybe because I made a mistake. I said that the biggest mistake they were making was calling Depp, but it might have been calling this guy because he soaked up an hour of time.
If they call Depp back, that will surpass this guy. But this for now, this is taking the cake.
Depp is supposed to be called after this guy.
Allegedly, right? I mean,
that's the reporting. The reporting is that Depp will take the stand when this guy's done, which is going to be bonkers.
An
absolute catastrophe.
I didn't think there could be a worse day than Thursday, but apparently there can be.
So when this guy's done, they're going to wheel a gurney into the courtroom for him.
Well, no, they'll just haul they'll just bring some pallbearers up and put him back in the coffin. Those Ghanan guys can dance him out of the courtroom.
Oh God.
Kiwi Kelly says, Team Amber doesn't appear to believe the judge will cut them off. It's going to be delicious watching Amber squirm while Camille destroys their case on rebuttal and they can't do a damn thing to stop it. Unbreaded. Now they are taking their time with this guy on cross, but that's because they did take their time, but that's because it was so juicy and delicious. I think they probably figured this guy was going to be a 10-minute cross.
Yeah.
And that was worth it though. That was worth it.
Oh yeah. And they have the time.
Yeah.
Would you say it was about even? Because I wasn't tracking the time. I mean, was the cross longer? I really wasn't tracking that too closely. What would you guys say?
I think the cross is probably about even, right?
It feels like it was a lot longer.
But there was that foundational. It just took so long setting up the foundation. We're bored. This one we were excited, and so we were maybe more focused. I don't think it was too much longer than the direct. So I think in terms of time parity, I think it was about a wash.
And the cross came after the break. So she had questions after the break, significant amount of questions after the break. So going into cross, it was, well after 10:30. I think. Wait, no, 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 my time. So they came back 9:45 ish.
And we're still not done with cross, right? And then we have Elaine on redirect.
No, they just finished cross.
They did. Okay.
They're about to do a redirect.
Yeah. Redirect's going to be great.
They furiously Googled APA rules while they're waiting.
What are you going to do? They're going to sit there and like harangue their own witness about how he wasn't doing a diagnosis. He wouldn't do a diagnosis, right? And a professional opinion, this isn't a professional opinion like they mean, right? Like this isn't a professional opinion. Like, oh God, can't imagine.
It's a preliminary diagnosis.
In a Rut says, you guys are being mean. Show some respect for this doctor. He's been dead for 6 years and still showed up for court.
And he wasn't late like other doctors. Man.
Well, he's just still awake from voting in 2020. Ex Bubba Hota, that was a joke. That was a fraud joke as a joke. Ex-Bubba Hotep says, is this an actual expert witness and not a guy who escaped from the psych ward? Okay, there was one thing that I really wanted them to ask questions on, because he said that patients are often denied medication without an actual observation or evaluation, and he has been a victim of this. That was his
denied
words.
or given?
He said denied. He said that
he was personally denied medication.
Well, I don't know if that's what he meant, or if
I thought it was the other way. Yeah, sorry.
No, he might have meant that he tried to prescribe it and his patients were denied the medication by somebody else. But I mean, that's what he said was, and this is affected me personally, or I've been a victim of this. And I was like, oh man, I really, really want the follow-up to this question. I really want to see that, but didn't happen.
I should have asked him if he was there acting as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. And that whole, I know nothing about acting, so bad. I mean, he could have really hovered on those questions a little bit longer. Not that you needed to, because everybody there saw it. But I mean, him commenting about the earpiece, and then I wanted him to say, but you'd agree that there's not any evidence in this record that Johnny Depp has ever used the earpiece to receive lines, only music. That's the testimony from the guy who put the music into his earpiece, isn't it?
Once again, is the same person that told you about the vomitus the same person who told you about the lines, right? Where are you getting this bad information from?
Yeah, exactly. I haven't invited James. Let me invite James.
Have you ever diagnosed an Oompa Loompa? I love the I love the Willy Wonka thing. That was beautiful.
That was just such
Willy
a
Wonka doesn't matter to you.
That was
and you
great.
saw his face. You saw his face when he's like licking his lips like some sort of creature.
That was so weird.
It's vile.
Like that was weird.
So I've got someone in the courtroom who said they'd be on in 4 minutes ago. So we will see if they pop on. I've got invitations out to several people who were actually in there. So just waiting, for any of them to pop up. They may, they're probably talking to people and each other. Who knows what happens here. Gethralkin says, sorry, I didn't mean Whitney's cross. It was when Elaine was questioning her. Next we've got Titan 764. Judging by what Amber is wearing, I'm guessing she's prepared herself for a new career as a Kentucky colonel.
I was going to say that.
She actually looks like she's in a Western, like she's preparing for a Western.
Westworld.
I don't like it. Again, some people are critical of me saying her dress jacket combo was good. And they said, no, she's being Sharon Stone from Basic Instinct. Well, but Sharon Stone looked hot and professional in Basic Instinct. That's what you want to do. And she only looked slutty when she opened her legs, right? Like that's
like
the
a
whole
hot
thing.
Professional.
Right.
Well, her color combination is precisely the opposite of Elaine's. It was white on brown, the other's brown on white. Same color brown.
Well, we know that white on brown is worse. Raina Jenka, it's a joke. That's a crime joke. Sorry. Raina Lenka says, I really hope that Johnny Depp's team brings up how there are higher rates of substance abuse among IPV survivors. Bring up current papers. Shows 1.8 times more likely to report alcohol use when they also report being abused by IPV. So here we go. The thing to remember on this is there's a whole bunch they could go after this guy on, but they have Dr. Muffins for rebuttal. Yeah. And that is going to produce more favorable testimony with less combative nonsense from someone the jury probably wants to hear from and specifically see again. She came across extremely likable. She came across well presented. I mean, the contrast in appearance alone, and I'm not talking about hotness. I'm talking about just professional appearance of Dr. Curry versus this guy. His hair's disheveled. He's doing stuff with his lips. And she just was calm and collected, answered the questions like that.
And
that is,
well, yeah. Yeah. I'll add that. It's me. I got you.
No, I mean, it's true, but just that alone, I mean, just the presentation difference between the two is stunning. So they can bring her in and ask her about his statements, and she can agree. Yes, yes, yes. And notice what he said about borderline personality disorder, by the way, really, really terrifying for intimate partner violence. That's where I would think they're going to probably stake their claim on some of those questions. And my chat window just screwed up, so bear with me just a moment while I get back there. Where are we? Holy cats. Almost to the spot, I think. Let's see. Where did we go? Sorry. If you guys have any observations, feel free to share them while I look for this. This spot. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I found it. Oh my goodness. Finally. Bastard Luigi says, best part of the trial thus far. Still Elaine getting absolutely throated while Camille having strapped it on for the occasion. Would not surprise me in the least if the largely younger jury grabs that and runs with it. Oh, well, when Elaine got gutter stomped on redirect, yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, you usually don't turn redirect into a weapon, but Camille Vasquez did with Amber Heard. It was so nasty. Squirrel Knight says, eating Dr. Muffin's muffin or climbing Vasquez's rocks, you decide. Come on now. These are professional ladies, and this isn't the night show. We'll talk about that then. Let's see. Christian Vela says, I know I'm a baby grifter compared to your manly, chiseled, full-bodied style of grifting, but I was hoping you could simp for my LawTube-inspired humorous bathroom signs and take at takeaherd.com. Love the work and keep it up. So, guys, if you're looking for bathroom signs, go to takeaherd.com. And we have a new guest for the stream. Welcome to Fair and Balanced.
What's going on? Long-time listener, first time coming on.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for showing up. So you've been in the courtroom all day.
Right. Mm-hmm. And
how's it going?
Okay, so for those that don't know me, I'm a former news anchor turned independent journalist, and I have been watching the trial since its inception. And I came here today. I was on all last week with Good Logic, Joe Neiman, and figured, hey, why not come out today? There was an extra ticket. So it's Joe, myself, and DUI guy who is right behind me. You can kind of see there, he's tweeting. So here's kind of what I gathered from the jury. And I'm looking at it from strictly a media standpoint, guys.
Sure.
So you have your 9 jurors. Number 2 is completely and utterly checked out. He is done. Doesn't want to be here anymore. Hang on, let me turn on my do not disturb. So sorry. And he just, I mean, for example, like when they brought up those graphic pictures of Johnny Depp's finger, he proceeded then to start looking at his own fingers and started to bite his nails, dig under it, just was not into it.
Sure.
Juror 1, taking notes sometimes, but then there was a lot of times where he was nodding off, and you could see where he just, coming back. Now, the young white male juror 7 in the front, who I always say reminds me of a lot of the kids that I grew up with, probably has his master's, went to college, super prep school kid,
Sure.
diligently taking notes. His mom probably told him, serve your country, serve the justice system, kind of one of those kids,
Yeah.
So he's really, really into the trial. The one that I'm worried about, guys, is juror number 8. And it's for many of you guys calling the Catholic school mom. I'm going to give you guys a kind of a media thing that we look at. I've been a news anchor around the country. I've worked for Fox, ABC, NBC, and ABC, all of them, the big 4. And in every single market, we have what's called our DMA for all your listeners out there. And what it is we pinpoint a person who's kind of the overall person in our market that we're trying to target to. And most markets, like where I've been, your South Bend, your Grand Rapids, your Austin, Texas, outside of El Paso, Texas, here in DC. I live in DC, but this is all Fairfax, so the suburbs of DC, right?
Right.
Is your Susan. We would always call her Susan. She is a white female who is between 48 to 60, probably got about 3 kids, one of them possibly in the military. Here's why I'm worried about her. Let me check my notes here. It was that last testimony during Dr. Spiegel. In the beginning, she seemed to really, really like him a lot. And she seemed, and here's why I say where she could sway either way. She's like that mom where you don't know if she's got a daughter and she's going to be like pro Amber, or if she's got a son and she's going to be pro Johnny. But either way, she's going to skew one or the other because it's like that mom age range, right?
Sure.
So in the beginning, I'm watching her with Dr. Spiegel, and she's very attentive, watching him a lot. Then you had it, the cross for him to become an expert witness. I don't know all these legal terms. I only know media. And again, juror 1 and 2 couldn't care less. 6 and 7 and 8, super engaged back and forth with the heated debate, that mom being one of them, right? With the direct, you had juror 2 drawing. I think he's getting ready to put out his own coloring book at this point. Juror
He's just
1,
passing him to Johnny.
Exactly. Juror 1 falling asleep. Juror 1, 2, and 4 not even looking at the doctor. What was it? Juror 2 looked up when the doc, and he like looked puzzled when he said he wasn't putting down, or he wasn't watching Johnny's acting. My notes, I was trying to diligently write here. Juror 9 did not like Dr. Spiegel at all, was very unsettled. Everything he was saying, he kind of looked at him like, what was not about him. And he's the Asian man on all the way on the right. You had your break. Coming back, juror 6, which is the older man in the front, really interested in what drugs Johnny Depp was on. Kind of like,
it's like, I know what I'm doing this afternoon.
He's like, I want some later.
Yeah.
Taking
When
notes.
the drug cop comes to high school with the big board of drugs, right? And so, oh, that's what that stuff is.
And again, you guys are looking at it obviously from lawyers. I'm looking at it from a media human aspect. And like I said, these are just little behavioral things that I'm seeing just, as a news anchor watching these people.
Sure.
The juror number 4, the black lady, came back with a mask on after break, which I thought was kind of interesting. Because she hasn't worn a mask apparently from Law and Lumber and all of them. They said this entire time. Juror 1, when they talked about one big point where many of them looked up and they kind of all looked at Dr. Spiegel, was when he brought up about destroying property, writing on walls. Juror 1 just started shaking his head for some reason, whether, he agreed, whether that was a bad thing or not. Juror 1 and juror 2 are the most physical, I would say. Juror 6, very stoic, doesn't even move, not even really his head that much either. The lawyer to the right of Amber Heard, I couldn't find his name, but when they started talking about narcissistic abuse, he started nodding his head a lot, like, yeah, like, we're going to get him. Like, this is the topic. And then you saw juror 6 kind of like go around and look at him, which I thought was interesting since he hadn't really moved the entire time. So he started watching Amber's side, which was interesting. During the cross, again, this was that juror 8, that mom demo that I'm so used to having to write to. Taking notes diligently, kept her eyes on the attorney. What is the attorney's name? We were trying to figure it out in the courtroom.
Which one?
The one that was, he's usually does the expert witnesses.
Oh, okay. He said it. Dennison, I think.
Possibly. Sure. But either way, as long as you know that it's not Ben Chu. She started to kind of smile a little bit when it seemed like Dr. Spiegel was scolding, if Dennison is his name, when he started like, I don't know if that's what you want me to answer. That's what I'm going to answer. And she started looking at him, and the attorney, and started smiling a little bit. I don't know if it was out of enjoyment or out of like, what are you going to do? The judge was starting to get really, really aggravated with Dr. Spiegel.
Yeah.
I know there's a filter when it comes to TV. I don't know what it looked like on your end in the courtroom. He looked, when I say hostile, meaning he was pushing his limits. And
yeah, that came through. The judge reprimanded him.
Sua sponte.
Three times, 2 or 3 times on her own. She hasn't done that really to any witnesses so far.
No.
So it came across that she was very unhappy with his little outbursts.
Right. And you could see even, and I can't really see the camera angles of what's going on. But you could just see that she was getting really, really annoyed. And that's where you saw a couple of times with just answer the question. I don't know how it came off through the TV filter, but it was a very stern
you need
warning.
to answer the fucking question, doctor. That's how it came off.
Yeah.
We couldn't see her, but from a lawyer's perspective, that's what that sounds like.
Yeah.
In general, the way it came, did you see the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie where he killed everybody on the bus?
Can't say that I have, Nick, but I guess I have some homework
It's
this
so
weekend.
good. It's so good.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. I mean, it felt like just a murder scene on Cross out here. So what was it like so not counting like the jury and their reactions, just kind of the buzz in the gallery and what you were observing. I mean, did it look as bad? We were shocked at how bad it was for Amber Heard's team on Cross.
So I have a father who is a neurosurgeon and a lawyer, and he does a lot of expert witnessing, and he also coaches a lot of doctors who are not also lawyers on being expert witnesses. And I've seen my dad testify dozens of times, and him also being a litigator knows the whole talking to the jury, act like you're one of them, the fact that he's this big doctor. And one thing I remember my father always telling me is you never want to go on there saying this to these other expert witnesses. You never want to go on there pompous, like you know everything. If my dad was giving a course, he would show his testimony as everything not to do and everything that my father has told a lot of these expert witnesses, or particularly doctors, what not to do. Especially going back and forth with the attorney. Many of us were like, is this happening?
We were too.
Yeah. And the one part that was really telling, where you even heard a gasp in the gallery, was when he asked him about, they were arguing between narcissistic personality disorder not being a diagnosis, but an evaluation. And when he asked that one question, well, what would you do on your evaluation? And he goes,
he waited forever. Yeah.
Everyone was like, like, we were like, oh my God, you have to be kidding me. And it was a lot of heart palpitations, I'll say that, because a lot of us are on like 3 hours of sleep. So that woke us up. And then
I think he was contemplating the amount of ethics complaints he's about to receive from testifying in this way in front of millions of people who largely are opposed to his position. And we've seen doctors and stuff get review bombed. But I mean, this guy, he flat out admitted that his testimony was unethical under the rule. That blew me away.
There's a particular review floating out there that the Tug circulated that's looking not really good for this doctor. So it seems like he might already have some bad reviews.
Yeah, the one about the self-deletion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I will say the jury, the mom at first seemed kind of, like I say, where she was originally kind of smiling to see, I think more like, how is he going to handle this doctor? And then when he started going into, so let's go to MDMA, we all were like, we know exactly where this is going. And it was one of these where other people, were kind of like, why is he bringing this up? And DUI guy, Joe and I were like, 8 to 10, this is where he's going. And you could start to see him build that up. So finally, when he got to, is it toxic? Can you die from it? That's when you saw people kind of looking around like, oh my God, because, a lot of these people have been here, or at least, if they haven't gotten in line or if they haven't been able to get in, they'll go and watch you guys at home. So they remember all this testimony. And so when they eventually heard the 8 to 10, they were like, that's it. That's what it is. The other big part too, that you heard a lot of gasps, was when they said, well, what about the ice cream? And he said, well, I was told it was vomit.
Yes.
There was gasps in the gallery for sure, because it was like, wait, what? And realizing, lay people aren't going to realize what that means. But well, from what they gather, he was told the wrong info, from what they could see.
Yeah, I wish he would have asked the follow-up question on that one, but unfortunately he didn't. So there was a lady who was escorted out, it seemed, in the middle. Do we have any idea what was going on?
She's got the vapors just thinking about this one.
Your girl, all right.
Let me tell you, this bitch. Okay.
No, wait, not the lady who was kicked out for cutting in, who is the cutting in line lady.
Oh, no, Nikki Poo.
Oh,
That's
okay,
the same
okay.
girl. That's the same girl.
Same woman.
Oh, no.
Same woman.
So I get there about 5:45, right? And DUI guy and Joe give me the lowdown how there's this woman that's been there since 1 a.m. with her baby. And everyone's like, and she's in her pajamas, and people are like, what's going on? Apparently she was taping everybody because I guess you're not supposed to get there before 1, but some people were there waiting before they charged over to the other side. And people say that they saw her putting alcohol in her baby's vodka in her baby's bottles, allegedly.
I don't buy that, but okay.
I will say that the baby looked drugged out of its mind. I will say that. But either way, she kept trying to cut
Baby's
through
going to
the
be called
line.
as an expert witness.
Well, so she kept trying to go up and move through the line, right? And she finally gets to number 1, and they let her go up to the front because of her baby. Well, then she saw that there were people in line that were talking smack and people being like, what's wrong with her baby? Because I mean, the baby was totally, literally dorked. And I mean, it had its fingers in its mouth, drooling. A lot of us were actually kind of nervous.
She better be careful. If she puts enough vodka in that baby and Amber Heard sees it, she'll throw it at a bar.
Drink it.
Well, hold that thought, Nick. It gets better. So then she's in line and she sees people talking shit about her. And she goes to the sheriffs and starts showing them the videos of people that were there waiting. So they're looking through and they're like, for all of you that were here before 1 a.m., we have video evidence and you might as well just get out of line now. And she's ratting on people to get them kicked out because she was just angry and bitter.
Yeah.
She ends up getting into the courtroom. You didn't hear a peep from her baby. As we get up to take a break, she yells out, and I'm trying to make it a direct quote. She's like, Johnny, I love you. Our souls are combined. What are you going to do if this baby is yours? And then
that's the quote. Yep.
And then
I
security,
saw the tweet. Oh my God. Yeah.
And then security was just like, all right, that's enough. And apparently they have her held up somewhere.
I thought the baby she was talking about was Amber Heard's baby or
that's
something.
what I thought.
No, she was talking about her own baby.
Talking about vodka baby.
A potential Johnny's the baby daddy situation here, even though that's crazy. But yeah.
Well, he would have to have been on probably 8 to 10 MDMAs for him to link up with this chick. That's for sure. But one thing I do want to talk to you guys about, just knowing news anchor and being in the media. So this kind of aggravated me today because I know news schedules and how it all works and what time we come in and when we go live and all that other stuff. I've done it for 12, 15 years now. There's a reason why Court TV is getting a lot of stuff wrong. And I'll tell you why. You heard it here first, folks. Court starts at 9. I'm not blaming the reporter because I know it's their schedule. But the reporter came in, and I'm not going to, blast her. I know her, though. Comes in at 11, sits in court from 11 to 11:30, probably then goes out to do her noon live shot. Then comes back. We have lunch. We're at lunch now. She'll probably stay till about 3:30, then go out and do her lives from 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's normally how our schedule goes when you're this afternoon court shift. They're not watching the trial.
Yeah, most common thing in the world, actually.
Yeah, and that's where you see the big difference from myself as a reporter and, news anchor. And then you see Joe, you see DUI guy, you see you guys streaming it. It is around the clock coverage. Whereas this, you come in, you get your quick sound bite, you go out there, you say, oh, today this was very cool. And oh my gosh, you're not going to believe what the jury did. Back to you. And it's just not the whole encompassing thing. And I mean, again, to walk into the courtroom and you're missing 2 hours of testimony, one being from one expert witness to then part of another, you miss a lot.
And by
that's
the way,
what
savvy lawyers, prosecutors, and defense are taking advantage of that by feeding out to what they know journalists will be looking for as a headline to manage the media coverage of the trial, because
Yep,
they know the
I
journalists
did
aren't
it.
watching the whole thing.
Yeah.
So they'll ask questions that aren't really relevant to the trial, but which are scintillating, that will attract the journalist's attention, the squirrel, the shiny thing. And that's all the journalist really needs for their day's work, is to have something they can write a story about, have a headline for. It in no way reflects the substance of what happened that day in court, but that's not the journalist's actual job.
Right.
And
I'll tell you right here. I mean, what we do is we find that emotional soundbite, whether it be, something from Johnny, Amber crying, or, the back and forth. For example, today you'll see, mark my words, the sound bites everywhere will be the back and forth between Dr. Spiegel and the attorney going back and forth. And, well, what about you? And what about you? They write around it. And then it's just regurgitated every other hour. Maybe the script has changed a little bit, but that's all, folks. And that's how it's done. I get it, though. There's time constraints. Live TV is different from live streaming. So I don't want to dog it. I was in it again for 12, 15 years. I'm telling you, I understand how the game works. But unfortunately, when that kind of stuff happens, mistakes are made, especially when it comes to legal terms like mens rea, when that's a criminal term. There's certain things like that.
Kind of surprising.
Yeah.
I was like, why are you talking about mens rea?
Exactly. So that's where, again, like I said, like mistakes in the legal media are made. So at least, thank God, people are on to you guys. They're watching you guys. Nick, actually, you and Andrew, actually, when I had my show back in the fall for Rittenhouse, you guys actually made my opening monologue of your, that's it, it's over.
Yep.
I talked about LawTube and everything that you guys were doing and how it was a completely different angle from what people are getting when they turn on the mainstream media.
Well, thank you.
The thing is that the funny thing is, talking about that, I think for us, the story is the back and forth, but for them, they will take that soundbite of the doctor saying, well, victims are imperfect victims, because that lines up with the Vogue, the Vox article, with the New York Post just put out today, all the Murdoch media. It lines up perfectly. And actually, I've been going on earlier to get more of an audience that's international, and everyone in Australia, in New Zealand, in the UK, in Ireland has all said that the media is dominated by pro-Amber statements. They're going to take whatever is pro-Amber and they're going to spin it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is why people are watching us, because anybody who watches this can objectively see that Amber is not getting the clear W that the mainstream media is painting her out to be getting.
Exactly. Yeah. And, you guys know all the legal jargon, but I know the way the sausage is made when it comes to in the newsroom. And so that's why I've been going on with good logic, because it's like two worlds combined, like the inside and the outside of the courtroom. And I know exactly which way they're trying to spin stuff. Like you said, what sound bites they're going to use. They're pretty obvious, but then the way that they write around it, people think that, oh, I'm going to write the story and then pull the sound bites for what goes along with the story. No, they want the clickable sound bites, and then they're just going to write around that and whatever works. And again, I'm not saying this to dog, the reporter. I'm not saying this to dog the network.
It's okay. You can dog them.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we did run into Law and Crime, and they got. We did.
Oh.
We gave you a shout out, Nick.
Nick says hi.
I was there with a DUI guy, and he's learned some TV terms standing in line with me. And the one reporter is like, "Can I just get video of you guys doing stuff?" And he's like, "What do you mean, just us doing stuff? Like just us standing here?" And I was like, "Larry, it's called B-roll. It's called B-roll." And he's like, "What is that?" I'm like, "Action footage. Just stand and talk to me. You can talk about whatever you want." Larry's learning, if you can see him. We ran into Law and Crime, but no, tons of people shouting you guys out as well, saying hello, and if they didn't get in, they were going to go home and watch. So it's been interesting when you're in line and you see people. And again, I'm just the journalist side. I'm just kind of more like a distant cousin of LawTube at this point. But people watching, all of you guys, everybody knows who everybody is. It's kind of cool to see. They all know.
I was going to say, we really value having the in courtroom perspective, especially with someone with a ton of experience like you have, because I think as lawyers, even hearing the other lawyers in the courtroom, which I think it's great that they're there and reporting, but we kind of get wrapped up in what lawyers are looking for, and lawyers aren't always looking for what jurors are looking for. And so I'm really happy to have you come on and talk about what's going on. I got a question. You can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
That we have pulled up. Okay. Can you do a review of this? Is this accurate? It's Wayne Dennison here, a lawyer for Johnny Depp, and that's the Dr. Crypt Keeper who was just on the bottom.
Well, first of all, it looks like his hair actually had a comb put through it on that graphic. Because in person, it's like disheveled. I forget who's that guy from Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying.
Yeah, he looks like that
Doc
guy.
Brown.
I mean, it's like
Got
buddy,
some
run a
smarty.
Yeah. It's like, dude, you're in court. Run a comb through your hair. But yeah, that's a pretty accurate depiction, I would say. Whoever memed that, amazing getting that done quick.
Oh, the internet, the chat is on top of it. They are so on top of it.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, the only one that I worry about, me personally, like I said, having targeted that DMA where you don't know really where they lie. And I only know this, I say this because when I would cover elections, it was that DMA where basically the white suburban mom, you don't know if they're going to go Democrat or Republican. This is the same. You don't know if she's going to go pro Amber or pro Johnny. And it's either because she's got a son that she loves so much, and this could have happened to my Tony, or it's going to be, this could have happened to my Sally. So that's the way I see that particular juror, as somebody that I used to have to market to. As sick as that sounds.
What was the perception of Dr. Handjob?
Could you be more specific?
I just
okay, hold on. Not the one that touches corpses, the one that works on other people's hands.
Yeah, the first guy, yeah. But
So
see,
I was-
okay, so you just went, oh yeah, because before I asked that question, I've been thinking for like 30 seconds, who the hell was on before this doctor?
Dr. Moore, yeah.
Dr. Dick
so-
Saltermore.
Yeah, Dick Salter.
Yeah, so that one was interesting because, again, like, just seeing my dad do so many expert witness cases and stuff, and like the part that's so boring, you know, and I've been writing all the times down. Elaine has been taking a long time going through
Yes.
and what does board certified mean? What does this mean? And like my father has even told like lawyers, he's like, when you're when you're directing me, like go through that shit quick because you will lose a jury so fast. So the fact that she's taking forever, you have juror one that's like nodding off. And again, you just explained what board certified was. I understand where they have to explain it again, but it's just, to me, it's just burning time that they don't have. But with him, it was interesting because immediately when he said orthopedic surgeon, my father's operated with orthopedic surgeons. And I was like, the hand. And that was interesting because that was another moment where I thought Camille was on fire. I thought that the way that she brought that testimony forward, the way that it was almost like she like led him in a circle like a little puppy and then finally just like sunk him.
Killed him.
But it was like she had him on the leash and he had no idea. Okay, you know. And then finally, but you never really looked at it. You never did this. You never did that, which I mean, for you guys as lawyers, you know how to do that. For me, that's trial theater. I love it. So the way that she kept spinning him around in circles and then finally shot him, it was fun to see.
Yeah. So I think our assessment was generally the same. I mean, she crushed him on cross and he didn't even know he was getting crushed. It was really funny to watch. Did the jury react at all during any of his talk about the bottle and the finger or anything like that?
The moment when she said that you didn't look, you said his hand, when she went through the hand being flat or the hand
First
being
question.
over the edge,
Yep.
they all kind of looked over because I mean, for that was a visual thing because that's when he was like, oh, I laid it out this way. And she's like, sir, doctor, no, you didn't, you know? And I like when she gets into these, excuse me, I will ask the questions. Like those are those moments where she's so sweet, but she's like, like a viper where you know she's just going to come in and just sting you, but she's so nice about it, you know. if that makes sense. But yeah, and then it's kind of the same thing again with Dr. Spiegel, but again, I will say Amber Heard's team thinks that like they're winning with him and he comes off as a Looney Tune, at least in the courtroom.
I can't imagine how they are going into the break thinking that anything went well for them during that testimony.
Yeah.
Whew. Do you know any of the buzz? So the buzz that we've heard is that Johnny's next on the stand after this guy. Is that what you've heard, or have you heard anything else?
You know, it's interesting because there are a number of people sitting in the front row in front of us. And my guess is either there is one more live witness and then Johnny, or it's Johnny and then another live witness. But today I think it's all live witnesses. So your guess is as good as mine. I think they're going to end with Johnny personally, but you guys are the players, you know?
Even if they call him next, I don't think they're getting out of today with someone else, because if I'm Johnny's team, I don't care how short they take his testimony. I try and bring it to the end of the day.
Yeah,
and close on
sure.
him.
On as much time as possible.
And that's where I think, you know, maybe the next, if they were to, because there is one guy sitting there, and we've been trying to figure out who he is. Because one of them, if you look, there's Whitney Hurd is in the front. Next to her is like the hair and makeup stylist. And then there's another blonde lady, and I don't know if she's family or what she could be. But then there's one more gentleman that Elaine has been talking to. And I'm pretty sure he's a witness. Because I've been trying to put a face to the name. As I was looking through the witness list and trying to, you know, Google like faces so I could recognize before coming today. This guy I can't pinpoint. I don't know who he is. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine, though. We've been trying to figure it out, but we'll see.
It'll be a
I can't. What has shocked me is that, and this is in the legal weeds, but why they haven't gotten a lawyer, like maybe an entertainment lawyer or someone who does a lot of the public representation side of lawyering, like a Ben Crump style person, in to testify about, you know, statements made by lawyers on behalf of clients. Like, because that, to me, that seems like the obvious expert you would bring in, because you're not going to get out of Waldman or Depp that Depp ordered Waldman to speak. And that's the only thing I can think of as the reason why they're going to bring Depp in. But
let me tell you, I've interviewed Ben Crump a number of times. That guy will never miss an interview. He will go on TV as much as he possibly can.
Would you put in a good word for me so I could get him on my show?
Give me 100 subs and we'll talk.
Done.
100.
Done.
That's it. I got all the tabs open right now.
You're selling yourself cheap, Ferran.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. He's got like 335, right? Shit. No. Give me 200.
Wait, you're saying 1,000?
I'll try to see what I can do. I've got some fun people that I've interviewed, especially like the last year and a half, and one of them being Ben Crump. And like I said, he will never miss an interview. I had him on like 3 or 4 times, all during the Rittenhouse case too.
Where so you have a YouTube channel then?
I do. Fair and Balanced, as you see right there. A small little channel that was demonetized when I started covering the trial, and I get to appeal it June 3rd.
Oh, that's so nice of them to let you wait a month during the like most critical month.
Exactly. But you know what? Like, this is one of these, just like with you guys, with journalists, it's like, this is what we live for, you know, like it's the same thing. So same exact thing.
Well, guys, if you want to follow Fair and Balanced coverage of everything, I've dropped her link in the description. And of course, everybody else in the panel is already in the description. So make sure you go and click on her name, and it will take you right to her page, and you can go ahead and subscribe there.
No, I don't have a Ben Crump, but I do have a Larry.
What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Pretty good.
Take a seat. Talk about what you thought.
It's very dirty. I don't want to.
Oh, I'm in leggings and stuff.
Okay. No, you're good. That's why I'm up here. I'm extremely fucking tired. I haven't slept again in like I don't know how many hours. Desperately need either sleep or energy drinks, so we're gonna have to go with the latter since we still have work to do. But so far it's a fucking shit show, you guys. I mean, my conclusion, I'll just jump right into that, is both witnesses have not only damaged their case, but made them look horrible. They've brought absolutely nothing positive. They have not brought one fact that the jury went, oh, wow, Amber Heard might have this or whatever. It's all been pretty much Johnny Depp's team just creaming these fuckers.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Just summarize.
That's what we're getting to. I was curious if you got any different sense from there in the courtroom, but I mean, it looks like a charnel house. I mean, that cross that she just did, or that Dennison just did, was an axe murder.
Yeah. Juror number 8, I think, has a crush on Dennison as a result of
at the end,
giant like smile on her face, and it would not go away. You know how sometimes like smile at something and you're like, okay, that was cute. She just had a smile that would not go away every time she looked at him.
And at first I was worried about her smile too, because it was when he was starting to get lippy, Spiegel, and I was like, uh-oh, does she like this a little too much? And then at the end, she really liked him.
Yeah. Dennis.
Well, that's good news, because that guy is so weird, because he's kind of unassuming, but all of his cross exams have been really on point from what I've seen.
Yeah. And he's, from what I've seen, when I've watched my dad be an expert witness, I mean, and like I said, when he coaches other doctors, he's like, this is what they're going to come at you with. Like, for example, like the first one with Camille, when she was like, how much are you getting paid? I mean, like I said, I'm coming from a completely different angle, but I've just seen my dad tell these doctors, like, they're going to ask you this and you have to answer. If it's $5,000 for the day, you got to say it does look bad, but.
By the way, did they ask Spiegel, or was there enough blood spilled on the floor they didn't bother with that?
They didn't ask him.
I didn't
Yeah, I was just about to make that comment. I was like, it was so brutal that they didn't even bother asking the bias questions, because it was so obvious.
That's like, let him bleed
Dr.
out.
Spiegel, we assume you were not paid for this testimony today. Is that correct?
Okay, so DUI guy, if you were on that cross, is there any question that you would have asked that guy didn't ask?
Of Spiegel or Moore?
Spiegel first.
Oh, you're gonna put me on the spot like that.
Sir,
I'm just curious. You might not have anything off the top of your head, because I
No,
know you're
I mean,
really tired. But
it was just, it's both. I'm just trying to survive here. But at the end of the day, no, Dennison did the right thing in. I'm gonna make it into a verb or whatever. Camille Vasquez did, He got in, he got blood, and he got out. And for each question, and there were a few times when I was like, dude, just let it go, just move on. That's the only thing I really would have maybe avoided a little bit. Camille is better at that. And again, there's two schools of thought. There's one that's like butcher the fuck out of him until there's nothing left. And then there's the ones that just get in, get out as quickly as possible. The answer doesn't matter. I subscribe to the latter school, which is Camille Vasquez's style. But Dennison has his own style, and he's accomplishing his goal. And then Moore, I think, goes without saying. Vasquez, again, she followed, she was true to her art, and she got exactly what she needed out of him. She got him to admit, all but admit, that you can't confirm or deny what object could have caused this injury, which is the most important thing. Like, you can't for certain say a bottle could not have caused this, period. Correct?
Right.
No, I cannot. Okay, thank you. No more questions, Your Honor. So.
Yeah,
I don't think that there's anything missed on that one for sure, but Spiegel's I'll have to analyze a little bit more in my head before I can give you a straight answer. I'm sure there's like more stuff in there that could have been asked.
But I think you and I can both agree. Juror number 2 is done.
He's done.
He wants out. He's tapping out. He wants nothing to do with this trial anymore, and it's somewhat comical.
Same with 9.
Yeah, 9. Yeah, he's another one. Yeah. And when Spiegel and Dennison were going back and forth, like where he's like, well, you're having me split hairs here. Juror 1's like, oh, like you could. And as if I was a juror member, I would be annoyed too.
I'm calling Spiegel. His new nickname is
Girl.
Schmeegirl. No, Spiegel's new nickname is older, grayer, mailer Amber Heard.
Oh,
Mailer.
Was there an audible gasp in the courtroom when he said he was 59?
I was like, whoa, dude.
He's like, And when he said Johnny Depp's 58, I'm 59, I was like, oh my God, you look ancient compared to him. And you come across as so old.
Your nightly skin regimen, that's for sure.
Yeah, get some Amica cream on that body.
Some ice.
Oh,
real quick, we've got James from court popping on. Hey, what's up, James?
Hey,
I'm gonna run and grab an energy drink, but
Hey,
I'll see you guys later.
And
Maybe I'll
Farhan,
pop in later.
check your subs. Apparently, you've just gone to the moon. So,
Well, 200K, and you get Ben Crump.
Wait, you said 200.
You said 200, yeah.
Yeah,
you didn't.
I
You
have
didn't have
more
the
than
K.
200 already.
Look, it's like an NFT. If you only paid a penny because that's what the person asked, that's what you paid. So I expect a Crump interview immediately.
Objection unintelligible.
Go get a drink. Thank you for popping on.
No problem.
See ya. Okay, James, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Pretty well. What's your I know you've got just a couple minutes left. So what are you seeing in court today?
Well, I'll say that today is way more entertaining than the past week of all those video testimonies. I'm glad we got some life back into the courtroom for sure. I didn't expect it to be like this. I mean, it's just insane. These witnesses, I said, I think I tweeted this. Her team has to pick the most unlikable witnesses. I just don't know why they think they're helpful. They're not. The jurors' reactions are not good. I see even a lot of now the female jurors are just out. Like they're not happy. They're now smiling actively at Johnny's lawyers. And
to be clear on that real quick, because the other day you popped in, you mentioned that the female witnesses you thought they were actually kind of resonating a little bit with Amber Heard during her testimony, or Whitney Heard at least, right?
Whitney, yes, not Amber, but Whitney, yes. I think they saw Whitney as more emotionally like authentic to an extent. And there's one juror 8. I think she wears a cross. I think she's a Christian, and she does not like bad behavior. She didn't like the cross of that Amber's witness last week, who was like, I forgot what he was, but he was very mild mannered, and the cross was kind of like harsh on him. She didn't really like that so much, but she was smiling. She would at points she wouldn't even look at Amber's witness today. She would only look at either Camille or I forgot the other gentleman's name, but his
Wayne Dennison.
Yes, she would like just stare at them and like smile and not even bother with the witness. So it does not look good, in my opinion, for Amber going into the last week.
Oh, don't worry. We're of the exact same opinion here from our angle. Without seeing the jury, all we were thinking was we don't know how a jury could be tolerating the witnesses that are in front of them today, with like just how devastating the cross exam has been of both of them.
It was, and they were following Dennison's cross like point to point. You know what I mean? Especially when he got to the point about acting and that whole thing, and like it was a mess. And then of course the judges' interactions did not help. You know, when the judge has to tell the witness several times to answer the questions, or not, to stop talking. I mean, it doesn't look good for a jury. And
right.
I did overhear, I won't say who, but Johnny's lawyers say that specifically too, like the jurors are unhappy and they can tell.
Yeah, I mean, he came across so abrasive that it was a huge misstep for them to call that guy. Like I don't know. They should have checked into some of his other testimony in a different court, or maybe gotten better recommendations, because that was brutal for them.
Now, can I ask y'all, because y'all are lawyers, so just real quick on this, when they were talking about the vomit in the picture, and he was saying that he was told it was vomit and not ice cream, how is that not hearsay or something? Who told him? Is that allowed for him to be told?
That's what we wanted. Yeah. We wanted the follow-up question to that. I mean, sure, you hire a witness, you hire an expert witness, you can tell them whatever you want. They're supposed to make their observations based on what they see, but I guess you could certainly characterize things, but he shouldn't have said that. And
but it apparently was part of his professional diagnosis, right?
Right. Professional, right?
Yeah. So if it was evidence he considered in arriving at his expert opinion, it would be admissible. Yeah, at least for that purpose, not for the truth of the statement. But
right. And so I wanted Wayne Dennison to follow up a question on that, because I thought that would have been good. Who told you that? and to say exactly what Andrew just said, and you included that as part of your professional diagnosis that he was sleeping with vomit on him. And so if I told you that it wasn't vomit, would that change your opinion of it? And watch him go, no. Well, not really, because that's what he did the last time. Did you notice anything when they did ask that question? It was about the earpiece. And he said, if I told you that he was listening to music and not being fed lines, would that change your opinion? That guy kind of stuttered through it. Did you catch anything during that time?
Well, I mean, the jury's watching that intently. And I mean, that was a back and forth that was tense. And there were moments, I mean, I have to go and see, because I write down the times. So I'm not sure exactly what time moment that was. But for most of that cross, juror 8 was smiling. And we had a lot of moments where juror 2 was laughing outright. So, I mean, like overall, it was just not good, especially the acting part. I mean, to make those, because the audience too was like, you could hear the groans in the audience and like, what is he talking about? But I have another question too, onto that point, because he was talking about how, like it would be unprofessional, or because the whole Goldwater thing. So the Goldwater, you don't make, statements based on public or whatever. But he was directly talking about Johnny's public appearances on interviews and stuff, making judgments as his baseline. How is that allowed? I don't understand.
Well, it's allowed as long as you don't object to it. The Goldwater rule isn't a court rule. It's an APA professional standard. So you can, an expert can come in and testify to whatever they want once they're qualified as an expert, and you can impeach that testimony. And that's what Wayne Dennison was doing with the rule. The rule doesn't like exclude any particular testimony or opinion from court. It could bite him. People could send ethics complaints theoretically. I'm not saying anyone do this, by the way, but I'm guessing it's probably already happening. People could send ethics complaints and say, this guy is violating his professional rules. He admitted to it on the stand under oath. And that could cause him some headaches, in his profession, but it's not going to get it thrown out of court unless they ask for it to be stricken, which at first I'm sitting there screaming, ask him to strike this whole guy's testimony. But I think it's way better leaving it in.
Yeah.
Because
it effectively impeached him.
Yeah.
I think it had a huge impact. I agree, because there's a lot of times I'm like, cut him off. And I think so I noticed the judge was actually actively looking at Johnny Depp's team, like making faces. I think, and almost to get them to like cut him off or do things. But the counterpoint to that is I think that they wanted him to go on because he was digging himself into
he hung himself.
Yeah,
he hung himself.
Totally. I do have to run court starting, but I'll come.
Get out of here.
All right, see y'all.
All right, thanks, brother. See you soon. Okay, so there you go, guys. That's the in courtroom reporting. I've put look at that camera. That was beautiful. I've put the description links to Fair and Balanced YouTube's channel, DUI Guys YouTube channel, and James from Court's Twitter page. James, he steps out frequently during the court hearing to pop off a couple tweets and then comes back in. So if you have room on your screen, you throw up a little Twitter window and you can follow along with his observations live. Really appreciate these guys popping into our show. I know they get asked by a lot of people to come on. So that's really great that they do. Let's see. Mob Hop says, Doc Brown, Marty called and said you need to leave this court case and go back to the future before you damage Amber Heard's case even more and cause irreparable damage to her public image and burn her ego to the ground. Lancelot says, lack of empathy. He paid for her friends to live rent-free in a penthouse and didn't want anything in return.
Look how confused this guy looks.
Who am I? Why am I here?
Why am I here? What is this place?
I
Where's
thought
my
I was
medication?
done. Isn't this the proctologist? It feels
I'm
like
supposed
it.
to have my pills by now. Excuse me. Have you seen my stapler?
Yeah.
They told me I could have a stapler.
Fadi Aldidi says, I wonder, do you think these witnesses like this guy actually believe in what they're saying and believe that she's the victim, or it's really just about money? I mean, you want the real answer, wait, do you want the cynical answer or the real answer? They're the same.
These pictures are the same picture.
Your next question, or redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Guys, I'll be back.
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel, you were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
and
Judge wants to get this
then
over with.
in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you think
Is that
that
your
makes sense?
understanding?
That is my understanding of it.
Okay.
What, if
now,
any?
When counsel for
Sense
Mr.
did
Depp
that
was
make?
reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were
Are
marked
they?
confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential.
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential.
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was on the deposition?
All the documents I reviewed.
Would you agree or disagree?
I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything.
All the documents you reviewed were
Okay.
confidential.
So
all of
that,
them.
in fact,
That's
does
not
not
true.
even comport. That doesn't meet the
Not Willy Wonka.
restrictions that we
Objection
put.
leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have
He's
not
trying,
Objection
folks.
leading.
rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you.
I also stood in a tornado during the break.
Now, you were asked
Well, we know that's not true because he said he did it with
narcissistic
pirates
traits,
and interviews.
your diagnosis or
That was
findings.
the cognitive
that
baseline.
Mr. Depp exhibited
That's
narcissistic traits
insane.
or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay.
Where-
The second one that you
Objection,
discussed
Your
was
Honor, that-
sense of entitlement. Do
Non-responsive.
you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
I would object to this. Calls
So
for a
again, thinking
factual
that
conclusion.
Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative.
Is that a psychiatric assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay.
Wait, that's a completely circular argument.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
He just does.
Able to,
Because empathy is lacking in him.
Violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. My daughter's Roblox account was broken.
She's just stepping through all these criteria and saying, what's the record evidence of this? And he's saying, well, he's just not empathetic. I mean, because being an abuser is not empathetic. So that means he's not empathetic because I'm presuming he's an abuser.
Give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if
Providing everybody he knows with a penthouse.
one does, So I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp
Objection
has to say,
non-responsive.
you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others.
Objection, this isn't in evidence.
So often on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
What? One personal interaction?
Another one of the
with a
characteristics
doctor who is
was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence? that
refusing
Mr.
to
Depp
hire a doctor because you
exhibits
disagree with
envy?
their medical treatment?
I think
Is
jealousy is a
lacking
good
empathy.
start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and
Yeah,
I think others.
someone's banging his wife. That's irrational jealousy.
Commented about things about jealousy, so I think it's pretty.
That shows a lack of
Objection.
empathy for her situation.
Next one you
Objection,
listed
Your
was
Honor.
fragile
Adulterers don't
self-esteem.
deserve
Do you recall
empathy.
that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp
So-
exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it go in the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now we've seen Mr. Depp during this
Narcissistic
trial
is cluster
doodling
B.
and eating candy. What,
Oh,
if
my
any,
goodness.
evidence would that
Objection.
suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow, that was a dick move by Elaine.
Now,
He's bad because he's doodling and eating
asked
candy.
about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie
Oh, Joe moved up.
diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not
Overruled.
Thank you.
So I mean, if I can start.
I'm
with
narcissistic, so I need another drink.
No type of personality, sort of borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's
Objection is beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What if any evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also
Depp smiles.
reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline
Note-taking.
personality disorder or
Note-taking.
histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay.
What, if
And you
any?
also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in
despite her
response
saying
to
she
Mr.
made the
Depp's counsel's
diagnosis,
questions,
she
you started
didn't
to
make the
talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline
Objection
personality
leading.
disorder
Yeah.
or histrionic personality disorder?
I would definitely object. I'd best
And
battered
leave.
spouse syndrome for one thing.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has so many symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity.
He said
like borderline
hyperarousal.
personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by a battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right.
I said, what if anything?
The jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks
Objection,
found was
relevance.
she fully believed
Amy Banks isn't in this trial.
Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustained objection.
Please tell the jury.
Please let me
about
answer the
the
question.
qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms.
Objection.
Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Amy Banks
Dr. Banks
isn't
is
testifying here.
a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is
I used to work there.
because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications.
Above
I say
all
what you-
people.
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks
Objection,
indicate
hearsay.
relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr.
Objection,
Banks didn't
hearsay.
mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection, hearsay.
What's the objection?
That's a
Hearsay.
credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll
yeah.
sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp
Objection
and
leading.
how they
Objection,
responded?
hearsay.
Multiple layers of hearsay.
Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing when Ms. Heard
Okay, do and said.
accused him of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
What is
The
it? It was
significance of that
objected
is
to.
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
There you go. Yep. Good call.
All right. We'll move on.
The significance
You
of
were
what?
asked
Thing that was just
about
not allowed?
A, and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of
Objection
about 3
leading.
days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence. And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine?
Objection calls for speculation.
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
Tad bit of speculation.
Your Honor, that's sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted what, if any,
thing
evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot
Objection
of
leading.
MDMA?
No, a leading question, Elaine.
Objection,
Jeepers.
speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question.
It's the same question.
One of the law
You
two people
testified
needs to
earlier
sacrifice, get thrown out of the court
about,
saying, that doesn't fix it,
property,
Elaine.
destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell
Thursdays.
what
I'm trying here.
how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please continue.
What was the objection?
It would be people who would misuse.
Could it be just foundation? Do they even know who painted that?
Without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative
This is beyond
of
the scope of
IPV
cross
perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay, if you want to.
But what if Amber wrote that?
Yeah. This is if this isn't in his disclosure, which it might not be, are you able to evaluate
all the
this?
scope? Yep.
Ryoji Mata says, by the way, he's answering these questions. He's coming off insanely biased. Yes, he's an expert, or he's her expert, but it feels like he's hardly trying to hide it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He comes across horrifically biased the entire time.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Through. That's his expert.
Evidence of risk factors, if you can.
Evidence of, I'm sorry, the evidence of risk factor would be accepting an more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
What violence? Against the
Are
mirror?
you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not in the evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So
let's approach.
Okay.
Has the judge had enough?
I think so.
Yeah.
Elaine, I didn't even answer yet, and you're telling me what I can and can't rule on? Whew. Snuggle Struggle says, Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals almost defined in the courtroom. Deny everything and project that which you are upon others. Everyone is lying except me. This expert is disingenuous AF. This is for the media, not the jury. Michelle T. Johnny Depp showed up to multiple children's hospitals in full Captain Jack costume to give sick kids a chance to have a little fun. Instead of just writing a check, he showed up. So yeah, tell me more about his lack of empathy. Well, and again, Isaac Baruch. See, this is where you call Isaac Baruch on redirect. Do you think Mr. Depp has empathy towards you, Mr. Baruch? Yeah. He paid for me to live and paint ridiculous things. It's amazing.
Well, that was one of the things, one of the articles over the weekend, the news was saying one of his flaws was that he was generous in giving to people.
Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel,
50
megatons, milligrams of Seroquel,
megapint,
and 50 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not.
See this face?
Because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say.
How do you know he's sleeping at night?
They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and a relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
But it was
If
prescribed by
a person
his
was
doctor.
taking 300 milligrams of Neurotin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again. 4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin,
non-responsive
psychiatric indication, other than actually doesn't have psychiatric indication.
That's actually a
although it does
good
calm
answer
you
for
down.
Depp anyway.
And, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel.
Objection
is
beyond the
also
scope.
abusable.
Didn't even ask
So
about
you're getting
gabapentin.
These kind of unusually calming effects.
Oh, wait, no, that's Neurotin. Never mind.
From these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more
That's a lie.
abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up.
What
right
question
away.
is he answering now?
And then
I don't know, but
now
I was
with
prescribed
ADHD,
immediately released Adderall. Fuck
this
off.
medicine is very effective. But for what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Oh, gee.
Yes.
Objection.
Objection. Everybody lies.
You
He
were
did.
asked
He did
about
object.
Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you
is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled. Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake. You put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090. It's already in the evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr.
Glad they didn't
Spiegel,
talk during the break, though.
does this look like, I mean, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk
Wait,
factors?
what?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out. That
Yeah, Amber
badly,
Heard
that's
punches
with
him.
Pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep.
That's
no matter
bullshit.
how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle,
Objection is also bullshit.
1095.
Gargamel was up 45 hours.
Interesting how being unconscious on the floor is consistent with being a violent abuser.
Yeah.
And then this has been, I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Apparently, everything's a risk factor.
Colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance.
What does it have to do with
And
being
or illegal.
intimate partner violent?
And then
Not,
let's pull up
not on
1094, please,
pharmacological assistance. Those are not
Defense, and
synonymous.
That's also been admitted.
I'd object non-responsive every time he goes there.
And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation?
What if any?
What, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for
Is that English? Is she still
Again,
speaking English?
proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are a
move
subject.
to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it.
Ooh.
Next question.
Damn.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
That must have been coming
You
out
were
of
asked
the
about earpieces.
sidebar.
Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection
No.
beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
sustained.
Okay. But you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there. No, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability
the
or
end.
certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. So you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Will they do it?
Witness is Catherine Arnold.
Okay. If they call him, they're the dumbest people on earth.
Well,
It's 3:30 a.m. here, and there's one reason I'm staying up. Well, now there's two reasons I'm staying up, but the main reason I was staying up to see if Johnny Depp was testifying. They better call him.
Tainso says, hi, Nick. Please give a shout out to your new subscriber and my number one daughter, Shauna Christine, a fine Irish lass.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you
There you
please
go.
state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you
Oh.
please tell the jury your education?
Her career is an expert witness.
So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors.
Expert on tanning salons.
And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated.
They got to try and get damages evidence in. I guess this is
feature
where
films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company, and Goober Peters was at the time one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV.
Oh, that one, Tango and Cash.
And there I was involved
high
in
art.
the development of scripts.
Hey, you
We
shut your
worked
mouth.
with the studio directly
I'll
in
ban you.
terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director
This is
attached
double
to
for
the project,
Caitlin
all
Jenner.
that packaging, and then we would go and obtain financing for this, or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley.
She did adult movie industry,
and
Rain
Hawk.
Men, Tango and Ash.
then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called Crystal Award.
Right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So
Elaine's going to spend 50
studios,
minutes
Warner
qualifying this
Brothers,
woman.
Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time.
You're just
And then
burning
I
your
also
clock.
produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department.
She's going to end up having no personal knowledge of Amber Heard being denied anything.
And we also worked with.
He's going to say, well, in theory, someone who, accused of these things would have a more difficult time getting blah, blah, blah.
Negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere.
Unless she's going to
And at
testify
one
that
point, I was also hired
she didn't
to
hire
raise
Amber Heard
sponsorship
because
funds
of
for
it.
the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals. And so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
She's not an expert
And
on defamation.
Have you ever been
It's a
admitted to
mischaracterization.
testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage.
That's not the question.
Economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of
Wonder
your
if they're gonna
current
voir dire
practice
her.
involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to
She's hired by
start you with
both
Mr.
parties?
Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the
No, just
op-ed
one party
piece
for
in
two
the Washington
purposes, I
Post that
guess.
Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold.
To my
Please
case, to
describe
our
for
case,
the
to their
jury
case.
Your
Rip.
observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned. and probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent.
What everybody
And it
saw.
started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then, as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more.
And yet for
often
8
from
years, he
production
persisted in
executives and
getting
producers
AAA
that she was
roles.
working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Objection. She was
In
asked if she
2014,
limited her analysis to 2018 to
when Mr.
2020.
Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film
And she
Awards,
said
Ms.
yes.
Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem for on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of
because he's solely responsible.
business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer, and he didn't show up. Apparently he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can go, I mean,
Okay.
Object.
So the Brooks litigation was
No, object to it.
It was there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately it came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So in 2018, and I'm
I
going
would
to
have
say
objected to
before
that
the
whole
op-ed
bit.
on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp.
I wonder what's going to happen to this
That
woman's career now.
Pirates
She's
was
helping to
last with
frame a
God.
guy who's
And
obviously
that
been
one
upset by
didn't
Amber Heard.
perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When
think
was
a lot of
that
things that aren't
Hollywood
true,
Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over 2
Now do Star Wars.
Okay.
How about
what,
Jaws
any
3D?
other negative press was there in this time frame,
Sharknado.
like 2017, 2018, before the op-ed?
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right.
Reporting from Court TV is that Depp
What,
will
if
no
any,
longer be called.
knowledge do
So
you
we'll see.
have of whether Disney saw the Rolling
I have
Stone
opinions
article?
on this.
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article. And they would make.
I want to see Camille get up on cross and ask just
Alan
one
Horn,
question.
who
Is
is
it true
the
that his apparent
chief
demise
officer
in
is
revenue-making ability in the movie industry
and
correlates with his
others
relationship with
view
Amber
as
Heard?
depressing that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
All right.
And she's characterizing a witness
Was there
statement.
any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean
Differently than
prior
the
to
witness?
the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's
She
just
can't
giving the
say what
general.
they
she's
said,
not
though.
approached.
So according to Chanley Painter's tweet, it says, quote, calling Depp back to the stand would be as relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. Everything Depp has testified up to this point has been irrelevant to the heart of the case, and there's no reason to believe it would be any different now. Source close to Amber Heard. Here's what's going on with this.
Sorry, that was odd.
They came to their senses on how fucking stupid it was going to be, or they actually lied in their initial leak to Court TV to try and drum up interest in the witnesses today, which actually tells me, I think that's probably the outcome. I cannot imagine Amber Heard's team wanting to call Johnny Depp again. It was so risky and such a bad move. So it appears that maybe, just maybe, they were doing that. And by the way, Chanley Painter should feel like an absolute sap and should be furious that Amber Heard's team is literally using her as a mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Which I won't make any jokes about that.
They're not calling you back, baby.
That was my feeling. They were probably trying to waste their prep time over the weekend on Johnny Depp with no intention of actually calling him.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise would be rebooted without.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article. There was
media
essay
speculation.
on, the president of production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say—
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact.
What nonsense. The article was written before it was printed.
So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was—
Of course it was leaked before it was actually printed to the general public.
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that Mr. Depp was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public. And then, of course, during the trial itself.
This is their technical argument, but I don't think it plays well with the jury. If she lied about the wife beater thing,
the wife beater article first appeared
prior to 2018.
I believe it was in July 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be? Would it refresh your
It was in the spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career, because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to try to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
as I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former employer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the
like Depp created his own financial issues.
It was all part and parcel of every one of those.
What about when it was
brought to light
revealed
yet
that
again each time?
he settled with his business partner
What is your
for $10
understanding
million
of Mr.
in his
Depp's
favor?
claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr.
Wow. What you're looking for me to say.
November 2,
That's what that
2020,
smile
and
is.
nothing since.
Shredder on cross.
And that hasn't happened. Is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Objection calls
Yeah.
for a legal conclusion.
Overrule. Again,
Objection
you
calls
can't
for
claim
legal-
damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection, legal conclusion.
Move to strike.
I sustain.
Move to
the last
strike.
part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CIA
Objection,
said
hearsay.
he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And
That's not what they
again,
said.
there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out.
Whoa, that's not in
And,
evidence.
There are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to
How did you know what
millions of
Disney was
dollars. You
considering?
have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So,
Oh, you mean when Amber Heard cut his finger off?
expensive actor. He can
That's
earn
on
between
Johnny?
$20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks
No,
about
not
a burnt
right.
corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems.
Child grooming does, though.
Interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry, or
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
She's just not entitled to
Sustained.
repeat it.
Can say it's hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying.
Explained to Elaine multiple times already.
the Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise.
Not in evidence.
Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay. And
evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5.
The $800 million box office of Pirates
which is
5.
100 million more than the first
the
one made.
article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow.
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Everyone knows that Pirate 6 would be a shit
Now,
movie that would still
what
make
impact has
$800
the
million.
op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Well, she just testified he probably wasn't going to be in the
Very
movie.
little,
The
hardly
movie that she
anybody
just
even
said
knew the
didn't
op-ed
exist a
existed
second
before
ago.
she filed suit.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Certainly not
And,
Disney. Based on what?
What impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
She's not a Q score
According
expert,
to what
Your
I read
Honor.
of
Objection.
Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us,
Objection. She's not
Mr.
qualified
Depp's
on
Q
Q
score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
That's
And
not
then
what he
you
said,
testified
actually.
in response to an earlier question I had that people or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now that was on March
It's
1,
his own fault.
2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay,
the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
By the way, this is right along with articles
Between December 18,
from
2018
defamation experts
and
over the
November
weekend.
2020, November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, so the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior
His own
campaign,
production company.
Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior. So he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And that's no longer the case. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Approach.
Okay.
Fantastic Beast is excluded in limine, I'm guessing, because he filmed like one line and kept his $10 million from it. This is, I will say, this is probably the best witness that Amber Heard has had so far. We'll see how she holds up on cross.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay,
Objection.
thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and December 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
It's a little bit speculative. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord, and any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll
There
talk
it is.
about in a minute, were also put out by Mr. Depp's team. So
there was an objection.
in actuality,
there.
he's causing his own demise
What happened
by
to the
bringing
objection?
these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what
By the way,
materials did you
Shanley
review
Painter deleted her
informing
tweet
your opinions?
after I retweeted it and made fun of her.
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team was working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie. And then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
I don't think so.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can
You're an
summarize
expert
them.
witness. You, of course, know
characterize
this.
them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year.
Oh,
So she got a lot
God.
of, she did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them. So I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
What negative social media campaign?
What factors
Who's organizing this so I can join?
Entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor and actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can
that's
be
not the statements
very
then.
bad, because not only can social media
That's the
be
media,
directed
social media.
at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
And after the Depp-Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp-Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber.
That's not
using
true.
hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp-Waldman
Justice for Johnny?
That's not actually true at all.
Excuse me.
Amber Turd.
That 1.2 million negative statements between
That's
April of
mischaracterizing his testimony.
2020
Fucking
and
object to this.
November
Oh,
or
God.
January of 21.
I guess they're going to take it up on cross.
Publicity, and
I
there
guess.
was just a lot.
They're
of
giving her enough rope,
noise
maybe.
around Ms. Heard
You
and her work.
testified X. Isn't it true that
Can
Y?
you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a
Falsely accusing a man
fan
of
base, or
domestic
in
violence.
this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call bots.
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, here comes.
So there's a question on Twitter that I'll answer here as well. Someone said, how would the leak that Johnny Depp was going to be on the stand help Amber Heard? It'd be to drive eyes to an otherwise boring day. And a day full with quote unquote favorable witnesses for Amber Heard. So you get eyes on this to hear all these people talk about how Johnny Depp's a narcissist, how he specifically harmed Amber Heard, about how he lied about his hand, about how he destroyed his career with the lawsuits, which is going on right now. And notice all of these witnesses' testimony mirrors that of hit pieces that came out over the weekend.
And
all
that
of
will
them.
come out tonight too. So this is all headline
Negative
headline
social
fertilizer.
campaign. What's it
The
about?
fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp state?
Yeah, let me just
Is it
ask
Depp
it-
Waldman?
Depp
I'm
Waldman
sorry. I
statement?
flood my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me
Yeah,
find
I
out.
would have
matters.
objected to that
How
from the
has
start,
negative social
allowing her
media
to characterize the statements that
been
way,
used
as if
against
that's
Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman?
uncontested.
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with was L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or
she kept that role though,
negativity
and the
for her
contract.
relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Ask Johnny Depp.
First of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently.
Like me, I'm a member of the team.
It's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop.
Name one person who's done it, by the way.
The consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now. Again,
they just can't do it.
Her name is
We
mentioned.
like her, but we just
negativity
can't.
flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
No. Based on the
I mean?
fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics.
Wait,
she
what?
The very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her.
Yeah, and Jason Momoa didn't like her.
Right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved with this movie, you will.
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain your
Don't
objection
say
for
what the
hearsay.
email said, just summarize it or describe it.
Oh, okay.
Please.
I'm
Summarize it.
trying to understand this world. So
This world,
her
you're an
management team
expert
worked hard,
witness.
and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to
that's,
be in the
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Why does she have to be able to say that?
Right. So what, if any, assurances
Look at
did Mr. Momoa and Mr.
Drink.
Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason
Besides the
Momoa from
MDMA?
Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry.
Read the
Obviously, when you
reviews.
look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I
The
think
poster.
general awareness that they had great chemistry.
Oh my
And
gosh.
what, if anything,
Just read the reviews to her on
would
the
also
stand. That would be
suggest,
brutal.
with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
I mean, honestly, the
You want it for
reviews
a
would be
movie.
no more anecdotal than her testimony.
I think she has to be able to rely on it.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
Apparently, she doesn't have to be allowed to rely on it.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason
By the
Momoa?
way,
from
I think the
Aquaman?
posters are actually often painted. They're not even
There were no
photographs.
communications whatsoever that
Yeah.
there was no chemistry between the two.
And what,
No
if
indication
anything,
anywhere.
did you, in all the record evidence,
The
did
Guardian,
you see that the
York
producer or
Times.
Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the
None,
discussions
according to
you were
Warner
talking
Brothers.
about with
By the way,
not
they're going to call a
exercising her
Warner
option?
Brothers DC
She had zero
movie
leverage. She was
expert
fighting
in on
for her
this.
life to stay in the film.
Oh, wow, that sounds exciting.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%, it could double, what have you. And in the case as Ms. Kovacevic
This is the
stated
literal
in her
definition of
testimony
speculative damages.
that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, let's somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
$1 million.
And and did that same
She just lied.
contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract.
Oh,
So
numbers.
Aquaman 1, it was $1 million.
Confusing.
Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
Your
About
entire
a
fucking job is
million.
numbers.
Based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman
Completely
statement?
speculative.
For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see
I would
from
object
Mr.
to the
Momo's
characterization
contract,
of the
that
$100 million.
up to $15 million.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly
know.
could have increased it by $1 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the
Or 100 or
enthusiasm
1,000 million or a billion or any other number that pops in your head.
this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
She wasn't going
Objection,
to
no foundation.
It's only a foundation.
Okay.
She actually was never going
What
to be featured
usually
more prominently.
determines,
Literally
are
less.
you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things. Just
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
yes.
Okay. And
How?
please tell
Because
the
she said
basis of
so.
that and then your opinion.
That's a hell of a
this is
foundation.
when 2 actors do well in a romantic relationship and, you know, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you know, you want to follow that through because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place.
Sounds
The
misogynistic.
poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of the 2 of them together.
Behind every successful Aquaman is an Aquawoman.
Couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
Right. And then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her
Yeah, that
in the
means the
hospital,
character's
and
dead.
they pretty much out of the hospital, and then she was going to do this.
She was in a coma,
in the end.
no speaking lines.
Trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set,
Flower
things
pot
happened.
number 1.
the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection,
2,
hearsay.
Sustained.
All right.
I'm
Go ahead
sorry.
with the second
Okay.
one. That's
And
right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the third act was cut out.
She's
And they
totally
took it
going
away
to do
from
it.
her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet
Okay.
specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right. And when you say she was in the
That's the
hospital,
first expert who
what do you mean by was she
has
in-
admitted to not knowing something.
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about was that she ends up in the hospital
is.
early in this new.
Just going with
Aquaman
what
movie.
Ms.
It doesn't
Heard
really
told
come
me.
out till the end to kind of wrap things up, but all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
how has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen. We call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And
So far, I've heard zero evidence that any of this happened because of those
Now,
statements.
can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely.
Opposed to people simply not wanting to work with
Nobody
her.
knows about her.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel.
Just destroyed by reviews.
Book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what if
They were like,
plans
God,
were
it's
to
already this
have
bad. We
Amber
can't have you
Heard
ruin it
on the
further.
cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show. And they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story. And they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
You don't know if the article
How have the
existed?
Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved
She
and
can't
wanted to
donate
be
money.
involved with and even travel for.
Just check out the first
But
review
they
in
decided it
IMDb for
wasn't gonna be a good
Aquaman.
idea because every time she
Listening
appears
to Amber Heard
somewhere,
trying to deliver this
the
terrible
media
dialogue with zero inflection was exhausting.
so she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product, and basically said, "We love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much."
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Have the Depp-Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. So with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Who'd you pick for the comps? Let the jury
Who did
laugh.
you select as comparable
Here we go.
actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at
A lead.
Ana de Armas, who was in Blade Runner. Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive.
Nowhere.
All good actors.
Similar age range, talent. No.
So there are not that many actors to look at.
All of these people have
hero characters.
far better roles
So it was a
in their
small pool to work
backlog
from,
than
but I
Amber
took
Heard.
a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical
Potentially,
for purposes of
speculatively.
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from
Are you
actor to
undercutting your own
actor just
expert?
because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
Yeah.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
Unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even
What a coincidence.
New York rise in terms of where their career went
She
after
didn't
their
she didn't use
moment.
any actors whose careers created.
Films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
How many of them falsely accused their husband of domestic violence?
With a reason, I mean,
had
the way
leading
that
roles?
the
All
kind
of
of industry
them.
works is usually
Amber
unless
Heard
there
hasn't
is
had any.
a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it
Jason
would be
Momoa
very
wasn't in
reasonable
Game of Thrones
to believe that her
prior
career
to
would have been on an
Justice
upward
League or
trajectory
anything.
within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris
She was in The
Pine
Greatest Showman.
and Anna de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
No.
2 to 4?
Not how that works.
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from
No wonder
there,
no one
depending
hired her.
on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did. Maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever. That $2 million for a studio film, and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation.
But wait.
That then would have been the basis. So any future
But
studio
after that,
film
she did get a role, and it was
that
less
she would
than
have
$2
done,
million.
any big budget film
Significantly.
would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign.
How do you know that's
She got
why?
paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand.
What's the causal
So
link here?
On a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, you know, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup.
I wonder if one of the questions during voir dire of the jury was, have you seen Aquaman?
Wellness.
Stricken, stricken for cause.
Too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals.
No one
based
knew
on
who
the
she
success
was.
of the films
Everybody
that she's
knew
been
who Johnny Depp
associated
was.
with and the TV shows she's been
And what would
associated
that
with.
have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million
They're
deals,
pushing
which
5
all those
hours
other
burned
actors,
here.
you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional.
I was just going to ask if you were
$8 million
keeping
of
track.
income over
That's pretty-
time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
You already went
Well,
through
again,
those.
these other actors that we looked
But
at.
Johnny's unrealized opportunities are
them,
too
some of
speculative
them
to
did
consider,
bigger
but
films and
Amber's
some of them
unrealized opportunities are
but
money that would have been in the
it is
bank.
very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman style film,
These are
you'll either
entirely
continue to do
speculative,
those,
where's Johnny
right?
has
Some of
testimony
these
that they had
franchises, as we
negotiated
know,
a
go
$22
4,
million
5, 6
deal.
films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of
Because
$4
every starlet
million.
with a 10-minute role in one movie
What her
becomes
price would have been
a
had she
superstar.
renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume. And to
What if there was an Aquaman 50?
that
Would you be making $1 billion a movie then?
for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry,
Again,
as I've talked
based
about
on
earlier,
what?
that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline,
But you don't know that.
minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what,
have
if
to
any,
get to $100
range are the
million.
losses you are estimating for
That's what
Amber
they have to
Heard,
do
but
here.
for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Generous.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead. This reminder, court is still in session, please.
Bailiff just, hey, shut up, Joe. Joe's like, sorry, stands up, sorry. I got to get out and tweet.
So
I
let's
got to get
come
out.
Back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you.
4 o'clock.
Sorry, my wife is pulling up with the bus.
I mean, the differences in damage testimony here are just, it's off the charts insanity. Johnny Depp has testimony that he had a deal negotiated for Pirate 6 with Jerry Bruckheimer for $22 million. That's the testimony. And their argument is going to be that, well, Pirate 6 didn't exist. And what they just did there was laid out everything that doesn't exist at all for Amber Heard and said that this is evidence that she lost all of these things. He actually has evidence that he had something, and she doesn't have evidence of having anything at all. There is, it has been announced that Johnny Depp's team will be calling a Warner Brothers, specifically DC film executive, to come testify against Amber Heard. People may not know that Warner Brothers offered to have a written statement, have just a written statement that said they would not have renegotiated Amber Heard's contract. It had nothing to do with any statements made by anybody, but simply that she would have gotten her $2 million contract rate, and that is it, and that it's all bullshit. Johnny Depp's team turned down the offer to have that statement. Rather, the statement was in exchange for not calling a Warner Brothers person in to testify. I think that's the right move, assuming that the Warner Brothers person will come in and testify to those facts. I think it's much more powerful to have them come in person, and now it looks like they will. So that'll be very interesting. This is all for rebuttal. For people asking about time, we're at 7 hours of total time in court so far. You got to remember, an hour and 15 of that at least is break time, maybe an hour and 20. So, and I give Depp about an hour, I guess, on cross, maybe an hour and 15 minutes that they've totally spent on cross. But the rest of that time is pretty much for Amber Heard. So I'm thinking she's burned 4 hours today, coming up on 5. So we'll see. We'll see. They only have 8. They're about to crush all of their time remaining before rebuttal, which means that everyone who comes in will be completely uncontested if that's the case. So what do you guys think of that witness?
I mean, completely fabricated, speculative testimony. Every word of it.
Yeah.
It's very indicative of what's going on so far. Amber Heard is perfect and suffers everything. Johnny Depp was a washed up has-been and suffered no damages.
Yeah, and the speculative nature of that, comparing to Johnny Depp. Look, I watched Pirates 1. I liked it. Pirates 2, pretty good. Pirates 3 was the hottest pile of garbage I've seen in a long time. I left the theater physically angry. I didn't watch 4 or 5, but Pirates 5 still made $800 million. Pirates 6 would still make $750 to $800 million. Pirates 7 would make $800 million. Like, this franchise could go on forever. Johnny Depp's going to make $50 million a film with the back end residuals on every single one. His earning potential is off the charts. And if we use the same calculation that they did, he's been damaged to the tune of far more than $50 million, far more. But the idea that these speculative damages are being offered, but I will say, to their credit, they now have damages as a fact issue before the jury. So this was a required thing to keep their counterclaim. The part that they have not satisfied yet is the Waldman and Depp statements being linked together. So I'm thinking we'll still see a motion to dismiss on that, since they don't have any testimony about that. And one of you mentioned that you would object to the Waldman Depp characterization. I absolutely would.
Depp Waldman.
Yeah,
I mean,
Depp Waldman statements.
Yeah.
I mean, Your Honor, that's a fact issue for the jury. She cannot call them the Waldman statements. The person who made them, they can be referred to that, I think, intelligibly. I don't think the jury is going to have any ambiguity about what statements we're talking about. But calling them the Depp Waldman statements is prejudicial.
Yep, I certainly think so.
Did anything she say move anybody's meter one way or the other on the motion to strike, the motion to dismiss?
Well, yeah, I mean, it eliminated the one of the two major deficiencies was the damage thing, and now they have damages in evidence. I don't think the evidence is strong, but it doesn't matter. On a motion to dismiss, is there a fact question
Right. And
for
it
a
has to
jury?
be more than zero evidence. So now they have more than zero evidence. The fact that it's not very credible at all, that's ultimately for the jury to decide.
And if they have the DC movie exec come in and just paste Amber Heard to the wall, that'll be devastating, especially if they can't cross him. So that'll be hilarious. If he comes in and says, yeah, we would never pay this chick more than $2 million. And actually we regret the $2 million that we had to pay her for Aquaman 2, because it turns out that on screen, she just didn't jive. And there's several reviews talking about how. But the misrepresentations, and I think it's funny that this lady, she'll come out and say Aquaman is the biggest film of all time, certainly the biggest DC film, and all those jurors are probably sitting there going, God, I didn't watch it because I can't even imagine it being good, right? Like I didn't know I never saw it either. I stopped watching DC films, to be fair, because they're so fucking bad. But all of none of my friends told me to watch this movie. No one I know has watched this movie. It's the biggest movie of all time. And they're so great. And Amber Heard's so wonderful. I didn't know who she was before I got to court. And she's supposed to be this up and coming actress. I mean, come on. I think the jury's probably having a hard time buying it, but we don't know. We don't know. Let me see. I've got some chats here. Snow Palmore says, what, if anything, are they going to do about the 3-hour audio of Amber freaking out about cutting his finger off and the doctor trying to cover it up? Tug went over it the other day. I'm not sure that it's in evidence at this point. When they went to introduce that 3-hour audio, I believe it was objected to. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with it. Felipe Mouve, this guy was 40 when Goldwater was a senator. Nick, since you were also in your 30s in the 1970s, why don't you tell us about the Goldwater effect? S. Hyder says, is it just me, or does this guy look more like an expert on serial child molestation? Okay, Jimmy Dr. Gross Hands, we'll evaluate you now, but don't worry, it's just for a little bit. Gross. I don't know if that guy's a kid diddler. I don't know if it surprised me, but I don't see there any evidence. Crows of Judgment says Heard's witnesses have been a disaster, but nothing tops her attorney being named Rottenborn. Also, hi, what's up, Crows? Next, Emperor's Rest says, is it possible to report this shyster psychologist to a state ethics board for his testimony today? While I'm sure that's happening, I do not recommend anybody do that. He's an expert witness who came in to testify, and that's what people do. That's their job. I do not think people should be review bombed or anything like that should happen because of what you watch on there. Now, if Johnny Depp's team thinks that he acted unethically, they would have grounds to make a credible report to an organization if they believe that their client was misrepresented by this guy and that he broke a rule. That's who should appropriately make that. But flooding an ethics board with those types of reports isn't really effective and may actually discredit legitimate reports that could come in. Speaking of someone who has had their ethics board flooded for opinions on the internet, hello, that's me. And the ethics board laughed at all of them and said, no, sorry, we're not even going to investigate any of this. Cameron Barnes says, Dr. Smeagol, Paul Walker, just end with doctor. How many of the traits of narcissistic personality disorder have you been diagnosed with? See, John, this is turning into a cluster F expert. David Galloway, been fighting stage 4 cancer for 2.5 years. Latest scans are really good. Watching you and the rest of the crew makes the monotony of my treatments almost non-existent. Have a shot for me. War Ricada. Well, cheers to you, David Galloway. I hope the treatments continue to be successful and you are able to make a full recovery, brother.
Indeed.
Brian D, stop talking when the witnesses are saying important things. Well, they have to start saying important things first. That one chick says, this guy is by far my favorite character of the series. The doctor. Winning Reality, rare 3% have histrionic. How many promoting this idea have actually looked up interviews with actual histrionics and compared to Amber, who is lying on that test / 1 hour interview where that loose diagnosis was given? Wait, so you're saying that the doctor's diagnosis was wrong because Amber Heard lied about her interview? Is that? I'm not following exactly what your point is, so not sure. I'm Stormin' Mormon. Is it just me, or does this guy sound like DSP? Dirty Dan, I have never been more thoroughly entertained than the cross of the Crypt Keeper. God, that was good. I want to see what they do with this chick. I wonder if they're going to drag her out for another. I mean, I think it'd be stupid, but they could, in theory, drag her. We'll see. But I'm looking forward to cross of her because I think they've probably got something juicy loaded up.
Well, they seem to let her get away with a lot. I mean, there should have been a lot more objections. Yeah. It seems to me, unless they're just planning to give her rope.
What's up, Joe? What's up?
Am I just to you, or am I to the whole audience?
No, I got you the whole audience.
Speakers on the bottom of the phone,
All
Nick.
right. So, Catherine Arnold makes a lot of claims within a reasonable degree of certainty. I, too, can make similar claims after watching the jury within a reasonable degree of certainty. And Amber ain't getting no $55 million. She ain't getting $1. And I'm within a reasonable degree of certainty that the jury thinks she's nuttier than Amber.
Yeah, I mean, I some of the claims she was making about like Aquaman being the biggest movie of all time, and how great the chemistry was. I couldn't imagine anyone going, "Oh yeah, I agree."
It's like, okay, so we're gonna put this expert up here who's gonna refute the other expert, the other witness that we put up 2 days ago, and say that there was phenomenal chemistry, excellent chemistry, and then say that instead of 1 million, it would have been 4 million somehow. That's her baseline. Every movie she's getting 4 million, and then getting 8 million here and there. It was just. I don't know if you guys can hear me laughing, because I was doing my best to hold it back, but I was like, at one point I just like guffawed when she said 55 million.
So is the jury paying attention to any of this? The court's coming back really soon, so you may want to go. But is the jury
back up? When she started talking damages, it's like the entire jury zoned out. Even number 7, who's like pays attention to anything, he started like looking around the room. This guy number 2, who basically checked out a week ago, he looked like his soul ascended to heaven, and he's like, God, let this end. It was really funny watching them, especially on the damages. They were sort of paying attention a little bit when she was talking about Johnny's claims not being that it wasn't the Washington Post necessarily that knocked them down, but that there was another article which came out the same day, and that they seem to be paying a little bit of attention to that. I'm not going to kid you about that, but yeah. I think she lost them when she started talking about damages, because that was just insane. So anyway, that's my takeaway on the jury. Right now, the only people who seem to be paying any attention at all are like really number 6 and 7, sometimes 4 and 5, 1, 2, 3. And 9 are definitely in the tank for Johnny at this point. 8 seems like she's a confused old lady. Like, I never know which way she's going to be looking. And sometimes she's perking up at weird moments. Other times, when it's like things that seem important, she's sort of spacing around the room. I think she's just a confused old lady who might not realize she's sitting in a trial of like the century or whatever.
Anyway, Joe, real quick, one last question. In your professional opinion, should Gal Gadot, Jason Momoa, Chris Pine, and Zidania and Ana de Armas, should they?
That's the first time I laughed out loud.
Should they sue this lady for Amber Heard?
Yes.
Defamatory.
Yes. Oh my God. I mean, I didn't even hear Chris Pine the first time around. Just when she said Momoa, and it's like you just admitted that this dude is worth like 4 times what Amber is just in the salad, just when we got paid for Aquaman, and the fact that they were jacking him up for the second Aquaman, and now you're sitting here saying, oh yeah, this is a pretty good comp, pretty fair comp right here. I don't understand where she's coming from, but look, she's comfortable to look at, so I guess that's something.
Well, Chris Pine, after running 2 major Star Trek movies as the lead role, Amber Heard's never had a lead role that's worth anything in her life, and she's comparing to all these leading actors who are young.
She's Wonder Woman. She's the next Wonder Woman.
Get back in court, Joe.
Ciao, bro.
All right, see you there.
If we could have the witness. Okay, sure. While we do that, can we have the witness take this?
Okay.
And I've sat down for 21 hours, including work time, and my back is killing me. It's 5 a.m. and I got 2 hours to sleep before I have to go back to the office. I'm going to have to check out, gentlemen. Thanks for
Get out of here, brother.
sharing
you need a better
laughs.
chair, man. Get a better chair. If you're going to hang out with us, you need a good chair.
This is a solid wood chair. It's
Oh,
going
that's
this weekend.
awful.
I'm going to
Awful.
the computer gamer store and getting me a good chair on Saturday. Thank
right,
you
take
very
care,
much,
man.
guys. Take care.
Have a good night. Guys, check
Bye-bye.
out Legal Vice's channel in the description. If you like his commentary, and I certainly do, click on his name. It'll take you right to his channel. You can subscribe. You can check out his content, and that would be great. Also, if you like the stream, click the like button before the judge talks.
Excuse me?
You're a sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury?
I stand.
It's up to you.
Oh, come on. That's the wrong
You're
decision.
not going to stand for the jury? Like, why wouldn't you?
They're getting paid $30 a day. And now Amber doesn't have to. Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's standing up. Okay, good. I mean, why you wouldn't stand up for the jury is as an expert witness who you're really trying to sell this to, the jury. You better stand your ass up. We're still, ladies and gentlemen, we're still on Elaine's direct here. So she has not stopped asking questions yet. There's more questions to go. They're burning copious amounts of time, and I can't. I mean,
All right, you can be
I guess
seated.
they
All right,
got to do something.
cross-examination.
Oh, wait, no, now we're on cross. They did. Okay. So they did say no further questions.
Good
at some
afternoon,
point.
Ms. Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
Nervous drink?
So you repeatedly testified about
His answer to how are you was,
as the Depp Waldman statements.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
You don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements?
I don't know.
No.
No, you
And the
don't.
association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
this is exactly the line of questioning you need to do.
Yep. What's objectionable about this?
Yeah.
I don't know. She can say, I don't know, if she doesn't know.
And she doesn't know. And they're going to point that out when they file their motion to dismiss, that she testified that they called them the Depp Waldman statements, but she didn't offer any testimony that this was his statement.
Elaine's like, Your Honor, he's obviously setting a trap, a tiger trap for my client who's about to step into a hole and fall on a bunch of bamboo stakes. And I find that objectionable.
Here, Poison Dart says, Cat Lady seems to be using what, if any, even more as the trial goes on, not just on rephrase. Makes me chuckle every time. Thanks for the great streams. Yeah. Well, she learned it's a crutch a long time ago, so she's going to use the crutch whenever she can.
All right. And I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages.
Purported.
Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Yeah, he appears to have lost that objection.
Most of your testimony,
argument.
however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was
that's what I
going
just
on
asked you.
in Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by.
But
those
you wouldn't do
statements
that
and
for
the
Johnny
campaign
Depp.
that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career.
But you have no personal knowledge of any decision actually being driven by that statement.
With her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them.
That's not true.
So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
Well, you're a defamation expert.
Let's then go back to what you just testified to. And I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right. And the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
I've seen them now.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
You've referenced it several
and
times.
And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes.
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
You're saying
Part
that
of
in
what I
evidence.
relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as an abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Oh, she's getting wrecked on this.
And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right.
Well, this is your testimony.
If that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing. So there's some connectivity there as well.
There's no connectivity between those two.
No responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Burying her words. She's eating her words right now. He fed them back to her. You said the Waldman statements are included in the hashtag. Here's the hashtags. None of those included the words of the Waldman statement, did they? I mean, just right there. That's enough. That just shredded her credibility. If the jury's paying any attention, which it seems like they're not anyway, but if they're listening at all, that's what they just heard. And they've also heard that, so the only evidence is that these social media came up around the time of the Waldman statements, but you haven't linked them. The whole thing is trying to draw a causal link to Waldman, but he just shredded the causal link. But now she's saying, well, because they came later in time, then there is a causal link, but that's not how that works. What you needed was one tweet, one tweet saying Adam Waldman's article showed me that Amber Heard is a liar. Right. One tweet would have done it.
What also came after the Waldman statement was my positive COVID test. I guess he's responsible for that too.
Evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the three statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that there's
that's okay.
Dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League and she did Aquaman and she did The Stand and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out.
After the world got to see her performance.
There's a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them.
Yep.
Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp.
No, that's not what you said.
Excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career.
Push her on it.
It was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
So it's what you said was both of them.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case?
Who's to say?
Mr. Depp.
Exactly.
Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about it. Remember both of them in the case, yes.
You're right.
Both of them again.
Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted, and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK's came out. So
assuming facts, not an evidence.
Snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
You talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years. Yeah.
Social media tactics.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this.
That joke died harder than
that. There were a number of
Amber's
persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses,
reportedly comparable,
is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You would agree with me.
Amber, have any recollection of such a claim?
Is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, it was reported.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So.
Or we would have seen it in this courtroom.
What you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Ms. Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causational link between that poop story and her demise
Yeah,
of her
that's
career. I
what you're
can't
testifying about.
do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do
Why?
it.
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces. Again, for psycholatry.
What is this mystery rallying of the forces? Who rallied forces?
Afterward. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at. Yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
Oh, well, there you go.
Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
You just follow that with,
yes.
So you were asked to limit it to
He's
just that?
been
They assume the conclusion?
prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right.
You're the
But
expert.
you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
He's her chosen
Conan
comp,
the
right?
Barbarian.
One of our chosen comps.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't
She
have
doesn't know.
Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so.
No, I'm just trying to.
used him as a comp.
I came to the conclusion they're comparable because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character. in Aquaman.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean
know
the
that?
Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No.
Ugh,
And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct.
you know that one at least?
And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right. In fact, likely his character.
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
I know, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
That might
We're just talking about that one movie.
That
So
might be
that's
a bit of a spoiler.
Oh man, dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure. No.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did what? 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
You're the expert who did this analysis.
Yep.
Mr. Momoa remains well liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow.
That was
Jason
the
Momoa?
comparable.
You use him as a comparable to
Thank
come up
you.
with a $45
I said I don't
million
follow
deal?
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
That's pretty
Isn't
fucking
the
relevant, though, isn't
fan
it?
base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right.
These experts
now
shred
step through all
themselves.
do the same thing with all the comps.
Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
No, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast
She's
and Furious.
way better looking and a better actress than Amber Heard.
Don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock. And
You didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on a resume, but I didn't. I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Well,
Yes.
what does comparable mean? Apples to apples.
What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No.
Not ever.
And Ms. Gadot
Does
played
she
a
even
much
have her own
bigger
comic?
role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
That's what he just said. Are you paying
I haven't
attention?
counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay.
She does have her own comic, at least.
You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's
Madonna.
She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swinging from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
That hurts. That left a mark.
This is a person that you
I'm 30 years younger than you, ma'am.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I worked on pulling
my gosh.
characters that were in superhero movies that were
Just
about
picked all the
same age
winners.
range within 10 years, as you've noted to me. Thank you.
Oh, that did leave
and
a
also
mark.
just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparable. They're not identical. So you can just
They're not even close.
look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie.
You can,
It's
but
just a
should you?
reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
Again, being
So
on
far,
screen from
everybody we've
13
looked at
and
have been in more
25 are
blockbuster
vastly
movies
different.
than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So
Not
you have to look
necessarily.
at it in context of the biggest movie that
In the
DC
DC
Comics is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So that light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I
Who are your
actually gave you a
comparables?
range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never.
99.999% of actors never see anything like that.
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid 1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn 2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get 4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right. But the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet. So the third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah.
But Pirate 6 definitely isn't on deck.
Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
Excellent.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
There goes her damages.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's in the movie.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can
doing
look
a lot
at
of heavy lifting here.
Set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million.
Yeah, I bet that morality clause will get them out of this one real quick.
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio like Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs and not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film.
True for every movie.
Like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you use.
Budget was $230 million on Pirates 5.
She's
unquestioned success.
Most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet.
Okay.
To be honest.
It is.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right. After her big Stars Born moment. Yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had out from Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her. Sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
Uh-oh.
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember
very
exactly what she was
briefly.
in, what role she played, but she was in that movie. And from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
On screen for like
You have no
30
knowledge
seconds.
that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the
That's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because He's been in a role that's been recast multiple times.
Nervous
you know
drink.
We're talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton.
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff.
George
Yeah.
Clooney. Yeah. No, he probably just researched his questioning of you, which you didn't
Christian
research.
Bale was Batman.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah.
She's trying to
Robert
get laughs from the
Pattinson
audience.
Is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Spider-Man 2.
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So
she hasn't lost it. No damage.
Let's look. Ana de Armas. She's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But again,
Revise that
I chose Blade
testimony.
Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment.
Have to start somewhere. Go dancing as a hologram is starting somewhere.
The other person you picked was Chris Pine.
Oh God, this is
Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah.
How great was that first Star Trek with him? That was such an awesome
yes,
movie.
he plays the love interest.
I like
to Gadot, yeah.
Before the chat rips us up, we know it's not a great Star Trek movie, but it's just a fun movie.
Franchise. He plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know Hollywood expert?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Well,
but you didn't know that Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
God, I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine.
Ignorant of her own comparables.
Irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film?
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
in fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of
Is that a bottle of wine?
Huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what
Another Chardonnay here, please.
Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples.
What does comparable mean?
It's what we do.
Not apples to
What we
apples.
do in the industry, it's what you do to kind of
What we do is we
get a
just
sense of how much you're gonna pay an
compare
actor,
apples to oranges
foreign markets and
All
domestic
wishful
My
markets.
question was
to a reasonable degree of
nobody
legal
was in
certainty.
Star Trek.
Yes, and you
Okay.
were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was
But I
part of
didn't ask
Star
you
Trek
this.
and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek,
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Much better than
longer
Amber
career
Heard's.
than Ms. Heard, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah.
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to
We
press.
don't know yet.
Deny
We
press-
don't know.
I said
That's a big difference between we don't know and to a
She was on
reasonable
the
degree of legal
precipice
certainty.
Meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Miss Heard.
All right.
Oh, everybody could go
So
viral
the
at
co-
any
of
time.
the actors you
They're always
selected,
on the precipice.
2 of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right?
Woman.
She's Wonder Woman, and you mean Jason Momoa? Sure, yeah.
So you
said
two title
Aquaman
characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable
Everybody
actors
in
that
every
haven't been
Marvel
in
movie
either large, what we call tentpole
is
movies,
comparable.
or franchise movies, or superhero.
What about
Everyone in
the
So I-
Suicide
supporting
Squad.
Mitchell worked
actresses
with those
in
random
Black
person, that's
Panther?
what I did.
How are they doing these
Those
days?
are the actors I chose, yes. And to show what type of work happens when you're in a big movie and what happens afterwards.
When you say comparable, every one of the actors you
Dozens
chose
of
had a
DC
much
and Marvel
longer TV
actors and
career
actresses that
than
she could
Ms. Heard.
pick.
Again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
That doesn't
There
answer
are
the question.
tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your
She's
point,
not the lead.
there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past.
Name
It's
one.
helpful. And with Miss Heard, she had good reviews. So that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role.
Which
So
one of
that
your
happens in
comparables
our
is that
business.
person?
It does.
Which one of anybody is that?
With respect to your comparable actors, you have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who,
Jason Momoa.
and you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no, you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well. So they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors
doesn't know Chris
compete.
Pine was
They're in
Captain
blockbuster
Kirk.
films, and then they're in large budgeted studio
Now we're
films.
supposed to
So
rely on in-depth understanding of the industry.
to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis.
Oh, really?
I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason
All of-
Momoa.
everything she just said is
Her
completely
numbers
speculative.
that her agents had
All of
actually
it.
negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with a team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So
They
I
were
thought
looking to
that
negotiate.
her
That's not what you get.
correctly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible.
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually try to get the most
but
money as
your
possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on what, have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the
You
market.
don't know them.
Together. That's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
She didn't have a steady career.
And you don't
She
have
leapt
the
up
prior
heavily with
earnings of any of the
Aquaman.
actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information.
No.
Okay.
I don't have all of it. You don't have any of it. No.
In fact, that information,
Gulp of,
I guess, aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right,
agency.
but I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly.
We don't know.
It's not a secret within the industry, the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
Not so good at getting them all that money then, huh?
Yeah. Someone said the old
So-
trust me, bro, expert. Yep.
The salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay.
So what are you comparing?
Your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
What percentage of
I don't know
contracts
if it's
get
standard at any of the
upward?
studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate.
It's not standard.
and
It may not.
successful when the film is
It may
done.
not be unusual. That's
What
different
you're
than
talking
standard.
about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her? What?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry. I've worked with agents.
But what's your
and I've worked with
leverage
lots
in
of
the
lawyers, and,
renegotiation?
you know, we have
Reach?
conversations about what is an actor getting or what can they do or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard practice in the industry, especially when a film is as
When her and the other agent hens get
that the
together
agent
over
will go
wine.
back and renegotiate. In fact, that was
Isn't
conversation.
the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your
Only when they're planning to
analysis
slate the next film.
assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
Gulp.
I wonder if you can even do comparables between, I hate to say it, sorry folks, between an actress and actors anyway, because their career paths are not the same.
Talked
of course not.
to Walter Hamada.
Have I spoken to him?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think
This
he's
is the
still
guy
is
they're
there,
gonna
but
call
certainly at the
on
time
rebuttal.
of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title. Yeah.
Who's in a better position to
Oh,
determine
God.
whether
The kill
Brothers
shot.
would renegotiate? You
He's
or
screwing the suppressor onto the front of the
Again,
pistol.
I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers
not the
about
question.
Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Ms. Heard as well.
It's not the question. Ask her the question.
So I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She's an expert.
Just asking.
She's an
I sustain the
expert.
objection. Next question.
Come on, man. Just say she's an expert talking about this constantly.
Well, the answer is obvious.
Yeah.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
Uh-oh.
I did.
What did he say?
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
You said you reviewed it. You reviewed it.
Again, I don't
remember.
I don't recall that testimony. No.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the
Jeez,
conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
But
unless you can get them to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not
going to lie under oath.
Do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
She's the expert. Oh, hey,
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with
before
Heard
the movie.
Mr. Momoa, before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr.
They made the poster before the movie came out.
You know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
Yes,
and
there always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of
just
Ms. Heard
annihilated her whole argument.
And everyone and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to.
She was prominent in the ones she was in.
Just of the consumer.
She's prominent in the one of 4. Oof.
What percentage of the posters was Jason Momoa in? 100.
Would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
No one knows.
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents. And so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers or
She was
made fun of her
interested
for
in
calling it
producing her
Wilson.
friend's movie.
There was
Good
at
Lord.
least those three
But
that I read about.
How did she
those
lose
were
the
three movies that
production
she was being
credit?
considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and
but you're
given her fame from
projecting
Aquaman,
movies.
she would have that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic.
You don't
expert
speculate
in the industry.
damages.
That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and then they put her back in. And then there, can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but
So when you say they're going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So
rip.
They can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
correct.
And they have that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not, I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a
okay.
couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. Or if they want to go a different direction,
What nonsense.
a franchise,
They
will
change
look
every
at-
Batman every movie?
So if the
Another
movie's
reason- All the
successful,
Batman
they're
movies
not likely
perform.
to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
She
Not in
doesn't know.
figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah. If you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been, they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right.
Oh yeah, they're all the same.
It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Do you know about anything?
Patrick Wilson.
You don't know
I've
who
heard that
Patrick
name
Wilson
in terms
is?
of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip. from
Show me
the
his
movie.
abs.
Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, you know, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, you know, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe?
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30.
All right. Perfect. All right.
Patrick Wilson, by the way, also played lead roles
You talked
in the
about
Conjuring movies.
Ms. Herb's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
And that
Every day
L'Oreal
is
has
5:30
concerns about
today.
using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded.
Oh, they're not people.
Have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all the. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made. Do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Right. Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
So you don't know it was turd.
They don't have this in evidence?
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do, and again, Mr. Momoa got that, so that's where
She wanted to
discussing those figures with me.
Again, Mr. Momoa
The last
got that.
movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness. That's her other production credit, right?
I'll if you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you. Yes.
2010.
Okay.
12 years ago.
You're supposed to be the expert on this career.
But you,
if none of the others,
at some portion,
this one.
at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie? Because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right. But again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million. So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right. But I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should have, yes.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on that next movie, and they understand her production schedule, so she's not going to go after
The
films
industry
that would
knows they
conflict with a
plan.
mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
Oh, they
So
would consider
from-
that.
When was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2019.
How many months between December 2018 and the
See that
Waldman
long breathe
statement
she just
went
did?
by?
12, I think 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period, during the entirety of the post Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
That's
She got
devastating.
Stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies
said
get released
released.
at different time frames. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me. We'd have to look at the actual filming dates of.
How could you not have this woman's career memorized if you're this
She
expert?
wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
All right. You know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is. at
She's
this
an
time.
actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she
It's
is.
filmed in March of
Again,
2018.
I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay.
This looks so bad every time she has to do that.
Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who starred in that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Is there do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year.
There's
and
about
what
40 people on the cast of Gully, and Amber Heard's listed like
scale,
36.
benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget, it can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film. And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right. What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right.
Not familiar with anything.
Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Look at that nervous lip bite as she looks to the jury. Did they believe me yet?
Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
What is she doing? What's with all this face touching?
She's patting her Botox. It's congealing
For
right
Ms.
below her
Heard,
eyes.
Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements.
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what he said.
But
Even
you referenced him the most.
Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
As
scores.
I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time.
Oh.
Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of.
She doesn't know.
Producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer.
The name's vaguely familiar. Can you show me something?
Prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
Oh.
And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no, I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
Oh.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6th pirate movie?
There has been no Six pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate Six yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
There isn't a movie.
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney and they didn't want to talk on record.
Or you
didn't want to talk
called
to you.
somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a Six pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no Six pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I don't remember.
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no,
His former agent?
Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other two agents' testimony.
Well, that's not your job.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to the her.
We
op-ed
talked
piece.
about that. We talked about that. We talked.
It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard.
Deflection.
This Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
It related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right.
So it can't be the instigating
Mr.
event.
Waldman's statements
Can't be
have
the
no
instigating
connection
event.
to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation.
Objection.
hearsay, and outside the scope.
She's an expert.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Come on, man. Just say she's the fucking expert who's been testifying this for the past 2 hours.
When was the last time
She's proffered as an
you
expert
met
on this
with
subject?
Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
That's it.
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
Wrapping up.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this?
She's going to say she doesn't know.
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and
This is the testimony after 3 years of
over
work.
3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30. Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman-Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacs-Vacevich, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused
This is
the
still
damage
leading.
you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Jesus Christ, Elaine.
She overruled it though.
L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations,
Everybody did a lot of research. It's not an answer.
to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements,
Yes.
correct?
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3
Oh my
statements?
God.
Objection leading.
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or
I recall
those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Oh my God.
Right. So
Object-
when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
Nick, that's the next question.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
She just testified that she
Do
had
you
no
know
idea what he said.
Whether that had any impact?
Objection
what?
hearsay.
Yeah.
I'm asking now. She's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest. DC
Everywhere I
comic
go,
film
people are
in
talking
that
about
superhero
Aquaman.
world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know
number
whether
24,
Walter Hamada
nowhere near
admits
the
it was the
highest.
highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor. That's
Leave
she's-
foundation.
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know?
You may have
whether
thought
that
it.
plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily when a film.
Objection foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
In 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get.
She's not in a lead role. She's in a supporting role.
I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is?
This is such a stupid tactic.
Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right.
The jury knows it's
What
a
do you
hyperbolic
recall
joke.
Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation.
Imagine not reading the
what,
room
if any,
like this.
recollection or knowledge do you have?
Our next
about
witness
whether
is
that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the word?
Yes, I was going to be given to Johnny Depp for his role in the movie.
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any
Move
of the
to
ones
strike.
you found?
Sustain the objection,
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay. In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Snell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Overrule.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statement.
Okay, thank you.
But turd was.
You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and
before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1
Okay.
and the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
I don't know how to.
I don't know how to ask.
You're a lawyer.
How would you know?
That there were discussions about
Amber's
blah, 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 blah.
early drafted
How would you know
script,
what?
Amber's agents
How would
were
you
in
know it's
discussions.
not-
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay.
Clearly, you don't
in your
know
experience,
what.
based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
What does
In
what
my
mean?
experience with the movie is high profile, as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you a script.
And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest? Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm still
okay.
okay.
You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still an expert.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, right? Okay, thank you.
Don't be late. Or Judge Askarati is going to use karate. Whew.
Honey, I shrunk the jury.
Man, if I needed a lawyer
Just
who
a few planning notes.
would
okay?
consistently admit to not knowing how to ask
After
a question,
testimony
I would hire
tomorrow,
Elaine.
and excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and
I'm-
have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury's.
It'd be nice if you summarize the time again.
For the remaining jury
Yeah.
instructions, I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as time's up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes,
Whew.
which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at.
They used
All right,
4 hours
anything
and
else
1
for
minute
this
today.
evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witnesses?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know.
was
Are you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure. Okay. Making a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening. All right, thank you.
By the way, Nick, I heard someone mention, saw someone mention in the comments that Andrea had indicated that the defendants can't be run out of time if there's substantive issues still in play.
That's not what my understanding of what Andrea said was. I'll just read it because it was a little more
Nuanced.
porty than that.
Okay.
Quote, because lots of people are asking what happens when Amber Heard runs out the clock on her allocated time. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce folks to the jurisprudential theory of legal realism. Theory holds simply the law is what the judge says the law is. She says, however, sometimes other judge will say it's okay as long as you give plenty of warning, according to this unpublished precedent. So it's very hard to predict what Judge A is going to do to enforce her time limit. If she's risk averse about being reversed on appeal, the safe thing is to give them a couple minutes to cross-examine anyway. If she thinks other judges will sympathize, she'll cut them off. So
fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. The gist of it is a judge is in control of their courtroom, and she's certainly free to give people whatever they want. DUI guy Rob Law and Lumber has indicated, oh, Joe's got the hat on now. What a look at this guy. Law and Lumber has indicated that this judge and this court will cut people off with some regularity if they go over their time. And with sufficient notice in the unpublished opinion is what Andrea sent. I mean, they've had notice of their time limit from the start, from the very beginning. So who knows? Who knows? But a judge can always decide to do something different.
Sure.
Interestingly, you should never get legalistic on judges' rulings because they're the worst at being legalistic and following what they say. So, but yeah, that's the trial for today. So that was pretty interesting stuff. How do you think it went today? What do you think overall?
I would have liked to. I mean, overall, I think it was a win for the Depp side. I would have liked to have seen a better cross on this purported expert on damages. Frankly, Camille, I think, would have done a much better job. The gentleman whose name Dennison, maybe.
Dennison.
He's done a fine job on some of the other cross, but today was not his best day from what I've seen of his performance to date. I think Camille
the one of
the
doctor was really good.
Yep.
Yeah. So that one was good. This one I agree was very lacking. In
he
quality.
seemed to kind of meander and get lost and not identify when it was time to go in for the kill, and just a sloppy, like a poorly prepared performance.
Yeah, almost not quite as poorly prepared as the expert's own performance. But yeah, it was lacking. He left some stuff on the table where he should have followed up with a good question. And there were plenty of opportunities to follow up with those good questions. So, by the way, guys, one more plug for the show. If you like the coverage that we're doing, if you like the commentary and the analysis, please click that like button. It really does help. There's been so many of you on the stream today, and many thousands of people have already liked it. But every single one makes me a little bit happier, and that should be everyone's goal in life, is to make me just a little bit happier. So if you click that like, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to think that any reasonable person on the jury would recognize this expert for the nonsense that she's presented. But like I always say, juries are dangerous and unpredictable creatures, and just because the evidence and testimony looks a particular way to me doesn't mean at all that that's the way the jury is going to perceive it. You just don't know.
Yeah, it's the one caution everyone needs to have is juries are juries, and it is possible that Johnny Depp walked in the courtroom on the second day and a juror looked at him and said, I hate that he had that scraggly hair. I don't want to watch him. I don't care. This guy looks like someone I know that beat someone. He probably did it. It could honestly be it. So you hope that's not the basis of a juror's ruling. You'll never, ever know. There's no reliable way to predict what they'll do. You can make your best guesses and your best efforts, but that's that. So I think for the public, they did a pretty good job today. They countered a lot of the media narrative. Big deflating letdown that they didn't call Johnny back to the stand as defense. And part of the reason is, I mean, they're down to 4 hours and 9 minutes. I mean, if they called him, they wouldn't have gotten these experts, potentially not gotten some of the experts in. We'll see what they do with that time going forward, if they call him or not, because that'll burn up their cross-exam time completely. But yeah, there's in other notes, there's plenty of super chats to read. I'm going to start reading them. I don't know if we'll be joined by any of the in-court people, but if we are, we'll grab them. If you're hanging around, that's great. If
I'll stay to the top of the hour.
Sounds good. All right, let me just get reading. We'll see if there's any interesting questions that pop up. Christian Valles says, as fate would have it, my baby grift was further grifted by YouTube as I accidentally sent a double super chat. Your mysterious grifting power continues to impress me. Hats off from takeaherd.com. And again, takeaherd.com. It's spelled HURD on here. So if you want to get comedic bathroom signs based on this case, you can find them there. Quite frankly, Samantha something says, Jesus Christ, say uncle, doc, say uncle. Robin Kellum, this dude is the Fauci of psychiatry. I'm listening with headphones, and that's all I keep thinking is Fauci is talking. Amazing Wireless 2. Congrats on being the most watched LawTube stream today. Your panel is better than the rest. Oh, well, thank you, but that's not true. Emily Baker did have more people, but I do appreciate that. Rodney Burnt, greetings, Nick. Been watching since the Rittenhouse Redemption. Geeking out at watching Dr. Crypt Keeper help Amber finish performing seppuku. To quote my brother, this guy is digging straight down in Minecraft. Hey, I said a similar thing. I said he's digging straight down to lava. That's good. Sonia Hems, just saying the standard for certainty in psychology, psychiatry is 0.05. Hence, something being at a statistical level of 70% is merely an indication, and absolutely in no way could you claim likelihood. Snuggle Struggle, absolute denial and projection are Amber Turd's primary defense. I'm now expecting Amber Turd to project and blame Depp for crapping in the bed. It's the one thing left that hasn't been projected upon Depp. How embarrassing. CS, borderline personality disorder must necessarily be linked to any violence, more linked to any violence than narcissism. Its etiology is linked to the same etiology as antisocial personality disorder, and both experience a similar lack of impulse control. And if I'm not mistaken, antisocial personality disorder is commonly associated with serial killers. So there's that. David Todd, Amber's defense is about to pull the courthouse fire alarm. A tankard says, I've seen the legal team passing notes to the attorney on the podium. What is a protocol for this? Well, they write a note and they hand it to him.
Yeah.
The notes passing in court thing, like people got hooked on this early on. There's like, Amber Heard passed a note to Eve Barlow in the gallery. You can pass notes so long as it's not disruptive to the court proceedings. There's no prohibition about speaking to a particular person in the gallery. Now, Depp and Heard themselves have been ordered not to post on social media and not to make media statements. But if they're just sending a note to Eve Barlow, for example, it could be, please grab me a sandwich so that it's ready when I get to lunch. I'm really hungry. Remember, no pecans or something. I don't know. But the lawyers in this case, only one lawyer is allowed to perform the exam, the cross-exam, or the objections. But other lawyers are allowed to assist. What they don't want is like all these lawyers popping up and down all over the place, saying objection, 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 as each one comes to an independent thought, because it gets messy. So you control the courtroom by having one lawyer assigned to each witness from each side, and then that helps keep the flow in check. Next. Monk Insane says, Dr. Dumbass won't let me send the word. Is Amber Heard team Hail Mary to get at the jury? And my God, did it backfire gloriously. Next, we've got CBD Trading Post with a huge chat. Thank you so much. Says, has the liquor bottle been rubbing you the wrong way? Need an intimacy oil with CBD. Google CBD Trading Post, a mom and pop shop in Texas. We have the flowers she wants and much more. There you go. Wolfen73, I've used an earpiece in my decades as an IT technician. Background music helps clear the extraneous and distracting thoughts from my head so I can focus. Yeah, of course, what they didn't testify to, and maybe Dr. Muffins will talk about it, but Johnny Depp, I believe, has been diagnosed with ADD in the course of this trial. Or they've talked about his ADD. If you have ADD, sometimes you need a thing, some sort of background. It's not always noise, but something. Some people will like occupy their fingers with a fidget spinner, a fidget box, just twirling a pen, something to help them focus. They need an idol for their mind to kind of take the stimulation level down for everything else so they can focus on what's being said. For me, I've done everything, like playing with this the whole time, got this little knife in my hand, flipping it around off screen because it helps me listen. When I used to do various classes and Bible studies, I would read other books while listening to lectures because it helped me focus on what was being said. So yeah.
I know for me, I've never had ADHD, but if I always have very intrusive thoughts about work. I think about work all the time, constantly. And if I try to like listen to a book on tape or something, it's impossible because my mind wanders to work. I realize I didn't listen to the last 10 minutes of the audiobook unless I'm on my motorcycle. If I'm on my motorcycle, I can listen to books on tape because the task of operating the bike consumes enough mental bandwidth that I can listen to the audiobook, and there's not enough bandwidth left for intrusive work thoughts to come in.
Yep, it's very common, and of course we know that well, it was kind of talked about today, but Johnny Depp has been either doodling or coloring along. I think he's been drawing and then coloring in his own drawings throughout the trial. That is something that people often will do to occupy themselves so they can actually listen more effectively. If I wasn't doing so, I will lose attention really quickly. Gethralkin, they should have focused on how Doc Brown got the finger incident totally mischaracterized and added to the other things that he got wrong through his review of the case and show him up as sloppy in his review of the material. I mean, I don't think they needed to do much. The Doc Brown guy, he got destroyed. That's Dr. Spiegel. He got just annihilated on the stand. It was very well done. And he looked awful to everybody. Kal-El, the doctor was an expert witness on how rules only apply to others. Emily Phillips, how is this guy going to show his face at work and to his patients? His credibility is in the trash, a dumpster fire. Well, his patients are crazy, so he doesn't have to worry about that. They're probably not watching the trial. Mike, the dad Crosby, I get the sinking feeling that these experts from Amber might get a little less work in the future. They might. We won't know. We'll have to ask that expert lady if she can project out what's going to happen to the careers of the experts. That would have been funny. You heard the testimony of the last guy, right? The doctor. Could you do a career projection on him after that train wreck? Little Rascal sent a sticker. Thank you. Michael Davenport says, looks like 65,000 people just watched this man get murdered. Scott Shook, that cross was brutal. I haven't seen a beating like that since Rodney King, 1992. Thanks for the great coverage, team. Been with you since Richie McGinnis said, fuck you, and reached for the gun. Party hard Jace, per the Daily Wire. Kate Moss is confirmed to be testifying Wednesday for Johnny. How do you guys think that will go? I mean, it's going to be, you put a supermodel on the stand to say, yeah, I was with Johnny. I think they were married. We were either married or in a long-term relationship. He was always cordial and gentle to me, never hit me, never saw him be violent to anybody. I've kept up with Johnny through the years because, our relationship frayed, but we're still friends, and I've never known him to be violent at all. And guess who they're going to listen to? Like, if the jury's not listening and they're going to listen to someone, it's probably a supermodel that you put on the stand. I'm just thinking about it. Not in a gross way, but like, this is a person with charisma and presence in the same way that Johnny Depp has charisma and presence. They have a career on being the center of people's attention and gathering that attention. Probably a very good witness for Johnny Depp. Next. Catherine Smith says, Dr. Alfalfa douche, cannot wait for cross. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I gotta reload these chats again. There we go. David Galloway, been fighting stage 4 cancer for 2.5 years. Latest scans were really good. Oh wait, I read that one. I don't. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how it popped up there again. But thank you. If you sent it twice, thank you, because it's it came in out of order, but it might have just been how it got reordered when I refreshed. So here we go. S. Hyder, who needs a gladiator fight when you have this cross live and in color? Brandon Johns, no, he is the body double for the evil guy in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. I remember when he kills that cartoon shoe. Always made me sad as a kid. Rick Hiskew says, Nick, time to open a Thomas H. Handy in honor of the Palmer guy. Waffles, just wanted to show my Twitch pool toy Sierra. Actually got followers last time. Just a furry gaming degen having fun. Well, I hope you have fun and find a gas station, Mr. Furry. Thanks for standing up for justice, Nick. I look forward to more great streams, and I'll be in the lake. In the lake? Megan Davis, check your Twitter messages. I caught a good screenshot of his deposition and YouTube's art of subtitles. Love the stream. Discovered you for the Rittenhouse trial. You're a great man. God bless. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I get, is this it? No. All right, I got about 5 seconds left of looking. I get a lot of messages during these things, guys, so sorry. I won't always be able to find them right away. Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. Fair and Balance says Joe and I are about to Uber back to DC. Should be home in about 25. So yet again, someone else is driving Joe Neerman around. This man cannot get. He just is allergic to getting behind a steering wheel. Linton Rentfro. Best coverage of the trial and very entertaining during the insane parts. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Linton. Very happy to have you.
Oh, thank God it was live witnesses.
Oh, yeah. And I think a lot of the rebuttal's pretty much all going to be live from what I understand. And I'm glad they saved some live witnesses for the end. But it should be pretty telling how far removed these experts were from Amber Heard. I mean, to me, and I don't think the jury's picking up on this, but to me, this tells us that they know she's a disaster. They've known she's a disaster witness from the start. They were worried about how Amber would present on the stand, and they had a feeling that it would go bad, and then it did go bad. That's what I'm getting out of how they've structured their witness list. Siddharth Bandra says, "What if Amber's lawyers are working for Johnny? Hidden agenda? Serious question." They're not. Look, they're working with what they've got. They're putting on what they can put on. They have a bad set of facts, frankly. They really do. And Elaine is terrible, but I mean, that's just how it goes. Rottenborn is putting on about the best case he can put on with the facts presented. People don't like him because
it would be a tough case for anybody. I mean, Elaine's not a great lawyer, so that doesn't help, but it would be a tough case for anybody.
Yeah, it's you said it really well. Yes, Elaine's not a great lawyer, but it would be a tough case for anybody. It shouldn't have been that tough a case, but Amber Heard is their client. I mean, that's what makes it tough. Because if they had just focused on the elements of defamation and not gotten into all of this crazy extra stuff, not filed the counterclaim in the first place, they might have had a really good shot at winning this case. But once they put all of the abuse and the mental health of their own client at issue,
open the door to having her psychiatrically examined. I mean, holy crap.
Yeah.
What were they thinking? I mean, you'd think one conversation with her and you'd know not to do that.
Yep. But if she demands it, I mean, there's not much else you can do. I mean, you can advise against it all day, but Charles League says they're going so fast to try and get through this redirect. They look so nervous. Well, they're down to 4 hours now. I mean, they used half of their time just today, and there's 3 days of testimony left. Lancelot says Cat Lady attacking Johnny for eating candy is such a low blow, and her what if any is going to drive me up a wall. At least the judge did sustain what if any question. That was, she needs to start doing it more, but at least she got one. Jay says meme magic again. Spiegel is mirror in German. This guy will reflect whatever view he's paid to. Doug Murray, she looks like Alice Cooper's stunt double. The last witness there. Oh, it's the eyes. It's the wrinkles. Yeah, she had the Alice Cooper eye wrinkles whenever she smiled just wrong. Chris says this psychiatrist looks like Christopher Lloyd and Owen Wilson had a baby together, and all they fed it was street pharmaceuticals. God. DeWatt Nagel says, had to share this TikTok of the expert agreeing that he is being unethical using Charlie Day meme. Sent link to your Twitter inbox. PS, this channel is on fire tonight. Keep the jokes coming. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Galaxy Express Media. So she is a Hollywood pimp giving clients to Hollywood producers to, quote, earn their role. AZ Amy, what, if any, reasoning is behind this ridiculous waste of time? I cleared my work meetings today for this waste of time. And then a laughing face. Well, they primed the pump by saying Johnny was going to be called today, and then they changed their mind. Whether or not they changed their mind, I'm going to let people decide on their own. But if nothing else, they drove a bunch of traffic to all of the channels today, and then they put up experts who were hatchet men to try and come and kneecap Johnny Depp. I mean, that was the point of all the witnesses today, was to come in as hard as possible with expertise. they still didn't get any expert to say that Adam Waldman making statements on behalf of Johnny Depp was automatically attributable to him, or even reasonably attributable to him. So I think they've still failed to put that in evidence. But I could be wrong on that. And to be clear, every time I say that, I need to couch it with this. I do not think the judge is going to dismiss Amber Heard's counterclaim. I think she's going to leave it to the jury, even though I think, again, if you closed off testimony right now, I think she should, because I do not think they've established that Johnny Depp is responsible for the publication of those statements.
No, and listen, all her side needs to do is a whiff of evidence, right? Anything for the jury to consider. It just can't be zero.
It could honestly be a lawyer sitting there and saying, when we speak to the media on behalf of our clients, that's obviously our clients speaking through us. Like that would do it. Just any lawyer who has ever done this would be able to do it. The fact that they haven't elicited that testimony, even through Johnny Depp's entertainment lawyer, that should have been a question on cross. Pedro Cigar says, I worked on the movie Talladega Nights, and several of the main stars have someone on set to read out a line if needed. It is common. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these aren't theater actors, right? I mean, some of them have overlap, but it's not the same thing. They don't have to be. It's one of the ways they can really, like, that film has an advantage. You can drill down on a shot and move in really tight. You can bring the audience right into a scene that you can't do in theater because there's necessarily a distance gap. But the other thing you can do is you can hammer in on a moment and have your actors redo this same scene 10, 20, 50 times if they need to, if it's an important scene for the show. And they can try different lines while they're there. They do rewrites during day to day. They do intraday rewrites on some of these major shows because dialogue just isn't working. So again, this guy obviously knows nothing about acting. That came through, and his admissions to it was pretty damaging to his testimony.
Well, obviously he had to be lying. He says he doesn't know actors rehearse. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's one of the. And again, these are the types of things that people get wrapped up in when they get combative, that they'll make stupid statements. Well, I don't know enough about acting to know if they rehearse. Come on now. Like, that you're right. They just walk up and everything's natural. They've never practiced a line before in their life. Lily Phoenix, Your Honor, I'd like to object. Johnny's team is not allowed to murder every witness, evidence, and expert we have, and they are clearly doing so. Next, Felipe Mouve says, what, if anything, would you say is in your personality that makes people not like you? Most of it. Felipe, most of it, I would say. Envoy of Aries, I'm behind. Whoa, huge super chat. Thank you. I'm behind, but I need to say how upset Elaine asking what, if any, makes me. It's so common and so frustrating. Every time she says it, I die on the inside. What about you?
It's just terrible. And then she just asks the same leading question over again. It's so funny.
That's what bothers me, is she's allowed to cure the leading with another leading question. And sometimes, and like,
the worst part isn't that she does it. I mean, I've become habituated to that, but when the judge allows it, like, and nothing's changed.
And the one that they had there, where you got objected to, sustained, objected to, again, sustained, and then she says, well, what did you think about that? It was like, well, what? Both of the questions were objected to and sustained. What is she supposed to think about? You have to ask the question. Lancelot 652, like Disney cares if some character has passed being able to be written about. I mean, I just think it's this whole thing. Well, Disney, a family company like Disney wouldn't want to be known with someone who made some tweets that were not tweets, private direct text messages to someone that referenced corpses in cars. Let me tell you, they don't give a shit. They really don't. If the movie's going to sell and if the person is marketable, it's not about the text message. That's not what's going on here. Now, Me Too is a little bit different from that. Me Too changed the calculus. But if you go through the 80s and 90s and 2000s, and this is the complaint of Me Too, these actors could get away with anything. dead hookers on a weekend are that's a logistics problem for these guys. And the stories of what Hollywood actors have gotten away with for decades and decades and decades, same with rock stars and anything else. These people are bringing hundreds of millions of dollars into these production companies and studios. They really don't care about their actions. They care about public sentiment about their actions. Me Too changed that because it allowed a way to leverage this weird knife twist without the public sentiment. The public sentiment would follow the Me Too allegation, but usually only after a studio validated it. So it's weird that it happened, but it did. And it changed how we do all of this stuff. But yeah, I don't even know where that got. Kaiser Chris, watching this is hard for me, but reassuring. I'm a victim of a herd. The difference is he has money to defend himself. I'm glad this is happening to shine a light on this, so in future men might have a chance. Oh God. Hey, what's up, Joe?
Here it is.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Is Fair and Balanced with you?
We're all in the same car, baby.
All right. Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah.
Joe, I just want to point out that I have never actually seen you driving a car. It's always somebody else.
Actually,
it's a woman.
You never see me not driving a car. Anytime I've been behind the wheel.
It's actually,
this is the first time I'm not behind the wheel.
It's actually not true. Joe did drive me around in Florida. So that was.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Defamer, blasphemer.
How'd you guys feel about that last witness there?
Oh, you mean Elaine learning the law?
Again?
Yes. Elaine was terrible, but I actually think Dennison was not stellar on that cross.
I hate him.
Yeah.
I hate him.
You could have done better.
He was doing so good, and then he screwed the pooch at the end.
No, all along I hated him. I have half my notes are noting which jury members are asleep, and the other half are scribbling defamatory, like not defamatory, like Dennison sucks all over the place.
But it's so interesting, Nick, because the three of us all watching the jury, we all got different interpretations.
Yeah.
It's
really did.
Very, very interesting. If you had like the three of us on a panel and what we saw, it would be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's why I don't predict jury verdicts.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Byron actually picked up that during that whole movie thing. This is something that both Larry and I missed. That during that whole movie thing, when they started saying how Aquaman was like the #1, movie of all time, that jurors 1 and 2 who were sleeping all day perked right up, and they're like,
And juror 9 was like, and juror 1, 2, and 9, all three of them are of Asian descent. All of them perked up, like you could tell they're movie lovers for sure.
Yeah,
sure.
And the other thing is juror 9 loves Dennison. Like anytime he came on, he was like, "Oh, here we go!" Like he was super excited.
Same with juror 8. Juror 8, she loved when Dennison was crossing.
Yeah, and juror 9 has like one of, if I could screenshot it, has one of the best side eyes I've ever seen.
Yes.
And I've seen a lot of side eye from my family, and and every time, like Elaine would be like, there was the one witness where they were talking about Aquaman, and she was like, she would have grossed 40 million, and he was like, huh?
Yeah.
He was not buying it.
What are you smoking?
Yeah.
I can't imagine. How bad was it when she started going through, or when Dennison started going through all the comps, comparable actors, and just shredding her knowledge of any of them?
Yeah, that she didn't know who, like that Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. That was pretty funny.
And the best too was juror 1 and 2. They're the two younger Asians. They were all about that topic, especially when Zendaya came up. Juror 2 like popped up and was like, Zendaya? And you could see though that, and I will say this, the younger guys, even like the young white guy, he was really into it. And then juror 9, you could tell either has like kids that are into like DC comics or like the DC series or something. But it was 1, 2, 7, and 9 were very into the movie conversation. All men. The
3 Asians, 1 white guy.
2 of those Asians were playing Elden Ring for like the last 2 hours until the competition.
Juror 1 at one point, you could see looked down at his foot and kicked Juror 2 to wake him up.
Yeah,
That's how bad it was.
it was so like there was like snoring coming from there.
Mhm.
So yeah, what did you take from this DUI guy?
I'm taking you to the main road so you guys don't have to walk.
What did
No,
you-
what did
no,
you
what
take
did
from
you
the
take
trial?
Oh, from the trial. Oh, well, what?
Nice Mustang there, Larry.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy from the rental place. Shout out to you.
Well, there's the alpacas.
Oh, sweet. There you go.
At least that wasn't. There's the alpacas, Larry. No! Ah!
Hey, alpacas.
Can I legally park here for a
Are
second?
you really going
You're
to
a
do that?
lawyer. You can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
You're a lawyer. You can do whatever you want. That's what all lawyers know that.
Just put your
That's
hands
legal advice.
When Johnny's lawyers come out, there is like it sounds like a parade. People screaming and cheering. And it's like I haven't seen anything like this since like I went to like the the Academy of Heroes when the Yankees won the World Series. It was insane. And I actually said to Larry, "Oh, I wasn't going to go alpaca."
How do you push
The car's moving forward. He didn't even put it in drive. And he's
Park,
still freaking
park,
drive.
Joe.
He didn't put it in
God.
park. He didn't even
Are
put
you
it.
taking a picture? The alpacas?
I'm not taking a picture with alpacas.
Okay,
I'm not
Joe's not doing
7.
it.
I'm not 7. Jesus. I'm good. Thank you, brother.
You sure?
Yeah. I've seen animals.
I have not. I've never seen animals with pirate
Have you
hats.
seen an alpaca, Joe? Put you to Debbie down.
Oh,
Come
Come on, let's go, Joe.
Come on.
Oh, God. Idiots.
Joe really is like an angry grandpa at this stuff. He's like, I don't want to see the freaking furry things.
If that thing dumps on my foot, so help me.
Can we get one of the alpacas on for an interview?
I don't think they're kosher, Joe.
For sure. Yeah.
Joe, you're grumpier than Johnny Depp's bed sheets.
Oh, here we go. He's getting yelled at. Yeah, find a parking spot. What do you like, think they go on the road? Hi. This is me and the alpaca. Oh, they are cute.
Yeah, get a kiss from the
Whoa,
alpaca for the camera, Joe.
hold me.
Did you just get attacked by a docile animal?
I'm getting. They are really adorable. Look at these things.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, really? Oh, very cool.
All right. So we only need
Now we've got alpaca pox.
9,998 more. So we're good for a movie. Wait, Larry totally just ditched us.
Joe, did you
Go
hear
ahead.
that monkeypox is going around? It transmits from animals to people.
And then drove off without us. You're happy.
It would have been funny if Larry got back in the car and just drove off without you guys.
That's what he did. What do you mean it would have been funny?
Just got to ride an alpaca back to New York.
He's the one who's like, oh, we got to stop for alpacas. And then like a Polish fire drill, as soon as we get out of the car, he hops back in and just like hightails it out of here. Now what are we
Wait,
doing?
Polish fire drill. Joe, what are you trying to say?
Everyone knows the Polish fire drill thing.
I mean, it's just
You
a little
never heard-
offensive.
You never heard of the Polish fire drill?
I mean, I've heard of it, but it hurts when people talk about it. That's all.
Well, those of us who are Polish call it the Chinese fire drill, Joe, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, because lots of Chinese people are famous for doing a fire drill where they run around in a circle and end up in the same spot. That's what
Have you
Chinese people are famous for.
you literally have never heard it called a Chinese fire drill?
It's a Polish fire drill. Everyone knows that. Why are you so anti-Chinese? Stop the Asian hate. It's 2022, dude. Seriously.
I'm just saying it's everywhere I've ever heard that's a Chinese fire drill, except for
He's got
when
my crap in his car. I can't even. He has my bag and my notes in his car. Where the fuck did he go? I was gonna just call an Uber because honestly, he was supposed to get us somewhere away from like all the traffic.
guys, I'm committed to staying on stream until Joe finds Larry again. So we could be here for weeks.
Where in the world is Larry?
Where the hell is Larry? Yeah, apparently if you're a lawyer, you can't do anything. Surprise, surprise.
It's like a bad sitcom.
What you can do is film Blair Witch 4,
It's
apparently.
a bad episode of Friends. The one with the alpacas.
One of the alpacas is named Vincent Van Gogh.
Oh my God.
All right.
It's not a
All
goat. Okay. So what else?
Okay, let's give you info on the jury. So basically, as it says here in my notes that are in Larry's car.
I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, so the prosecution has 15.
They know
16
this information. They want the stuff we saw that they didn't know.
I want to recite it because I remembered it. 409 left for the.
Yeah, the defense has 409 left. That's right.
Yeah, so they burned 4 hours today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they burned 4 hours and 1 minute today. I thought they burned more. I thought they were down to like 3. But,
yeah, I think she gave about 3 hours to the plaintiffs, which I thought was a bit much.
They're down to 15 something. But
So the.
Oh, look at that! He's back. You want me to take a picture of you with the alpacas?
Yes, please.
All right, my pleasure.
Oh.
How are you going to do that, Joe? You're on the phone.
It's like, yeah. The pirate has just made all
right, Larry.
God, this is so weird.
I think Joe hangs up that tie with the knot still in it, so it's always ready to go.
Okay. You want to go do your group hug with the alpacas and we get out of here? Look at this.
God, Joe is really anti-alpaca.
He's so grumpy.
Every woman. He's like charming them. He is like Mr. Smooth, this dude. He is so freaking smooth.
No wonder you're so mad.
No, I'm not mad at all. He has no standards.
Joe, how much sleep did you get last night?
Not much.
You need a Snickers, man.
I got like 20 minutes of sleep. All right, you're good. Yeah.
They're feisty motherfuckers. Like them. That's this one. You just recently groomed them.
Joe's always got this camera angle. It'd be funny if I ever meet him and he's 5'2".
Were you able to see? When you were watching, did you see us on in the background there at any point?
I saw you.
Yeah, we saw you a couple times. I like how you moved more towards the center so we would see you even more. That was good.
No, I couldn't see. I couldn't see.
Changing his seat.
I couldn't see because so one of the lenses for my glasses popped out.
Yeah.
Even with glasses.
Joe, can you try not being old for just for one segment? I mean, you sound like everybody's grandpa today. Like, I don't want to see the alpacas. Oh, this car. Oh, you took my notes. I'm tired.
He got his glasses from Woolworths back in 1982.
He's such a cute boomer. He takes his glasses out and he puts them on and he goes, Darren. And I turn around and he goes, putting his finger through the glasses. And I'm like, where is it? And he goes, I don't know. Then he comes back like an hour later and he's like, oh, thank God security had it. And he found the
When
lens.
I went through security, I popped everything out of my pocket and they found my lens.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so what I took from the jury is this. Basically, the most inspiring thing I saw was that when they were going over the damages, even before she started talking these cockamamie numbers, the jury totally tuned out. They would not be doing that, to my mind, if they thought there was any chance that these claims succeeded. Like I think that they have zero thought that Amber's gonna be taking anything. Literally every single one of them just started like looking around the room, wondering what they were doing there before she started talking crazy numbers. So I don't think you would be doing that if you thought that she has any legitimacy to her claims. And then I question, does that mean they think Johnny won? Because there is a really close set-off there on those two claims. No?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's hard to say. I mean, they could have decided that Johnny lost and they're just going to award whatever they want, later on too. But
doesn't seem likely.
I don't think it's likely. It's just a possibility. Okay, here's the critical question. Do you think any testimony elicited today led to Adam Waldman's statements being attributed to Johnny Depp?
No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't see that. By the way, they really could have. The smartest thing for them to do on that is to call Johnny Depp to the stand. And the way you do it without getting into hearsay problems And I was walking Larry through that this morning. He saved my life. Yeah. The way to do that is basically you set up. Did you ever retain Waldman you retain Adam Waldman to be your attorney? Yes. And without telling us anything about your conversation with him during that period when you were retaining him, you discussed. This guy. No, he's got my stuff. Thank you, Scott. You sorted out what the scope of his representation would be. Yeah.
You can see the objection immediately comes in right there and says this would necessarily require the disclosure of attorney-client communications. So I'm going to advise him not to answer.
No, because inherently when you hire an attorney, there has to be a discussion. That's not anything about unique about their communication.
Doesn't have to be unique to be attorney-client privilege. I mean, that they had the communication is privileged.
You can't hire someone without discussing what you're hiring them for.
Yeah, I mean,
it's laying a foundation for the fact that there's a scope without telling us what the scope is.
Wait, you think you can't walk into an attorney's office and drop down $20,000 and say, "I want you on retainer"?
We're on a really tight schedule.
Hold on a second.
Where are you guys going to be tomorrow?
I disagree.
I disagree with Joe on this one.
We'll be here all week, so stop by, find us. It's just right now.
I mean, how you scope out the attorney-client relationship is completely privileged. You're including things, not including things.
You don't need to scope out the attorney-client relationship. You just need to basically say, I do think that finding out whether or not he's retained for this matter, meaning with respect to Amber Heard, that's not attorney-client privilege. I don't think that's attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is.
Anything. Adam Waldman's not the attorney on this case. So,
I'll tell you, I've had to litigate attorney-client privilege, and they actually make.
Send me those photos.
Not yet.
No, fair enough.
No, I took it on your phone.
No, I'm talking to you.
Jeez.
Pay attention, Joe.
They actually will whatchamacallit. I've actually seen attorney retainers get pulled in as discovery despite screams of attorney-client privilege. So you can't tell me that scope of representation is something that's going to be necessarily protected. May she agree to protect it? Yes, but you can't tell me definitively that's going to be protected when that's incorporated in any retainer agreement. But anyway, the point is this: you just have to say, did you ever become aware of Adam Waldman making these statements? Right? That's not did you ask him to say it? Did you talk about it? Did you ever become aware of him making these statements? Yes. Were you aware of the fact that Adam Waldman's representation of you had become common knowledge? Yes. He had to be aware of it. I mean, it's in the newspapers. Everyone knows that he's his counsel. And then where was I? My brain is tired. I'm sorry.
Nobody reads newspapers.
When the statements were made, didn't it occur to you that people would think that he was speaking on your behalf? They might say that. He'd probably say, I don't know, whatever. But you want to sort of set up the foundation for the follow-up question of, at any time, did you take any steps to publicly disassociate yourself from your statements? And the point that you're getting at there is, the statements are out there. You know that the public at large likely is attributing them. Some people are likely attributing them, and you never disassociate with them, so that you can get an implied agency there that he was okay with it. Is it agency? I don't know, but it's much more for the judge to hang her hat on in order to deny a motion to dismiss. Would you disagree with me that would not strengthen the judge's ability to say, yeah, I'm gonna deny your motion to dismiss?
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I would object to your first question on whether or not he became aware of Adam Waldman making statements on his behalf.
No, I didn't say on his behalf. I said making statements. These statements, not on his behalf.
I would still object to it. I would say that it potentially infringes on attorney-client privilege, and answering that question could implicate it. Because if he learned it from Adam Waldman, because otherwise you'd have to object.
You may not be able to ask him how he learned of it. You just need to ask him if he did learn of it. He could have learned it in a newspaper, on Twitter. He could have learned it.
So I'd still object.
That's attorney-client privilege. The point is, he knew about the statements. He knew that the public was attributing
Joe,
it to him.
Joe, heads up. Watch this. People are congregating, and officer is already trying to kick him out. Can you switch the camera? Is that Hadi Makati? That's Hadi Makati. That's Hadi Makati.
How am I supposed to?
Oh my God! Press the button that turns the camera the other way.
That's
Absolute worst.
Not when I'm on with you.
I'm gonna slow down.
Oh my gosh!
Mustache than Tom Selleck.
What is happening? This is the most ragtag episode of Cops I've ever seen.
It's like an Amber Heard TV show.
What are we looking at?
Hello. Goodbye.
Is this a scene from Gully?
You're not supposed to congregate outside the courthouse. You're not supposed to congregate outside the courthouse.
Be a reboot of Charlie's Angels, Amber's Angels. She's a detached voice over the phone that gives these lawyers their assignments in the big city.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway.
Get out of my car.
Jesus. Such a pain in the neck.
Why did you drive? You guys drove like 25 feet.
I will see you.
We literally went in a circle. We literally went in a circle.
Get out of first gear.
Literally, like right there. I have no idea what we were just doing. Yeah. Why? Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Man. That's even good. We got Papa Chuck, right, brother?
Okay, well, do you guys have any more? Joe, do you have any more observations to share?
No, I think we're gonna get out of here. I think
Yeah, go get some food and get some rest.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch with you. I don't know, soon.
Okay, you're gonna be there tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
You're headed back?
I'm heading home.
Okay.
This was like I wasn't able to get reception by lunch. I'm like, if I can't stream my lunch and I can barely see anything, this is just insanity for me to stay here. I was able to see enough today, but it was just very frustrating not to be able to stream because there's no reception here. So I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I think Larry's going to. You're still going to be here tomorrow, yeah? All right, he's going to be here all week. So there you go.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you guys have a good evening.
Yeah, let me go.
See ya. Hang up the phone.
He forgot.
Joe, you gotta leave. You gotta actually leave, Joe.
Just freaking
press the freaking.
There we go.
Okay, well, there was some in-person reporting. I'm gonna say I'm gonna disagree with Joe. I don't think you get to any nature of Johnny Depp's communications through Johnny Depp with Adam Waldman.
And there's a lot of risk. You're taking on a lot of risk.
And I see his line of questioning, but I do think, did you become aware of Adam Waldman's statements? One, he could just say no.
No, right.
Two.
And by the way, if he says, did you ever think to, remove yourself from those statements or disavow those statements? Say, well, why would I? They're not my statements.
Exactly.
They're his
Exactly
statements.
the answer.
They're not my statements. Why would I disavow someone else's statements?
Right. So I think you've got real troubles. Look, attorney-client privilege is the only privilege that is really, really hard to, well, spousal privilege can be really hard to pierce. Attorney-client privilege is the hardest one to pierce because the attorneys write the rules and they don't want their communications coming out. Like they really just don't. And so that it's so tough. And Ben Chu is
do their job. They can't do their job if they don't have privilege. Clients wouldn't be able to talk to their lawyers.
Right. And Ben Chu was so aggressive during the Waldman deposition where we saw him saying, I'm going to object to this and instruct him not to answer on privilege grounds every single time, even when it might implicate privilege. He's still objecting. And so you'd expect to see largely the same performance from Ben Chu on this one. Gonna object, Your Honor. This is going to privilege. The implication of the answer could implicate privilege. So we're going to object to it. You don't get to see if the answer will it might implicate privilege. Well, you don't get to see if it's going to before the objection, because otherwise it would give away the answer. So you object to every single one of those questions that has anything to do with Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman, and you stonewall them. And the retainer agreements can come in. In my experience, retainer agreements come in on damages for attorney's fees. That's when they come in, because while those are those are private matters. The amount of fees paid, they're not privileged. The communications about the fees would be privileged. If you want to say, well, they probably had some agreement that they wouldn't have to pay what's in the retainer agreement. Well, those communications would be privileged, but the actual dollar amount from a retainer agreement, that's going to be, that's not privileged. It's just private. But the nature of representation in a retainer agreement, I think that's probably privileged.
Yeah. I mean, I guess ineffective assistance claims too, but then of course the client's effectively waiving the privilege to be able to go after the lawyer who provided purportedly ineffective assistance.
Right. And someone seeking damages, including attorney's fees, is also going to be waiving several protections around that to elicit testimony about the fees. They need to get into evidence their own fees that they've agreed to pay. So that's another potential there. So I love Joe, but I'll mildly disagree with him on that one. I just don't think that they're going to get it in. And I think if they call Johnny Depp to the stand, I think the risk far outweighs anything likely. I would be much more inclined to have an expert on media representation of clients. Like that's what they should do. But yeah. Okay. Moving on to the chats, unless you needed to peace out, because you said you were going to take off about 30 minutes ago. So
yeah, actually I'll bow it now.
All right.
We got Joe back on. Thanks again for having me on. Send me a link for tomorrow and I'll join you again tomorrow.
Sounds good, brother. See you then.
All right, folks. Take care. Have a good night.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Now we're going to move through a bunch of chats. I will try to get through as many as possible. But I might have to save some. And look, I know I really meant to do a stream this weekend doing a catch up. So I might have to just do a full on catch up stream tonight, including the chats I have left over from last week. Still, my weekend went straight into the gutter over this. And I know there's some good questions in those chats, and those questions are still pertinent. So happy to answer them. A lot of the chats don't have pertinent questions, but I try and read all of them anyway. So we're going to get some questions and some just comments. Felipe Mouve, Nickelodeon, can you please tell me how this chick can say defamatory statements and also say that they were made on behalf of Mr. Depp? Because they're not objecting to it, and they could make a stink about it. But I think, you make a judgment call on what you leave in and let the jury, because if you let the jury see you fighting over that type of stuff, they may determine that you're trying to hide something. I think the Depp team has been largely technical on their objections, which I think is the wiser move, because I think, if they're objecting to the form of questions over and over and the rules of evidence, rather than objecting to the characterizations that people put into things, it lets the credibility of the witnesses speak for themselves, and also bolsters the credibility of Depp's team. Just saying, these characterizations are there. We're going to only object if there's a technical problem with the question. And they don't get them all, of course. You're not going to get them all, and they don't win them all, even when they make a bunch of them. But I think they've been pretty strategic on making objections. At the beginning, the first week, they were really bad at maintaining their reasoning for objections. They've gotten so much better with it over the course of this trial. And of course, they've had a lot of practice. So it makes sense. They've gotten a feel for what this judge is going to tolerate on objections and objection defenses. And they've gotten much, much better at doing it on Johnny Depp's side. The Pie Baker suggested alt for LawTube, Fellowship of the Law. We have the Wizard Branca, the Tied and Untied, Logolus, Good Logic, and his Dwarf Gold, Nate the Orc, Viva of the Elven Kingdom of Carnadia, and Tom the Hobbit. That sounds like the worst Amazon show I've ever heard. Gonzalo Bergali says they can't work with her now, just like she can't pay the donations now. Icy Brain. What if N. Elaine Esquire? Okay. Mo says Legal Bites panel is an unwatchable bunch of basic XX chromosome dogs, single-celled organisms compared to your panel. Damn. Wow. Shots fired. Just want to say I love everybody over on the Legal Bites stream. And I hope their panel was good today. Goodness. Look, there's different options for people on LawTube. Emily Baker's streaming solo, as far as I know. Legal Bites tends to have more panelists than I bring on. And I like to be in this spot where I've just got a couple people, keep the amount of voices in crosstalk down as much as possible, and also trying to maximize jokes and mirth throughout the testimony. So, the best part about it is we're all friends, and you can go watch whoever you like. I prefer people to be here, of course, because, the numbers boost my narcissistic ego, for one thing. But for two, just because I like to remember that people like jokes and mirth and stuff like that. Matthew Self, Amber Heard lawyers, you can't say he was going to make 25 mil from Pirate 6 because there's no contract yet. Also, Amber Heard lawyers, she was on an upwards trajectory, so 100,000 millions of damages. Oh, it was just crazy. Just crazy. What they were trying to get in. All these movies that don't exist that she was definitely going to book every single year. Ask Brendan Fraser how booking one movie a year at $1 million a movie works out. MM says, at this point, it seems Amber Turd's lawyers are trying to establish the record in their defense for Amber's inevitable lawsuit against them. Maybe. AZ Amy, popping some popcorn to watch Denison's Cross and this Hollywood expert about Amber Turd's losses. I do think it fell a little bit flatter than I would have liked. It wasn't the worst thing, but it could have been better. Rumble username Suck over on Rumble says the purpose of Shrink's testimony is clearly defamation under testimonial privilege. I believe the feeding lines testimony came in as hearsay from someone other than Depp. I don't know who exactly. Yes, that's true. Faux Peasy says Camille over here doing Kegels, trying not to laugh at this massacre of a witness. The doctor. Yeah, no kidding. Look, Denison, whatever you think of him, Wayne Denison, he demolished that doctor on cross. It was messy and bloody. There were remnants. It smelled afterwards. It was bad. Irby says, Nick, that last witness looked like a cross-dressing Moon Knight, Oscar Isaac, so she might be an expert in personality disorders. Cheers. Oh, no. Malik Foxon says, bro, nobody's going to hire an actor because they're late on, going to not hire an actor because they're late on set by an hour or two. Sometimes, especially if they're a lead role in a film. I refuse to believe him being late on set made it harder for him to get a job. If you're fired for being late to a 9 to 5, it doesn't typically make it more difficult either. Here's the thing. Everything you need to know about the being late testimony that they keep trying to get in is undermined the moment she gave the date range. When she said that Johnny Depp, they started getting complaints about Johnny Depp being late in 2010. And for the next 8 years, Johnny Depp booked blockbuster movies. So from 2010 to 2018, Johnny Depp is booking and filming blockbuster movies at increasing levels of wealth throughout the whole thing. But you're going to tell me that, well, but when he was late to Pirates 5, though, that's when it became a problem. It's like you're testifying that he's been late to the majority of the Pirates movies. I think 3 was around 2010. You got the majority of the Pirates movies, plus you've got, Alice in Wonderland 2, Mordecai, however many other Johnny Depp movies. I don't remember. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. All of these happen in that window. He's still booking those. So that's just silliness going on. I agree with you, Malik Foxon. Elgonzo 1000 says negativity. He also says Amber Turd was not in the Waldman statements. W, voice crackles, correct. Elgonzo, you don't know your own client's resume. That bothered me so much. This is an expert talking about doing a projection. She should have had her notes available to refresh her recollection, at least as far as to Amber Heard's career. And she should have known her career back and forth. It's not that long of a career. It's not very complicated. She said she had 50 credits. I'm pretty sure most of those are like single episodes of some TV show, basically irrelevant. We're not talking about major films here. And you know, we're going off those IMDb credits. Like there's probably a video game credit in there. She has 51 credits. Let's take a quick peek at these. 51 credits. We've got a bunch of single TV series, Friday Night Lights, Jack and Bobby, Side FX, The Mountain, Isley, I Wasn't Prepared, the music video. One episode of The OC, Drop Dead Sexy, North Country, Alpha Dog. Oh, Alpha Dog. I think that was an actual movie. One of those is a short. Hidden Palms, the TV series for 8 episodes. One episode of the Cleveland Show where she's a voice. Some TV movies. Like these are not her major roles are not hard to memorize. There aren't that many of them. She acted like this is someone with a filmography hundreds long. And remember, she's been working on this for 3 years. She's been working on this case and she still doesn't remember her roles. Like, think about something that you've been paid $60,000 on, at least, probably more, frankly. If I had to imagine, I'm betting she gets more. Look, she should. If I were an expert, I would get tons more than her, much more money than her. She's not very good at earning money. If you really think about it, I would be much better. They tell me I'm quite good at it, quite good at earning money, really an expert in lots of things, but one of them is drawing an income. You've worked on something for 3 straight years. I think you're probably, and it's in your like wheelhouse, I think you're probably going to have a pretty good memory of what's going on. But I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Let's see. What's next? Ali Youssef, if you compare Matthew Harris's career to similar postdoctoral professors, he would expect to have 4 book deals and a Netflix animated series by now. His damages from the horrific defamation by Rekieta is $100 million. Sue me, Matt Harris. Sue me. PXG Rez, I like how she's assuming all of these things about movies that weren't created yet for Amber, but won't for Johnny. Yep. And if the witnesses were listening, they'd have to have picked that up. Sarcastic Superhero Girl. I watched Aquaman in theaters purely for Jason Momoa and fell asleep less than halfway through. Yeah. Aquaman was a very smart movie by DC. First of all, most DC movies are garbage. Just flat out. They don't understand the voice of comic books that they're trying to bring onto film. That being said, Jason Momoa is guys like him. And women like looking at him. And he's a rare species of like Jason Momoa puts ladies in seats. He just does. It's something that not a lot of male actors do as that reliably, but when they come along, you suddenly have a cross-gender you have a cross-gender successful lead. And it happens from time to time. And I think Jason Momoa is a very good example recently of someone who will put women in seats to a superhero movie they would otherwise not care about. Neon Nightmare. Arguably, the first minute of Thanksgiving was better than Aquaman. Mind you, just the first minute. Kelly Whiteside, thank you for the donation. Kevin H., how can Depp's team make this witness sound credible, especially as she is their own witness? Well, I mean, she wasn't Depp's witness. It was kind of confusing how they worded it, saying that you had 2 hats or whatever. They were both Amber Heard's hats. So, hello, says Jason Momoa, heart, only reason I watched Aquaman. Yeah, Brad Pitt was a very good one. There are a couple throughout the years who have done very, very well with the female demographic along with the male demographic, and they can bring the other demographic to a genre in the same way that a super hot chick can bring guys into romantic comedies that they may not otherwise want to watch. I don't think it happens as much, because there's less prospect of a topless woman in a romantic comedy than a topless man in a superhero movie. Shake and Bake says COVID happened at the same time Amber's expert witness claimed she started losing money. COVID caused productions to stop, contracts to be put on pause, and theaters to be closed. That's a big factor in Amber's lack of work. And I'm guessing if they need to, they'll bring that up on closing arguments. Smartass 16. But if they would have asked her, did COVID have anything to do with it? Oh, no, everybody's still booking movies and everybody's making a fortune. COVID isn't even real, is what she would have said. YouTube, stop it. I did not give medical misinformation. I was being cheeky about what someone else would hypothetically say with a hypothetical question that didn't get asked. I'm not making an actual statement about COVID. Smartass 69. Right, Amber is anywhere near the same league as Zendaya, the youngest ever Emmy Award winning for a lead actress. Yeah, and again, he brought it up. Zendaya's been on television since she was 13. She has like an 8-year career advantage over Amber Heard. She's a literal rising star. I mean, again, Amber Heard has 51 credits. Let's see. Zendaya has how many credits? She's only got 48. But where are they is always the trick, right? Let's see. She's got music videos. But she's associated with Bella Thorne in a lot of them. So, that's helpful, I guess. But when they were young, that must be like their, whatever the fuck TV show they were on. I don't know about their careers. The first time I ever saw Zendaya was in The Greatest Showman. Right? Like that's where it was. But she was in Spider-Man Homecoming, which I'll agree with. I don't remember that, but I don't know if I think I saw that one. But yeah, Greatest Showman was the first one I ever saw. And then after that, she was taking off. She's in Dune. She's in Euphoria. She's in Spider-Man. She keeps showing up in Spider-Man's. She has lots more TV series roles. 76 episodes of KC Undercover. What the hell is that? Okay, never mind. We'll keep going. Johnny Olson, falling asleep while eating on Seroquel is pretty common. Have seen it many times. The drug has such an intense effect on appetite, serum ghrelin increase, that it often causes obesity-induced type 2 diabetes. The bleep hole, anyone else getting serious? It's ma'am. Vibes from this witness. Nick, I paid. Now you drink. I don't want to drink. Why do I have to do this? The Iconian Cat. I'll have a little bit. The Iconian Cat says 2 experts shredded back to back, contradicting themselves, taking up the majority of the day. These 2 experts are lethal for their own and Amber's credibility. This may as well be ritual unalive by public opinion. Yeah, I'll be curious what happens to their professional pages on these people. If they have Google reviews or anything. Again, I don't suggest that. I actually personally despise when people do that stuff, but I know it's going to happen because there's a million people watching. Literally a million people watching across LawTube and Law and Crime alone, much less everywhere else. So by the numbers, it's going to happen. It's happened to the other people. I don't think they did themselves any favors. Alcohol and Anger says, speaking of TV, he was also in Stargate for years as well. Yep. I would argue that Amber Heard's career exists as it does solely because of Johnny Depp. She doesn't have the resume. She certainly doesn't have the talent. Right? Like, this isn't Emma Stone. This isn't any number of female actresses who are eminently more likable and charismatic on screen than Amber Heard. She was pretty, and she's with Johnny Depp. That got her into that opened the door. It was the wedge that you need, because she's always going to be around. Producers are going to meet her. She's going to hang out with people at parties that Johnny Depp's associated with. She's going to go to premieres with him. And frankly, they might think if they cast her, they have a window to Johnny Depp on some future project. Atsoa says, I don't think Aquaman is even in the top 20 of all time. It's 24 Number 24 is where Aquaman ends up falling. It was sent to me. Lyric sent me the chart. The things above Aquaman are amazing. Some of them are great. Captain America Civil War, Minions, quality kids movie, Iron Man 3, pretty good. The Fate of the Furious, not the greatest movie, frankly. Incredibles 2, that's decent. Beauty and the Beast, classic. Frozen, classic. Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom is number 16, and that should embarrass every movie below it on the list ever. You got Star Wars The Last Jedi, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows 2, Black Panther, Avengers Age of Ultron, Frozen 2, Furious 7, which is even more of a disgrace, The Avengers, Lion King, Jurassic World, oh god, Jurassic World, Spider-Man No Way Home, Avengers Infinity War, Star Wars The Force Awakens, Titanic, Avengers Endgame, and Avatar being the top. Avatar, the clear leader, which is also kind of shameful when you really think about it, because what a trash movie Avatar actually is when you get down to it. But I mean, so Aquaman 2 undoubtedly did really well, but it didn't do the best of anything ever, and it's not even close. Like, Titanic is 1997. It's been above Aquaman on the list for much longer than Aquaman has even been around. So it's this notion that this is the greatest thing. The other thing that bothers me is when she pulled the comps, the comparable actors and actresses, there are a bunch of actors and actresses with similar roles to Mira in Justice League in Marvel movies and other DC movies. Like, you have the Suicide Squad movies, you have Birds of Prey, you have the Justice League movies. All of these are superhero movies with actors and actresses whose careers don't skyrocket after their performances, even though they hold major roles in these movies. So same thing with Marvel. You have a bunch of side characters who are fine, and they're in a bunch of Marvel stuff, and that's really where they kind of peak out. You can't go, it's hard to go up from a major Marvel or DC production right now. Later on in careers, as they develop and become maybe for actresses, maybe less about eye candy and more about being a refined acting talent. Hate to say it, ladies, but actresses are clearly objectified throughout their 20s and into their 30s. I don't think this is a secret. And then those that transcend the objectification and carry on with notable acting talent will develop rich careers afterwards. But a lot of them fizzle out, right? Like, that's just the trajectory, and it might not be fair. It might be misogynistic. I don't, who cares? That's the reality that it is. So, but there are, of course, lots of female actresses who have gone from that sort of early objectification, sex symbol status onto having very, very robust careers long after that objectification phase ends. T Cool says Hurd's team must be relying on whining and crying their way into more time as a courtesy for rebuttal. Curious to see if the judge sticks to her guns. We'll see. We'll see what they do. J.A., maybe Amber Heard was pledged a meteoric rise. Yes. The quartering. Oh, hey, what's up? Jeremy says, everyone knows Amber Heard was as well known as Brando. Stop minimizing her. Yeah. Snuggle Struggle says, Amber Heard is not even the love interest of Jason Momoa, who is the actor playing Aquaman in the movie called Aquaman 1 and 2. Amber Heard is the possible love interest. Amber then injured Jason's eye, stalled filming in Aquaman 2. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch Aquaman. The stuff I've read about it, their banter didn't seem like love banter to me. It seemed like trash. Alex A, why does it seem like these questions are just wasting time? I feel like he made his point already, and these are not valid comparisons. It seems more cringy than anything else. Oh, the male lawyer at that point. No, I think it was important of him to draw pretty big distinctions on the comps, because they're way, way different to Amber Heard. And again, Chris Pine is lead role in 2 of the Star Trek movies. He's in a bunch of other shit too. Let's see. What else is he in? What else is he in? Just quickly. Well, he's in Wonder Woman, of course. Star Trek. 3 Star Treks. Sorry. Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek Beyond. I forgot there were 3 of them. He's in, let's see, he has 62 acting credits. He's on Unstoppable. This was mentioned. That's the one with Denzel Washington. He's in, let's see, Smokin' Aces, which, whatever you may think of it, was kind of a movie. Let's see, Princess Diaries 2, The Royal Engagement. And if Princess Diaries 2 doesn't launch your career, I frankly don't know what does. When you get down to it. Actually, for someone who looks like Chris Pine, I'm not even joking. Squirrel Knight, why the fuck didn't he address her double standard? Johnny Depp has no damage. He did. Has no damages because Pirate 6 was never made, but Amber Heard has a lot of damages because all those movies that were never made. And why the F does he suck so bad with objections? Well, I mean, he did make that point. The objections, he may have just wanted to hit stuff on Cross. But again, I think on Cross, he dropped the ball a little bit. I think it was an okay cross. Not good and certainly not great. His other cross today was great. But I think it was an okay cross that he did. I think he dropped some stuff. I would have liked to see Camille Vasquez do it. Let's see. Mike the Dad Crosby, is there a big difference for a lawyer's career if a judge has to either help or admonish them while they're asking their own witness a question? I wouldn't want to be on camera broadcast to the world having the judge correct me on questioning. God forbid that ever happens. Capitan, when Turd's attorneys refer to the defamatory statements, can Depp's team object due to the fact that the statements have not been determined to be defamatory yet? Prejudicial framing of the question. They could, but it gets nitpicky and they may not have wanted to they may not have thought it was that important. Genofast, maybe Amber intentionally hired incompetent lawyers. Can she ask for a retrial based on poor representation? No, if she has poor representation, the remedy would be that the lawyers would be on the hook if they committed malpractice. Amber Heard has objectively competent legal representation. She has effective assistance of counsel by all measure that we can know at this point in time. There would have to be some bombshell behind the scenes to find any sort of ineffective assistance of counsel on these lawyers. And if she sued them, she would lose. She would lose dramatically as well. All right, next. RS says, what incentive is there for Elaine to not ask leading questions if she can still engage in the pattern? Give witness cue, get objected to, rephrase. Knowing the witness has been cued, can she be reprimanded for this? She can. The judge has stopped her from asking the rephrased question a couple times. She needs to do it a lot more, frankly. Matt HTX 43 says Amber Heard is more comparable to Brie Larson. Yeah, possibly, actually. That's probably a decent comparison. Winning Reality says, speaking of Foundation, have you seen The Foundation, the unmasking of Amber Heard music video yet? Features badass single female attorney and crazy cat lady lawyer working on an unbreaded metal one as well. It shreds. I have not seen it yet. I have not really watched much of anything over the past couple weeks because this trial is everything and all the things at once. Okay. All right. Here we go. We got a couple more here. Where were we? Oh my goodness. All right, getting to the spot here. There we go. Allison S. Did Amber Heard get paid for being an ACLU ambassador? And if so, shouldn't that be talked about as additional earned income? I don't think she got directly paid for that. I think that's not an officially paid position, but of course it looks good, doesn't it, on resumes? Dustman Naroch says, could Amber Heard's team be trying to run out the clock to claim their lack of rebuttal time is cause for an appeal? They could try that. It's gonna be, that'd be tough. There's so many ways for the judge to mitigate it, but that'd be tough. And they've had the whole trial to object to the timeline. And they really, any day they could have said, Your Honor, we object to the limitation of time. We're going to need more. We're just going to need more. And the limitation of time is against the interest of justice. They haven't done that to my knowledge. Have any lawyers ever been found guilty of ineffective counsel ever? Yes. Yes, absolutely. It happens with some level of frequency. It's usually they have a substance abuse problem and don't show up to court. They miss filing deadlines. They say something in court that's an admission without their client's, permission, something like that. It happens for sure, but it has to be pretty egregious. Like, just not doing well at trial is not ineffective assistance of counsel. Ineffective assistance of counsel is like a breach of a duty or an obligation that a lawyer would have to someone, a duty of professionalism and basic competency. So again, missing a filing deadline to the detriment of your client, that could be ineffective assistance of counsel. And the courts really are flexible. Like if you miss something, one time I had my date mixed up and I thought I had a hearing the next day. It turned out I had a hearing that day. So I contacted the court immediately. I sent in a letter apologizing to the court that I had a scheduling mix up, and they were able to reschedule. They're pretty flexible on a lot of stuff. They really, you usually get like a gimme because they know that people's schedules get crazy. Communications can get messed up. People can get sick. Anything can happen to cause some sort of delay. And courts are accustomed to things like that happening with some level of regularity. Somebody misses something somewhere. The question is, does it prejudice in some way the other party or your client? If it prejudices your client, then you can get into ineffective assistance issues, but it would have to negatively impact them first. And like I said, courts pad out a lot of error on basic types of things for that purpose, just because we're in the reality of everybody being busy. Christopher Needham, law of self-defense. Try listening to the audiobook at 150% to 200% speed. Helps me concentrate. Shree says, Dennison asked if they were calling Depp before the judge left, and Elaine said she would let him know in the morning. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they want to have that specter of calling Depp. I don't think they're gonna. I mean, I think they have to. I think they definitely have to. Joe's right to get the testimony they need to call Depp. I just don't think that he can actually get to the testimony, or they can actually get to the testimony that they need to get to. That's the problem that they've got, in my humblest of opinions. Let's see. Where are we? My window just reset again. So lovely when it does that. Okay. Shree was the last one. Here we are. Dean Domino, remember Disney endorsed CCP concentration camps. Felipe Mouve says Brando in his later years, Godfather included, had his lines typed to stuff in the set hidden from the camera, and he was the GOAT and also a Johnny Depp mentor. I don't follow trials, but these experts were extremely biased. Is that normal? No, normally they hide it a little bit better. Normally the assumption is that they're biased, but they're not so brazenly open about it. These experts all came across as dishonestly biased, which was a shame. Yeah, I mean, we've heard lately about Bruce Willis has aphasia. Bruce Willis, a very competent actor, he had aphasia, and he was doing movies with an earpiece for a while, helping things out. Oh goodness. I'm going to have to wrap up really soon here. But yeah, so the earpiece is not, it's not uncommon. It's not even a question of acting. Acting on film has almost nothing to do with memorization and has everything to do with bringing a character into being. That's acting on film. Acting in theater is wildly different, right? Live theater, you better get those lines down. You need them. Acting on screen, you don't. Lalique Rojas says, did you notice how Elaine and Whitney were purposely stylized to match Amber? Very creepy. Why were Amber's poor reviews with bad acting skills not cited for professional failures? You think Johnny Depp team is holding out? Well, I mean, they may have someone they want to call on that. And they may not have wanted to spend any time on it, because if you get into this like battle of reviews thing, it could be, well, this review is more important than that one. It gets kind of boring. And you don't, if the expert didn't like read those reviews, they're not going to be able to testify to them. Now, maybe they've got some plan to bring them in on some other witness. That could be possible. Did you read this article? Yes, I did. We'll see. We'll see. Matt R says, need something YouTube won't let me say to send to your abusive ex. Try my brother's shop, Anime Armory, on Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. So that's Anime Armory, all one word. Felipe Move, Grumpy Joe, DUI guy and his Mustang, and the blonde chick, a sitcom in the making. Next, we've got Elizabeth Murphy says, love you all. Wish this all existed for the OJ trial. Keep up the good work. Man, I was thinking about the OJ trial. 6 months of this, but it was in California, so I'd have a 2-hour advantage. I think we could do it, but 6 months is a long time. That was a long trial. Someone was on talking the other day about one of the cross exams in that case of an expert. The cross examination of one of the experts in the OJ trial was 8 days of court. 8 days of court for the cross examination of one witness. That's just cross. That's not even direct. The OJ trial was insane. Gethralkin says, Momoa got his start on the highly popular Stargate Atlantis sci-fi series that was not factored in either. Check how long ago that series was on air. I remember when it was on. One of my in-laws watched it quite a bit. Millennia, Blade of McKella. In a world where one man is so late and so gay, Jack Murphy and Rage Pig smirk somewhere. Can he ever be on time? Find out tonight on his weekly night show at 11:09 p.m. Thank you, Millennia, Blade of McKella. Gary Herman, I do love his reaction to reading Dune. Anyone who hasn't read Dune is a cuck by default. Hey, wait a minute. No! Shoot. Resef the Cripple. I think the second cross Dennison gave was good for the first half and tapered off later because he was obviously stalling until the end of the day. That could be. I think it was kind of a mess. Still let her get the redirect in anyway. So that is that. And then, okay. The rest of the super chats tonight is going to be like all super chat show. Super chat and Johnny Depp. That's what's going to be on tonight. I do a night show at 11 p.m. Central. If you're new here, come check it out. If you're awake, it'll be crazy, but I have to go. We need food in this family, and it's dinner time. So I thank you all for being here, for participating in the show, for clicking that like. We have 31,000 likes. Holy cats. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, obviously, for the super chats. They're really appreciated. Sorry, I could not read all of them. I will be catching up on all of the missing super chats tonight. That's what it's going to be. Just boom, boom, boom. Super chats, questions, and answers. So if you're into this trial, you may want to stop by tonight, and we'll see you at 7:45 a.m. tomorrow as well for the next day, the last day of Amber Heard's case in chief. They will have to rest tomorrow, almost assuredly. So until then, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. We'll catch you soon. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrock, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law